क्या हाल है दोस्तों दोस्तों क्या है हाल। व्हाट्स अप गाइस। तो जब तक गेम के बीच में ब्रेक है अपन एक गेम खेल लेते हैं। रैंक को अनलॉक कर देंगे। एक गेम में हो जाएगा ना। सवित 13 गेम्स वन आई से गावत भाई बंदा क्या आते से ही खेलने लगा है क्या। वैरायटी स्ट्रीमर और वॉच कोई कंट्रोलर नहीं खेलेगा तो अपने को ही खेलना पड़ेगा रे बाबा। चलो भाई खेल रहा है भाई ब्रीमस्टोन। 5 गेम्स में होगा क्यों। गाइस तुम लोग ने अपना नया वीडियो देखा क्या टेक्निकल पर्पज वाला कि नहीं। हाउ इज द यू आई एम द गुड्स अरे अरे तो फुल है। एपिसोड चेंज हुआ है ना। अच्छा ओके 5 का तो पता नहीं। एक अभी खेल लेते हैं। फ्रैक्चर साथ नहीं छोड़ेगा। हेलो पापा लॉन्ग टाइम नो सी। हेलो वत्सल यस। रॉसी कहाँ है। रॉसी कोरिया में है आई एम अज्यूमिंग। एक सेकंड ना गाइस। ओ भाई गाइस क्या बारिश हो रही है ना बाहर। दर्द दिल की सिफारिश अब कर देखो यहाँ कि मिल जाए से वो बारिश जो दिखा दे पूरी तरह। मेंबरशिप खत्म तो नया ले लो। अभी तो अपन रेगुलरली करेंगे स्ट्रीम वॉच पार्टी। न्यू एजेंट कैसा लगा। डिसेंट है नॉट दैट ग्रेट ओके है। आप मुंबई नहीं आ सकते ठीक है भाई। हे गाइस ओके नो fucks were given. Okay some fucks were given.
Yes sir.
Yeah let them stun first. I'm holding my stun. You can go after their stun and nade maybe.
Turret out.
Okay I'm flashing close then stunning. Flashing
Blinding.
Cross.
Reloading.
wait, wait, I'll flash after this. Flashing
Flash out.
Okay, let him.
Enemy spotted. A.
he used nade already. I'm marking. Can you both fight sand.
Carrier's dead.
Oh, let 104.
अरे छूते बोल रहा हूँ कुछ सुनते नहीं है।
Watch out for breaches impact.
वो
It's hard to move
ब्रीमस्टोन
after
क्या
that.
दिख रहा था राइट लेफ्ट में समझ में नहीं आ रहा था। अपना ब्रीमस्टोन इधर डोर पे जाके क्या दिख रहा है भगवान।
Told you bro, play default.
Told you bro. Hello.
Placing sentry. Turrets destroyed.
One flank, one flank.
Enemy spotted B.
I'm holding stun. हाँ
Right here.
फाइट करते वक्त छुपे रहो, गन लेते वक्त तो ऐसा भाग के आते हैं बेशरम लोग भाई,
Right here.
बेशरम।
Go ahead.
देखा तुमने फाइट लेते वक्त एकदम छुप के था वो कि मैं ही मारूं
Cypher is
उसको,
a B player.
और जैसे ही गन लेने का बारी आया चलो 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 चलो।
Enemy spotted.
एक दूसरे को भी बकरा बना।
Down you go. Spike planted. Smoke's down.
कर ही रहा था तो तीसरा भी कर देता, पूरी वॉल बना देता। कौन सा रैंक है ये पोपा? अभी तो एक्ट चालू है नया।
Who am I kidding? My knees are gonna kill after this.
They keep fighting him and we can take arcade. Jet come.
Turret out.
Wow. Jet can you come arcade?
Let's have some
Kill
fun.
your skin, bro.
I'll stun tower for you. Stunning tower.
Don't make sound, Phoenix.
Clearing out. Smoke's down.
They rotate.
Molly.
Eyes down.
One CT.
I can't see.
One arcade behind. Both.
Our spike carrier is down.
क्या गंदे स्मोक्स डालते रे।
Delete.
लास्ट टावर। चलो।
Off your feet.
Sentry. Turrets destroyed. Bomb grenade. Oh. Their tech is as good as their skill. And there we have some beats.
पोपा जी नाइस हेयर कट, थैंक यू ब्रो। किधर हो आप सर? अभी घर पे हूँ। मैं शुड इको गाइस।
Nick, are you okay? You play like Ben Dead ah. Is it? I don't know.
Oh. Me?
Enemy spotted A.
I mean Phoenix.
I can stun him. क्या कर रहे? कुछ नहीं बोल रहे।
Our carrier is dead. Cussing. Got the spike.
My ultimate is ready.
भगवान बचा ले रे।
I got the spike. Initiated. Turret out.
Going up.
Area's clear.
कैसे रहेगा रे टावर?
Spike's down.
They're super dead. No charges left.
वही बात सही।
Watch your eyes. Come on, let's go. Flash.
Everyone makes fun of German efficiency. Haha. Just keep laughing as you use all my gear.
Get come dish. I'll stun for you.
Right there.
You can kill the Reyna. Come.
Reloading.
I stun and
there.
then I flash deep.
Right there.
ये भी ठीक है.
The hunt begins. Blinding.
Oh shit! Bad flash. Bad flash.
Same any side.
My ult's ready.
I can ult sight.
Reloading.
Ulting him in.
Flash out.
Enemy spotted A.
10.
Four guys here. Everyone here. Everyone here.
Look sharp.
सोलो तो नहीं होगा. नेक्स्ट गेम. तो ये गेम फिलर गेम है. इसके बाद से
I got
फाइव मैं
your
नहीं
back.
करूंगा रैंक को.
Just, you know, from the front.
मैं खुद का खेलता हूँ.
Play default. Don't hurry, bro.
ये कौन है ये चुतिया? फिनिक्स. प्ले डिफॉल्ट. व्हाट इज डिफॉल्ट? क्या कौन जा रहा है डिफॉल्ट करने? किधर जा
Let
रहे
them push.
लेट
What
देम
the
पुश.
Turret out. This is gonna be fun.
देखते क्या डिफॉल्ट है. जब तक कोई मेरे से भी मदद नहीं मांगेगा मैं जाएगा ही नहीं.
Nice, 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 nice.
What the fuck is mean pay default?
Someone's A.
He want to grow behind you.
Coming back.
ये जो आशा.
Drink some water, reload your mags, and let's get back out there.
ये जो उम्मीद की सहर है. खुशियों की लहर है. खो न जाए ये. सारे ज़मीन पर.
Don't hold back.
Watch this.
Concussing. Blinding. Flash out.
देखो देखो गन लेने के लिए देखो देखो देखो.
Careful now.
उससे पहले भाग के गया वो.
Reloading.
Turret out.
Fire in there!
Go ahead, just go ahead, just go ahead. Breach.
Yeah bro.
Off your feet.
Prepare for hellfire.
Bye bye.
Open up the sky. Take it down.
Which one is this?
That's 3.
Tablas.
Any
Reloading.
cheaper, it'd be just me and a bottle of scotch.
I'm done playing.
Reloading.
Come with me, bro.
क्या बोल रहे हैं?
Reloading.
क्या क्या?
Let's go. Placing sentry.
ये इसने डिफॉल्ट से कैमरा लगाया.
Forever. Blasting.
Launching smoke. Stim beacon down.
Out
the
of
fuck?
charges.
Molly.
Placing swarm grenade.
Blinding.
Wow.
Reloading.
Launching smoke.
Reloading.
चूतिया साला
Got the spike. My smokes can block the enemy's line of sight. Once they're blind, we move.
I tell you man you see the Phoenix he no brain he brain dead he stupid okay he play like a look
Bro, you guys are bro. You guys are brain dead, bro.
Yeah, and you are great, right? You're not even calling that he killed you from arcade. So you can just shut the fuck up.
That's how you survive.
Fucking noob shit. You know, brain just rush.
We didn't rush. We defaulted, we killed one. You died to a guy on the flank and not even saying a word.
he เลิก
เอาอะไร
he
ไม่เอา
bet
คำ
My ultimate is ready.
you see that โอ้เหี้ยแม่
Initiated.
โกเพย์ไลท์อโบนนะไอ้เหี้ยนูบ
Amateur.
Area's clear.
โนสโมนะที่ออก
That's not ready.
Duck. Reloading.
One carrier is dead.
से करो plan. भाई ये 100% कोई तो इंडियन बंदा है.
Let's go already.
ये फिनिक्स है ना.
Reloading.
100% शर्त लगाने को तैयार.
Reloading. Reloading.
खुद को बिग शॉट समझते हैं. जब टूर्नामेंट खेलने की बारी आती है पैड में मूव देते हैं.
Reloading.
जाने तो गाइस अपन वॉच पार्टी करने आए. ये तो टाइम पास में गेम लगाया है जब तक वॉच पार्टी चालू होता है.
Dim beacon here.
Turret out.
शनिंग है.
Reloading.
Watch your guys in. Flash out. No, you don't.
I know exactly where
Reloading.
Somewhere last.
Else ready.
Rotate.
Watchparty is down. Going up. Got spike.
भाई मैं कैसे बकरा बन के मरता हूँ भाई. एक किल से भी छूट जाता है भाई. जेट कम आके नहीं. I will ult side for you. Come. I'll flash
there.
and stun tower then
Reloading.
ult side.
Hit them fast, hit them hard.
Placing sentry.
Blinding. Concussing.
Two here.
Clearing out.
Reloading.
Fall back.
Why fall back, bro? We have the
Clear,
side.
clear.
On the spike.
Spike carrier is killed.
One more city.
Yeah, fight.
ไนท์เวิร์ก
Nice try.
ไซเฟอร์เจน
Blast
Continue
out.
it.
Trevor.
A was clear. Fucking.
It'll obviously be clear if we kill two, bro.
Spend what you got.
We are already on the site.
We lose, bro.
Turret out.
Yeah, if you rather come with us and kill them off, we can still win. You want us to run out from the site and into B main and run back to A and they won't rotate?
I got the side. No?
Time for a field test.
Oh my god, GG, bro.
What's this?
Concussing! Blasting!
Stim beacon down.
Come on, let's go! Blinding!
Placing alarm bot. Fire in the hole!
Enemy spotted A.
Prepare for hellfire!
Y'all better keep up.
क्या फायदा?
Placing sentry.
स्टन पे गन और अरे वो तो बहुत बार हो चुका है मेरे साथ स्टन पे ऐसा लोग मार के आते क्या ही कर सकते हैं खुद के लिए ही खेलते हैं पापा व्हाट्स अप लॉन्ग टाइम नो सी ऑल गुड विराज आप बताओ
Yeah.
60 on Cypher.
Out of here.
Before one.
Enemy spotted A. Goodbye.
Oh no, you don't deserve my inventions.
IRL DOS तो है
Remember to talk to each other out there.
मैं आजकल सारे लोग इसका फ्रेंजी आर्मर कैसे था दो शॉट कनेक्ट हुए 3 बॉडी शॉट कनेक्ट हुए दूसरे को उठाया क्या भाई वो देखो तो पैसिफिक पे कोई गेम लाइव हुआ है क्या अपना अभी ये स्टन मैचल करके आएगा उसके लिए पहले ही अपन रेडी रहते हैं
Sabi.
Two double.
Flash out!
और नाकेट
Two double,
Stim
two double.
beacon here.
One more. Let's go A.
Right here.
Concussing!
Turret out.
नहीं हुआ ठीक है
Who could have predicted this? All right, I did.
are not getting the message. Leave it to me. I'll rough them up.
Sentry to drop.
เจ็ดเทคในกันครับ
You guys can fight from door. I'm gonna stun him in.
Keep up.
360 hertz monitor. अभी 360 hertz नहीं है bro. अभी 250 है.
Forever.
One way.
One long.
One aim in.
Smoke's down.
Clearing out. Molly. Reloaded.
I can flash sand. I can flash sand.
Minus 88, minus 88.
Blinding.
Send. 2 send, 2 send, 2 send.
Minus 70. अरे कुछ कौन सा एजेंट तो बोल रहे भाई. Last guy minus 70.
Drop.
Care CT.
Sand.
Yeah, he was sand.
You tried.
Bhavin bhai give away कर दो 360 hertz.
This place is
बरोबर.
nice, but not nice enough to die in. Let's win and get out of here.
इतना पैसा होता तो क्या ही होता. कैसे हो भाविन भाई? कबीर भाई दर्द में.
Alarm bot out.
ये राउंड अपन रपट देंगे.
Hit them back.
Don't push, don't push, don't push.
Flash out.
One dish. Nice, fall back.
2 guys will remain.
Nice.
Concussing.
Okay.
Blasting.
Spike spotted B. I hate to say it,
Yeah,
but
probably
best to play team. So, what's the plan?
That you have 8,000. I think you can drop one.
Turret out.
Being full shield, bro.
Can
Right there.
Let's show Bhumin pressure. Or else they keep walking in.
Beam by full shield.
अरे kid.
That brimstone can't stop me.
क्या वंडीरोना आर्मी है रे ये.
Blinding.
Fall back. Smoke arcade, smoke arcade.
Off your feet.
Need back.
I know exactly
No
where.
backup. I understand that.
Heads up. Come on, let's go. Watch your eyes.
It's smoke. I've seen one.
Launching smoke.
I'm amped. Let's go. I got things to do.
Low sense problem भाई.
Turret out.
सब कुछ ठीक है. लोग ने 2 स्मोक किए. कोई
Placing
स्मोक
alarm
के थ्रू
bot.
निकल नहीं रहा है मारने या बैकअप देने. You guys are playing retake. I'll just play. Stunning aim in early. You guys can fight door. नहीं करेगा वो फिर भी.
Forever. Clearing out. Flash out. The hunt begins.
23 on. Yeah, no, 24 on.
Headshot.
Side.
Ding one.
Launching smoke.
देखो ना 5 लोग स्टन है, 4 लोग को मैंने डिस्प्लेस किया, वापस फ्लैश किया है, पर अपना फीनिक्स मतलब थोड़ा नहीं फाइट करेगा, नहीं करेगा मतलब नहीं करेगा। Next time open door and fight. They were all stunned actually. You can flash and kill them all.
Some things you just can't teach.
बड़बड़ करो, हो गया।
On my way. Going this time? Remember what worked in the
I need a drop.
Can you drop me brimstone?
Tuck.
हेलो भाई, कैसे हो? बहुत दर्द में हूँ। Wanna stun again?
Let's fly.
Concussing.
चुतिया mother. यार नफा लोड़ा। Bot साला bot.
Turret destroyed.
Blasting.
Push, bro.
Blinding.
Enemy down. Headshot.
Boy.
I went back to A.
Going up.
variable.
Embarrassing.
Yeah,
My
dub,
ultimate's
dub.
ready.
Dub.
Off your feet. Come on, let's go. Oh, good.
Win. Show me where to go.
Placing sentry.
I can buy you kilo.
I have extra
Yeah.
money if anyone needs.
Thank you.
किसी के लिए भी उठने डालूंगा मैं, किसी के लिए भी। अपना अपना खेलो बस इधर ही बैठे रहो जैसे इन लोग बैठे।
B.
Stim beacon
बोलू क्या? Oh no bro, you didn't have to.
Okay. Beat, go back.
Why do you push, bro?
Fire in the hole!
Open up forever.
I know exactly.
Flash out.
now.
Clearing out. My ult.
Caught one.
One on
Side
the left,
detail.
retain.
Last side,
That's
detail.
3.
The fuck? 2DC? Where?
भाई
Hold on to your hats.
नहीं कर ले।
Sorry to spoil the party.
Everyone note down your observations, then let's run it again.
Can you drop me an op? Yeah, man.
I've got cash. Anyone need something?
I need a drop.
I'll take
Cannot
your
op.
name. Okay.
I've
I
got
need a drop.
cash. Anyone need something?
And go back. Hair side.
Two here. One more. One drop. One main.
Okay. I'm coming.
He jumped out already.
Yeah, okay.
I have ult.
Wait, fan coming.
I'm ulting side.
What?
Launching smoke. Concussing. Launching smoke.
Nice.
Give me refill.
Yeah, take it.
Thanks.
Wait, me incoming.
Okay. जाओ भाई तर करके मालूम पड़ा वापस से वन टैप मारेगा वो
We got this.
can you drop me an op? I pick B main. I might.
You pay Opa, why not keep jet pay Opa? You be na.
I think if we op, we get free pick. They pick B main
Right
every
there.
round.
Turret out. Alarm bot out. Placing swarm grenade.
Watch and learn.
Arcade.
B far.
Arcade.
The hunt begins.
Prepare for hellfire.
One in the smoke.
Clearing out.
Wait, he fan come up.
Minus 80 brimstone.
Open up the sky.
What's that word?
Last का tower minus 80. He's low. अरे fight कर ले रे.
I
एक-
sent him one bullet.
Okay, 30 HP. नहीं करेगा ना मरेगा फिर रोटेट करेगा साइड चल हेडशॉट एंगल पे क्यों फाइट ले रहा है भाई भाई माता रानी
Trust me, they'll know what hit them.
हेलो आरएनटी लाइनअप डिसबैंड क्यों हुआ क्योंकि मैंने उनको सुपारी खिलाई पता नहीं तो
Placing sentry. Placing alarm bot.
उसको और लेने दो अपन स्टन करके मारेंगे
Placing swarm grenade.
ले रे और ले रे बाबा नीचे आइला कोई तो लेगा ब्रिज लेना नहीं चाहिए पर लालच है ओ भाई
One more.
Nice.
One more.
Enemy spotted
में
A.
काम कर लो थोड़ा
Someone's A.
Two more.
तुम और
Last two here. Again BC here. What the fuck
और
is
मिला
going?
कि नहीं आते ही क्या सुन लिया मैंने क्या हुआ बस्टर
Don't die. If you need help figuring out how.
भाई गेम चालू हो गया है क्या देखो तो जरा कोई इधर बस्टर बच्ची मैं क्या सुन रहा हूँ तू कहीं दूसरी दिशा में जा रहा है क्या ये सही है
Placing swarm grenade. Placing swarm grenade. Keep up.
वे आएंगे ब्रीचर लेके अपन भी तैयार है स्टन कर ले रे खत्म कर ले
One A.
वाह भाई 1A बोला तो सब रोटेट कर दिए
Care B.
One B.
Oh my.
Arcade. Holding.
B, 1B.
One B main, one arcade.
B.
Off your feet!
Carry.
AK.
Concussing!
Oh, 2 AK.
हे चाललंय काय रे बाबा?
Everyone's tech still working.
Jet.
Double
Let's
check.
go
Jet,
five.
Jet,
Let's go 5 man B guys. They have 2 AFK.
เจ็ดใช้เน็ตอะไรอ่ะ
They fall back, bro.
ผมเหรอ
ปิงเหมือนกันใช่ไหมตอนเนี้ยดูดิ
อ๋อ ใช้
โอเค อันเดียวกันเลย ดูดิชิบหายละ
2 อะไรวะเนี่ย
जी का प्रेडिक्शन क्या लग रहा है? जीत सकते हैं bro थोड़े गेम.
I am not sure.
इन लोग का पिंग देखो भाई. Oh, your ping is too high.
ย่าดูโซน
Oh my
ชีต
God.
ไอ้เหี้ย
แล้วผมหายแล้วนะ
หายแล้วเหมือนกัน
AIS number
ยังไม่หายฝั่ง
Play slow.
No, last try.
Stim beacon down.
No, not rush.
Smoke's down.
Here.
Flashing.
Reloading.
โอเคกินตัวเอสตัวเอส
Go away.
Flash out!
ये मौली फ्रॉम साइड. अरे साइड से मौली क्या ये बोल दो रे. मैं छूटया हूं. मैं कैमरा तोड़ने गया.
Placing alarm bot. Placing swarm grenade.
Placing sentry.
โอ้กูปิงไม่หยุด
Auf Wiedersehen. Oh.
ช่วย
Prepare for hellfire!
ये जो आशा.
We know the drill. Stick to your role and we'll crush it. Turret out.
ये जो उम्मीद की शहर. सैंड पे ही स्टन होल्ड किया जाए रे बाबा. एमएन करके फायदा नहीं.
Dream go B. One here, one.
दोनों स्मोक यूज कर दिए रे. इसने पहले.
ठीक है
Someone go B.
I'll rotate.
Turret destroyed.
Arcade.
Concussing! Blasting!
One tower.
One
Reloading.
city push.
Tower.
Ah!
Planting default.
The hunt begins.
बस हो गया भाई, एक दिन के लिए काफी है इतना। अभी गेम देखते हैं गाइस। गोराफ भाई।
Is that battle for third potentially, because these are the two teams that we are kind of wondering to fight really for the slot making the playoffs.
I think it's a pretty equal matchup, honestly. And sometimes the prediction is what the heart
क्या
wants,
लगता है guys?
not what the head
कौन
wants.
जीतने वाला
But
है?
in the end,
So
it's will
एक
go
सेकंड
down
guys,
to how
मैं
much
क्या है?
can now
Be right back.
control
Hello, Ameya,
Fantasy
कैसा है?
United once it does become that contact, because sure, it's quite lustrous, it's quite a noise made
Oh,
by
sorry.
Fantasy United
Game
with
तो
their
मैं लगाना
incredible
भूल गया।
setups. But when it gets down to it, you look at Nizzy, you look at Jin, and you know they're gonna kill you at any time.
Who do you think's going to warm up faster? Because I did manage to sneak into the player room, had a quick chat with the NAOS guys, and I was like, look, have you guys been able to prac? Have you guys been ready with all of the issues that we had earlier? You know, they just
दिख
had
रहा है
to,
ना
sit
अभी
there, they just
game?
had to watch, so they weren't able to stay warm. They weren't. All they could do was, you know, theory, was prep, was make sure everyone's in a good headspace, right? Going into this series. So do you think that that's enough? And do you think, you know, one team probably has a little bit of a stronger mental than the other team? You know, it's all about those things outside of the server and getting yourselves ready for a game like this.
Well, I mean, not just the mental. Even if they were able to warm up in this case, I still do think starting out of the gate, it's Fancy has the advantage. They have incredibly hot hands, and Jin is such a great talent. Jin and that Jin Sandy combo when he was on Alpha, and we see him from Division X, now coming into Fancy, and he has always been such an incredible player. And then we talk about Nizzy, who has always and ever will be a menace here. I think they're going to be a big problem for NAOS to deal with as a whole.
I'm going to agree with you. It's true. Fantasy United, they're going to come out of the gates strong. And also, you look at 𝘼𝘽𝐽 on that Viper controlling whatever NAOS can see. We've watched them personally in our own LAN. NAOS does have some struggles when the setup isn't the way that they want. They do take some time just to get accustomed to being on the stage itself.
All I'm saying is I went and had a look at the desks. I had a look at the chairs. It's all spectacular up there. You know, you're able to set these up any height, any way you want. So comfortability, never going to be an issue here.
Dude, I've been so cozy all throughout. We've been here for how long already? We've been casting that first best of 3 for so long, and we still feel like that this is such a comfy place to be in. But I know it's going to get intense. I will be at the edge of my seat, probably standing later on once we get into the action between NAOS and Fancy.
I like these chairs.
I'm glad you like it.
They're good for my back. You know, I get a good stretch while waiting for
like this.
all these best of 3s all the way. Get a good crack in maybe, potentially as well. So yeah, and it's really got me at least excited for this next upcoming game, because as you talked about, Mac, this is, and surprisingly to say with how close that first game was, potentially the most equal matchup we have, I think, of the day, at least looking at it from the start of it.
Yeah, and it's weird because, like, if you want to start talking about that third series of the day, there's an argument, you know, some people are still going for Scars, some people are still going for Bonkers, and in my head, that could be the closer matchup of the day. But then let's look at game number 1 of the day, series number 1 of the day. Could that have been any closer? We were almost on the road to go into OT in every single one of those games.
Yeah.
We didn't go in the second, we didn't go in the third, but one team certainly impressed the hell out of everyone. And look, I think that might shift up some of the predictions that we're making going into the later days here in the group stage.
Oh yeah, I mean, totally. Your first real kind of outing here is really going to be, I guess, a big testing proving point. And one has to wonder, you know, how do some of the younger guns on both of these squads perform, like 𝘼𝘽𝐽, for example, on Fancy, and players like 𝘼𝘽𝐽, for example, there are now. So I think the young guns have a lot to prove here.
And then also how, of course, that mental is going to be kept by their IGLs. You have Wits on one side, you have Yes I Can on the other. And I love saying Yes I Can name. It's just such a can-do thing. You guys want to do this? We will do this indeed. Because Fancy United, when they commit, they just go for it. And it's really just some of how they mid-round from time to time. There is always that confidence that they can get away with what they do.
The thing I noticed as well from Fancy United, yes, they might not be as chaotic or as aggressive, but we were talking about the mechanics. They go for a lot of contact plays. You know, sometimes they'll have, you know, a decent amount of initiators there, but you'll see people happy just to dry swing. And the thing about dry swinging, especially when you're playing LAN, is you can catch people off. You can get that advantage. And we saw it in the first series of that. There was a lot of players who were holding angles that just weren't able to react to the players peeking them, because on LAN it's a completely different world to online.
Yeah, it's just so quick to react, right? And for NAOS, how they're going to counteract with that is just what they've experienced so far in the PH scene. Honestly, most of the competition in the Philippines for NAOS is similar to Fancy United without all the fancy strategies. You're going to be seeing a lot of swings that they're trying to keep tabs on, and that's where Senior Carl comes on in, usually playing that second controller. Papi Chulo, still the mentality from playing Sentinel all the way back when in SPE, right? Who now on the controller role as well. These two will try to keep NAOS as safe as possible, but Fancy United is a ferocious beast that will still try to capture.
I mean, let's not forget that Fancy also do have international experience. They played in both APAC Stage 1 and Stage 2. They made it into LCQ as well for APAC. And so these guys, especially a player like 𝘼𝐽𝐿, who are kind of wondering as a young gun, how will he perform, at least against international competition last time around? He certainly, definitely, I guess, kind of impressed us. But the big question obviously
long
is
time.
why.
Hey, Radhika, yes,
how
long
does
time. How are you?
stand up and how the mental fortitude, as Mac has been talking about, and I think that's a real big question mark around this whole season.
Look, FCY has just been the face of Vietnam for so long already. When they first came out, they were a little late to the SAA party. They were a new addition, and you had DXG, right? You had Cerberus Esports also trying to compete, and eventually Fancy United, they just were able to show the world what they can do. I wonder if they can do the same old thing this time around. They have some of the highest highs, they also have some of the lowest lows, but from what we've seen so far, in Split 1 and Split 2, they're riding a strong wave of momentum, and that will instill so much confidence for this roster.
Okay, well, historically, you know, in FPS games, people that call a really strong mid-round and just go for the executes towards that mid-round usually works out. You know, historically, you've also got some teams that go for that later approach, but we saw one team definitely going too late, right? Going too late a few times, specific rounds, which inevitably may have cost them the series. So we know NAOS, they love aggression. They love to get right up in their face, and they either do that in the early round or just get ready and hit that go button at the mid round. And maybe I'm starting to believe that NAOS might have that bit more of an advantage. Now I'm thinking about that online, on LAN difference there. I also saw, look, NAOS, they have some very sharp mechanical individuals, but how quickly are they going to warm up? That's the question here.
It's a start, right?
I'm kind of worried for it because I'm not too sure if it's going to be quick enough, to be frank with you. A lot of times, you know, if they do go for those kind of dry peaks, that sometimes the battle just ends up becoming, they're not going to be able to outgun these guys just on a consistent basis. You have to rely on teamwork. You have to rely on the structure that they built upon, which, to be fair, they do have that still. But I want to see how it works at the end of the day.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, game is not too far away. It's coming up just after this break. Bear with us. I'm just looking, and I'm not seeing the players move at all. I'm like,
भाई ऑलमोस्ट श्वेता माइक ऑन है मोमेंट होने वाला था. क्या खा रहे हो? कौन फ्राइड राइस मॉम ने बनाया था? कौन शेजवान राइस? मेरा फेवरेट है, घर पे बनता है मेरे. Oh my God, now even want कौन मंगा ले? कौन राइस तो नहीं, कौन तो मिल ही जाएगा. फैंसी का गेम देखने में मजा आएगा. कुछ तो भलता ही करते हैं हम लोग. फैंसी किससे जीत के आया इधर वैसे? भाई अभी तक तो टेक्निकली दिन हो जाना चाहिए था ना. 11:30 से चालू हुआ, 12:30 1:30 नहीं, दिन नहीं होना चाहिए था. 2:30 अभी तक लास्ट BO3 चालू हो जाना चाहिए था. आई थिंक लेजी कौन है? अच्छा जिन भाई है क्या इसमें? जिन 𝘼𝐽𝐿, यस आई कैन, हाइजे निजी. एसेरोला, डक, एनटीके, मॉफ्क्यूट, आकाश। फर्स्ट मैप 5 आवर्स चला। हाँ यार 5 5.5 6 आवर्स चला ऑलमोस्ट, मतलब 5 आवर्स चला। अभी ब्रेक गिन के 6 घंटे। चलो देखिए क्या ये 5 मिनट का टाइमर बनता है, बढ़ेगा कि नहीं बढ़ेगा बताओ, लगाते कुछ तो। एज एन एक्स प्रोड्यूसर 100% बढ़ेगा। चलो श्रिक्स आइसक्रीम की शर्त लगाते हैं। मैं बोलता हूँ नहीं बढ़ेगा, तू बोलता है बढ़ेगा। जल्दी बोल। आई गिव यू 30 seconds टू आंसर। चलो ठीक है गाइस, अगर टाइमर नहीं बढ़ा तो श्रिक्स आइसक्रीम खिला रहा है मेरे को, देखो। ओजी के चांसेस क्या है? I'd say it's a 20% chance that they get out of the group. No, 20 नहीं, 25% chance. They have got a tough group. देखा श्रिक्स आइसक्रीम आ रही है मेरी। 54, 53, 52, 1, 0, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 1, 0, 9. OG versus bleed prediction, bleed to 1. I think एक मैप निकाल सकता है OG। जीत जाए तो अच्छा ही है। Ten, 9, 8, 7. Shrix. देख टाइमर तो नहीं बढ़ा, चाहे जो हो ना हो, बेट थी टाइमर बढ़ेगा या नहीं। टाइमर नहीं बढ़ा, एवरीथिंग एल्स डज नॉट मैटर। टाइमर बढ़ा नहीं है, ठीक है गाइस? क्या बोलते हो? वर्डिक्ट सही बोल रहा हूं ना मैं? आइसक्रीम मेरे को मिली। मैंने नहीं बोला ब्रेक टाइम होगा या नहीं, मैंने बोला टाइमर बढ़ेगा क्या? टाइमर नहीं बढ़ा। सी मतलब जो स्कैम किया ऑलमोस्ट रायट वालों ने। बॉन्ग कैसी टीम है? मैंने इतना देखा नहीं है ब्रो, तो आई एम नॉट श्योर। अब ये जो फुल लाइनअप है उन लोगों को साथ में मैंने खेलते हुए देखा नहीं है। इधर से बहुत सारी टीम को मैंने नहीं देखा है, फर्स्ट टाइम देखूंगा तो मालूम पड़ेगा। टेक्निकल पोपा जी गोइंग टू टेक्निकल ना। श्री जितना बोला ये तो लिंक भी डाल दे, पिन कर देता हूँ, थोड़ा प्लग इन कर ले अपन। कौन जीतेगा? आई थिंक NAOS 2-1। स्टील केस क्या है? चेयर है क्या? देखिए कैसी चेयर है. स्टील केस. Okay. $1,16,000 ज्यादा नहीं है गाइस, ज्यादा नहीं है गाइस. और साइट थोड़ा बग हो गया लग रहा है, पर ज्यादा नहीं है. हेलो इनविंसी. कोई स्पॉन्सर करना चाहेगा? 1,20,000 रुपए की चेयर, सॉरी 1,20,000 की चेयर. होप आर बुकिंग दैट चेयर राइट नाउ. आइसक्रीम गिवअवेज व्हेन? आइसक्रीम गिवअवे करेंगे. कॉन्टैक्ट ये बग क्यों? अच्छा यही है क्या गेमिंग चेयर? Oh, 1,30,000 only. Hey, पिन कोड डालते हैं अपना. Add to cart. Remove. कलर अच्छा, कलर चाहिए अपने को अच्छा. ओह ये मस्त है. ओह ये पीच भी मस्त है. गाइस कौन सा लग रहा है? ऑटो आयन, ऑटो स्मोक. I think blue right? Era blue nickel. Hello Sayak. Nice. Let's go for Era pink. मस्त लग रहा है guys. अच्छा card. Review card there. अरे guys क्या है ये? Please enter a valid zip code. ये क्या है?
Is it going to be NAOS? Is it going to be Fancy United? Who knows? Who knows?
अरे shit, game चालू हो गया guys. नहीं तो मैं खरीदने ही वाला था अभी.
It's going to be Fancy United, and it sounds like that the
game
players are ready to jump on into the series. It is time to welcome them to the stage. It's time to look at the maps. Hey, let's jump into the maps, huh? Yep. Beautiful. All right, well, the maps aren't too far away. We've already discussed that one for days, but you've had more chances to go back and look at the stats
so
as well. Do you think there's
for
any
the
ones
caster.
in particular that we're going to be looking at?
I've noticed that
happens हर एक लाइन के first day पे होता ही है.
First before Fracture, so that's something that if NAOS is willing to
Shrix,
actually
क्या
bring
तुमने
that
ऐसे कभी
immediately
किया है?
towards the second map, towards their map pick instead, that can be such a decider map, honestly, that NAOS can take advantage of.
I mean, if you look at kind of the way that Veto has gone here, typically for them, these two teams share a lot of the same strengths on maps. The only difference really being that Haven, but it has to be the opening ban for now, so I'm not expecting that. If they let this Haven through, that just makes me wonder what they've got in plan.
Okay, well, we
are going live, Bolte. Caster ने बोल दिया, we are not ready.
Going to play this series.
फिर caster बैठा है.
3, 2, 1, go. So we have map draft for our second game of the day.
Alex.
It's going to be NAOS versus Fancy. NAOS, you have first ban.
Our first ban is Haven.
Haven ban. Fancy, your ban.
Lotus.
Ban Lotus. NAOS, you have first pick.
Our first pick is Fracture.
First pick is Fracture. Fancy, side select. Defense. Fancy, you have map select.
Pearl.
Pick Pearl. NAOS, side select.
We're gonna pick attack instead.
Go attack. All right, NAOS, you have next ban, Ascent, Bind, Split remaining.
Third map Ascent है क्या?
We're gonna ban split.
Ban Split.
Ascent,
Final
Ascent.
ban Fancy, Ascent or Bind.
Bind.
Ban Bind, play Ascent.
Easy बोलते हैं.
And then side select NAOS.
Ascent last map, right?
Yep.
Leave that in.
All right, going to review really quick. NAOS bans Haven, Lotus ban Fancy, first pick Fracture, defense, Pearl pick for Fancy, attack for you, and then split bind, split ban, bind ban, final map Ascent, defense for you.
Yes.
All right, good luck to both teams.
So awkward, yeah, for Alex. रात के 8:30 बज रहे थाईलैंड में. लास्ट गेम के 11:30 बजे चालू होगा. Prediction 2-1 NAOS. Actually, you know what? Either 2-0 NAOS or 2-1 Fancy. ये मेरा prediction है. अगर Ascent जाता है तो Fancy जीत जाएगा. I miss the VCT champion. हाँ. I think उनके हेड में वो बहुत कूल लगा था, पर it was not that cool, guys.
And there you have it. Everyone's out on stage, everyone's ready to go, and we got those vetoes in there too. So we will, of course, be kicking this series off on Fracture of all places. Now, I saw NAOS playing a little bit of Fracture in that grand final, and they looked stellar on it. So I have a feeling it should be them probably taking this map, but what do you think Vince is going to be able to do to stop this relentless aggression that NAOS bring into the series?
You have to go back to old history here for Fancy United. All the way back in stage 1, week 1, they were running a triple initiator composition just to get by in it. But it just didn't feel as comfortable as you see from NAOS Esports. It became a ban instead. NAOS took advantage of it since they wanted to prioritize Lotus. And you notice when NAOS Esports does play Fracture, they love to pull rotations by implying presence all across the map. So it's both sides of B, both sides of A being hampered, and they try to go for the pinch.
Yeah, I'm looking at this map Veto Dax. We're starting here in Fracture, Pearl up next, and if we ever get to an Ascent on that third, and I think the longer the series goes, the better chance Fancy have. I think Ascent is where they
आप ही हमें छोड़ के चले गए रवि भाई.
Fancy United have been absolutely decimating every single competitor they've come across in their local region when it comes to Ascent. But that Pearl especially, I think, is going to be difficult. We talked about, you know, the Fracture, but they've beaten some of the best teams here on Pearl, at least for NAOS Esports, you know, in their local region, coming up against teams like 𝘼𝐼𝐍𝐿𝐴, Oasis Gaming, and the way that they're able to do that very decisively as well. So if somehow Fancy United here are able to take one map away, that is really what they need to, because they have to make this get to Ascent.
Now, talk to me about this comp as well. They're historically using this double controller. They're bringing in the KJ.
बसड़ का न्यू एपिसोड आ रहा है गाइस. तुम लोगों को बसड़ के नेक्स्ट 2 एपिसोड बता दो किसके ऊपर.
Do you think it's going to be similar on both sides of the field, or do you think Fancy United are going to bring
एक होएगा.
Fancy United has an open book right now. They haven't seen
का
it in months. They can bring out whatever the hell they like. Maybe bring and go for the neon even. But on the side of NAOS Esports,
full
Forever
fanatic
running
वही
Sky
लीजिए,
is still
दोनों
that
best of
comfort.
three,
You
best
want
of
Wits
five,
to
best of
be
three
in
है.
the fray. They felt like when they were playing that breach-based competition against Oasis Gaming in the upper
तो बस दिल
finals,
से
it was just
prediction
a little
2-1 bleed.
too slow to
Yeah,
act
2-0
against
bleed. Yeah.
contact-heavy teams. And Fancy United, well, one of the biggest examples of being a contact-heavy team.
I'm wondering, like, what comp will they have? As you talked about, they haven't pulled it out since like stage 1, week number 1. So there's definitely a lot of history here that is on now.
Paper example ने DRX downfall.
Talked about it.
Hello.
Look at that neon.
What? The Gecko? The Harbor? We got a whole world of new agent picks coming through here for now.
Oh, Bhavin,
wait, for
NAOS
NAOS?
भाई.
Hang on.
Yeah.
Wait,
Now-
they're going with that?
Yep.
They're going.
What? I thought that'd be a fancy comp. This is completely different to what they last played. So they've been cooking something up in the kitchen here.
तो guys कुछ खाने को
Fancy
लेके आया
United,
guys
though,
थोड़ा
they will
सा.
have Nizzy in
फटाफट
the front
game
line
चालू नहीं
instead, going for that Phoenix. He's always trying to play something a little bit unorthodox in these kind of regards. And Jin actually gonna go for a more stable Killjoy. So Fancy United, control is the way with Astra Viper. But I know Mac is freaking out seeing what NAOS has brought here. Sova, Gecko with Neon. What is up with that?
We got double walls for Fancy. They got the Phoenix, as you mentioned. We're off meta, up against off meta. I don't know. No one knows how this game's going to go. But look, we wanted entertainment. We wanted a good series. And here on Fracture, this is just going to be a damn fun time. Of course, look, we have seen Neo historically be a decent pick on this map. Everyone's sort of shied away from it for a little while there. But look, these walls that I'm seeing Fancy bring in, you know that they can be so strong. That double controller just has a lot of presence on the map. And if they are starting here on the defense, which it looks like they are, they should be able to control the tides of the game because they have a Sentinel as well.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised that they went with that Neon and not the Raze, where we have typically seen Mojer, when he would play Duelist, they typically be on that Raze specifically for that reason, but they put him on here now in very stark contrast to what we've come accustomed to for both teams, really, and it's going to give us, I think, one hell of an entertaining game.
Well, one hell of an entertaining game is what I want, so I'm going to kick my feet up. I'm going to run down to the green room. This game is about to begin. It's now, it's Fancy, and it is the second series of Ascension Pacific. Boys, take us into this one.
Right time पे आ गए
We
guys.
are back here, ladies and gentlemen. You got creativity on one side, you got reliability on the other. But apparently, it's NAOS Esports who decides to change up what is already written. Dax Black and Blue still with you here. And in our second series, it's the Philippines versus Vietnam. But what do you think about this composition? Look at it. Mojer's back into the front line. Ja is playing Gecko. What is going on here?
What do I think? Where do I start? I mean, there's so much on either side. We're going to have to just see for ourselves. But I'm surprised it's Ja to be put into his Gecko spot. He's going to be in a very precarious position, I think, when it actually does come out to the execute. But this round doesn't count.
Interesting. So, Fancy United, let's talk about their composition in a little bit. Looking back at their usual tendencies, they always run that Viper. They want to run the Astra right now with the double controller. And now it's here. There's the mosh pit. They're stuck over into the corner. And, well, Fancy, they're trying to aggress here just a little bit. Yes, I can. Decides to go for the frag, but Ja is there to get that takedown. Now is actually fighting back here.
Is this an actual round? I can't even tell. I would assume so, considering how they are kind of playing it out, but they're having some fun with this game here. Nizzy taking some damage. It's a 2v2 as it's
चल का है रे बाबा लाइव है कि नहीं है
way, but they still deliver to make it 2v2. Papi Chulo, though, and an old school Cypher. It's been a while to see him play that Sentinel role, especially in a single controller on Senior Carl also. This is such a different look for NAOS. Here we go with Jin trying to get that takedown, but Senior Carl still wins it anyway. And all alone now, 𝘼𝘽 in a 1v2 situation.
Is this an actual round we're playing
I'm just assuming, so we're pushing forward. And speaking of, 𝘼𝘽 doing the same thing. 1v1 for now. Papi Chulo trying to play towards main.
What is he doing?
He's doing some turns. And in the end, Fancy United will take the round in a very strange fashion for NAOS Esports.
Very strange.
I'm both
Strange
confused.
round for NAOS.
It's almost like they were signaling to Refin or something, but we're going to have to confirm that. For now, we're just going to continue on as it stands. So if it is a round to be played on out, unless we see the timer stop anytime soon, but what to extrapolate from that round? Nothing much, but maybe we can talk about the composition on a bit. And
you know Jin is good for it. They have that chance to run it on something like Fracture, where you can just snap back and get back in position, especially. But now he's still here. And look at Yes I Can clean on up.
Senior Carl. Oh, he didn't even see him. Free kill on his way. Yes, I can. Yes, he shall.
Does seem like play will resume from this point on. Jin and 𝘼𝘽 already anticipating the initial cross. 𝘼𝘽𝐴 breaks the cove especially, and he's just trying to see if there's anyone else nearby. Fancy, though, already so aggressive from the get-go for the past 2 rounds.
I mean, if they're going to play through it, why not?
Guys, मैं blank
There as well, Papi Cool on that 1v1. Why did he just, play it properly if it's going to continue on? Anyways, and 𝘼𝘽𝐴 almost even refusing to use the Bulldog. There has to be some... Are NAOS really just doing this without any real reason, just to kind of put their hope, get good, I guess, kind of emotions in the game, or they're just having fun with this?
Yeah, just maybe psych out what Fancy's doing, and 𝘼𝘽𝐴 delivers himself into his
भाई ये क्या चल रहा है भाई?
2-0 for Fancy United. We've seen though that with Fancy United's setup right now, them having that Astra still allows them to play aggressive. You add on to 𝑍𝐊𝐿𝐼's breach, and it's all about setting up what Nizzi's curveball can bring you. I know you're
I'm at a loss for words.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm looking at them like, it seems like they want to win, but it seems like also no. So it'll just play on unless there's official word, official kind of other things going on in between it. NAOS might seem to be doing this in anticipation of, or in protest of, maybe some tech issue. I don't know what's happening.
They're not even buying on up right now, and Fancy United decided to just push and take them all down. 𝘼𝘽𝐿's on the other side of the rope. He's just chilling there, honestly. He had this cute little squishy doll on top of him in the walkout, but Fancy's just... They just keep on going. They just keep on aggressing, and that's honestly expected from Fancy United. That once they have that initial setup, then they're happy to find that contact anyway.
I mean... Are you really breaking it down?
Dude, I'm just trying. I'm just trying to do my job here. But honestly,
the only kind of extrapolation we can take out of this is the compositions that they plan to bring into this, right? You got 𝘼𝘽𝐴 on that harbor, which is something we don't normally see. A lot of times you'd see the Astra, the Brimstone, the Viper, all of that. But the switch up here, I think, is really for them to try and play with the synergies of what that Gecko might have with 𝘼𝘽𝐴 on that Neon, the wingman, for that to be the planter or the diffuser in any case.
I am completely dumbfounded.
The guns up for the fight, and obviously we've seen
दो
kind
चीज
of
से
like
एक
EG,
पहला तो ये NAOS ऐसा कैसे कर सकता है और दूसरा टूर्नामेंट ऑर्गेनाइजर ऐसा अलाउ कैसे कर सकता है भाई?
Did they copy EG? No, they just had the Sova and they called it a day. But this is now gonna be Fancy United getting a bonus round here. They just go for the collapse towards the spawn. Here comes 𝘼𝘽𝐴. What can he do? Absolutely nothing. Found out, taking on down, and it's 3-0 now.
Well,
भाई मैं जब ट्यूनिंग करता हूँ वॉच पार्टी में ऐसा राउंड जाता है भाई पता नहीं क्या चालू है गॉड स्पीड ये तो मतलब अलग ही
I don't wager unless
आ
there's
रहे
a
हो
valid
फ्री हो
reason
तो आ
that
जाओ
they
टीम
would
स्पीक
replay
कोई
this. It might just have been NAOS,
बैठ के
keep those
वार्तालाप
rounds up
करते हैं
for free. But if there's a valid
और
reason,
गेम
then
दिखते हैं
there's most definitely going to be some sort of replay happening on in here. You can see they don't even care about those rounds. They're just like, yep.
I mean, it's such an out there composition, right? It's quite interesting to see NAOS like this, to say the least. And Fancy United, they were just willing to go for the push anyway. This is what you expect from a squad like this. They want to play off their initial utility and find that contact. It's pretty much their bread and butter. NAOS, what have you seen from NAOS? They were doing 360s. They were sliding into opponents, and in the end, it's just been punished again and again by Fancy United.
I mean, it's just weird because why, if they had an issue, we would call the tech pause, or it's just curious. We can only, I guess, assume right now. Surmise, create words out of thin air. Luckily for Jot, as he has a very similar playstyle setup in terms of the monitor positioning to a very famous 𝘼𝐿𝐼. These Zowie monitors will allow him to do that.
Yeah, at least he can actually bring it this time to his face. So quick little pause right here as we're sorting things out. I wonder if NAOS does want to run something else. That was the whole plan of this, because it's so out there from their usual Brimstone-based composition.
Imagine
right?
if they were doing this just because, like, oops, I picked the wrong agent.
Yeah,
or like maybe, whatever otherwise would happen.
Do we just get one of those, what are they called in English? The clackers, right?
To be fair, that already is I think, a proper noun, and so I don't think it's something to be translated. But there's basically like a native toy that is kind of like those clackers that do clack, 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 clack. And it's like a fidget toy, basically. But natively to the NAOS
टेक
esports
बॉस तो
squad.
ठीक था, ये गेम में क्या अगर अभी ये 3-0 से कंटिन्यू हुआ है,
He's amazing.
ठीक
And you know his
है,
partner.
मेरे को विश्वास ही
An
नहीं
amazing
हो रहा कि ये
Asurite.
क्या चल रहा है.
And of course, the incredible Konkmodo duo.
Yeah.
Coming up next.
Yeah.
After this
Joining
series
us.
also. They're going to be repping Bonkers versus Scars. That's true.
Amazing.
But look, Jin Susu. Oh, Bombarapa. Omen number
Seems
1.
like he has I guess Thai fans here too.
Yeah, Jin is worldwide. We talked about him a while ago, right? He played for Alpha Esports Pro.
Yeah.
With a man named Gian Sanity.
Jin and Jin Sanity.
And then he became Jin Sanity.
Oh,
right?
Well, it's definitely been incredible showing from him.
ये
the
टीम
past
स्पीक
few
यूजर
years.
आप हो क्या?
Unfortunately, I don't think this game stands just yet.
Unfortunately, I can't say the same about NAOS Esports 100%.
ये क्या नशा चल रहा है इधर?
It's been quite an interesting ride so far.
मतलब और 3 राउंड खेले भी है, उन्होंने स्ट्रीम
Everything's
पे भी
going on
दिखाए
from this
हैं,
point
सब
on.
कुछ
But
ठीक है.
of course, from what we've seen so far, Fancy
Oh my
United,
God.
this is what Fancy United stands for. Find that contact.
मैं बस
no
ये सोच
matter
रहा हूँ कि
what,
अगर
all
ये
the
ऐसे
time.
में हुआ होता तो क्या होता?
Yeah, I mean,
हाँ ना?
so far here, NAOS have been doing a lot, and what have you been doing, Mac?
Me, I walk downstairs and I walk back straight back upstairs.
मतलब आज के दिन
Look, we're
लोगों
trying to
ने
figure
या
out
तो
what's
वॉच
going
पार्टी
on
नहीं की या
downstairs,
देरी
so
से
there's a little bit of
शुरू
confusion.
की.
हाँ, मैं तो
in
first game के
multiple
बाद
regards,
किया,
it seems. So
पर-
look, we'll just figure out.
अगर
what's
first game
going
से
on there,
करते
we'll
भविन
figure out
भाई
what's
तो
going on with the game.
मैं तो आज
We'll get back
जिंदा ही
to
नहीं
you.
रहता इतना लंबा.
Straight out of the gates, just
Oh my.
complete confusion. So look.
6 बज
you
गए,
guys, like, I'm
मुझे
feeling
दूसरा
the
मैच
team
जस्ट
as well.
चालू हुआ
You
है.
know, we're just trying to figure
और
out
वो
what's
भी
going on.
पॉज हो गया है.
Started with double shock darts.
भाई मैक को करना
Onto
था
his own
बॉन्कर्स
team.
का
Yeah,
गेम भी.
and then they still almost won the round.
और
They
भाई
were
ये इतना
barely
लंबा
trying.
चल रहा है,
Yeah.
खत्म कब होगा?
It's been
और
a confusing
bonkers का
day.
body
It's been a
clock
long
सोचिए.
day, and, like, I honestly
हाँ.
at this point don't know what to
वो
say.
लोग सोच के आ रहे हैं अभी तक उनका गेम चालू होगा.
Especially for this
हाँ.
series.
Well, I'm
and,
glad I
yeah.
get to experience it with you.
भाई.
guys.
Yeah, look, I'm
It's
glad
a-
I've got someone to experience it with. Hold my hand. Hold my
Yeah.
hand. How we doing?
In solidarity.
We're here together.
Me
We
too.
must
एक
all
तो
get
फर्स्ट
along.
गेम भी
We're
3
all-
मैप
we're
फुल
doing it. Everyone watching. Hold my
ओटी
hand.
लंबा लंबा गया.
We're making it happen. We're getting there. We're getting
हाँ,
there.
फर्स्ट
But
मैच
look, yeah,
फर्स्ट मैच तो
once we know, of course,
मेरे
we'll
हिसाब
let
से
you
जाना
guys
भी
know.
हाँ.
I'll let you two
हाँ,
know.
Yeah, thank you.
था,
We
पर
know, yeah,
in
I'll-
general
I'll
मतलब
grab- look, once we're off
उन
camera,
लोग
I'll
के लिए
grab
और
some
टफ है
photos,
ना,
grab
अभी
some
11:30
photos.
बजे उनको
Appreciate that.
खेलना
I
है
know you
गेम
need a
आई
little bit
थिंक.
of extra
11:30 भी
to get through
अज्यूमिंग
this
ये
one.
गेम
I feel like there are
होए
just
तब
question
तक.
marks over
Assuming,
my head
हाँ.
now.
क्योंकि
With
ये भी 3
everything
मैच
that's gone
वाला
on
गेम
so
है.
far.
हाँ वही
And
ये
it
भी
looked
3
to
मैप
be
वाला ही गेम है. तो
that
अभी
NAOS was
8:40
thinking
हुआ है
about it,
थाईलैंड
especially
में
that
आई
second
थिंक.
round.
हाँ.
They were trying to go for the split, and then suddenly, oh yeah, this is weird. This is whack. What's going on?
Yeah, there's definitely something in the mist.
भाई इन लोग
Yeah,
कितना
and
ट्राई
then
कर रहे हैं
round
फील
three,
करने के लिए कि
वही
What's your
मेरे को
favorite
इन लोग के
part
लिए
so
बुरा
far?
लगता है कि इतना फील करेंगे और फिर
Yeah.
लोग बोलते हैं अरे
It's the
रेपिटेटिव हो
action.
रहा है ये हो रहा
I
है
got
वो हो रहा है.
downstairs
अरे
and
भाई
everyone else was like, do you know what's
उनका
happening?
भी
आदमी के
सोचो
पास-
अभी क्या
It's like
करेंगे.
game's life. Yeah.
मटेरियल आदमी सोच के आता है
हाँ.
प्रिपेयर करके आता
My favorite
हाँ
part, that's
स्टैंड अप
probably
स्टैंड
has
अप
to be
कॉमिक
the
भी इतना नहीं
confusion
बोल
Twitch
पाएगा,
chat that I
तुम्हारी
can
उम्मीद
feel
ऐसी है.
हाँ.
100%.
Yeah, I can feel it. I don't have to read it. I can tell.
Man, it's not just Twitch chat. It's every
Right.
single broadcast from
Yeah.
this
नहीं
news
होगा.
broadcast to
10:40
all the
हो रहे उधर
rebroadcasts.
ऑस्ट्रेलिया
They're
में.
just like,
अरे भाई ऑस्ट्रेलिया से थोड़ी खेल रहे हैं उन लोग
Yeah,
पर.
Interesting.
I wonder what the Vietnamese and the Filipino broadcast.
कल 11:30 बजे स्ट्रीम होगा डेफिनेटली गाइस.
What if
कल
they
मैं
just want
ओजी
a handicap
वर्सेस
approach,
ब्लीड
you know,
स्ट्रीम
they just
करूंगा.
expect to be the favorites here, so like you can have a couple of
अगर गॉड स्पीड आप फ्री हो तो आ जाओ.
We'll play
हाँ,
catch up
मैं भी
later.
Just give him a head start.
Yeah.
करूंगा
स्ट्रीम करने वाले हो.
Interesting approach.
कल ब्लीड की जर्सी पहन के
Stakes on the line.
With,
like, yeah.
with you know the lead
कल
in
मैं
front of
माथे
us,
पे ओजी का
basically,
स्टिकर
kinda not
लगा
the right
दूंगा.
time to do so, given it's the group stage, and every
Hypothetical
single match
sticker.
should matter.
तो ये
I
वो
hope these rounds,
स्कूल में
to
नहीं
be
होते थे
honest,
डिबेट्स
No,
हाँ.
pros
and cons.
How
हाँ.
they like to have fun. I almost
Well,
have
I-
to believe that they were
मेरे
legitimately
को
doing
pros and
that in
cons
the
में
first round. Just have fun, let
2003
them
वर्ल्ड
get the
कप में
opening
फेवरेट
whistle
कौन
and
थे?
do something else.
So from the small sample size that
Australia?
we got,
आप फिर
in
भी
terms
इंडिया
of
को सपोर्ट
competition
करते थे
from
ना?
that pistol round,
Yeah.
हाँ.
which
ये वही वाला
Asian
हिसाब है अभी
competition
बस.
do you like better?
नहीं
पल
नहीं वो
मानो.
नहीं मैं बोल रहा हूँ कि जैसे प्रोज एंड कॉन्स नहीं था कि एक दिन को एक
Oh,
साइड
yeah,
लेना
yeah,
था
I'm
दूसरे का
giving you
दूसरा
one
साइड.
round
हाँ.
sample size.
वैसे
वैसे
मैं
करना.
ब्लीड का जर्सी
On the spot. Go Dax, you're on the spot.
Honestly, I have to agree as well. I think Fancy have a more
Overtime पे तो मिलेगा ही.
sense on paper, but obviously it comes down to how you actually
देखो
play.
क्या है ना गाइस, मैं बोलता मैं ओजी का जर्सी पहन लूंगा, पर अगर मैं पहन लिया ना, जी के जितने भी लोग हैं ना बोलेंगे तूने 4 साल में हमारी जर्सी गिन के 10-15 बार पहनी है, तो ओजी की जर्सी पहनना चाहता है, समझ रहे हो? वहां से हंटर आएंगे। नाइस वीडियो, थैंक यू इमाद भाई, काफी मेहनत की है।
For most of today, it's been interesting because we've seen.
वैसे आई थिंक पता है एक बहुत ही अच्छा मर्च का आइडिया है, इनको वो बैंडानास निकालने चाहिए इंडियन टीम्स को।
हाँ
इजियर टू वेयर भी है, जो भी फैन कहीं पे भी जाए किसी को भी सपोर्ट कर सकता है, बैंडाना बस पहना।
और गुंडे तो अंदर से है ही सब।
हाँ और औरंगुटन वाला एक्चुअली बैंडाना अच्छा भी लगेगा दिखने में कलर वाइज।
ऑरेंज कलर के वैसे भी बहुत लोग बंडाना पहनते हैं।
हाँ
और कोई चीज को सपोर्ट करने के लिए, नॉट टेकिंग एनी नेम्स।
It's converted to a round. No. So, do you think we're going to see that trend continue? Totally. I mean, I've even heard.
आज सीए फाउंडेशन का एग्जाम था।
Talk about the same thing where there's some teams that have
आगे का प्लान सीसी अब नहीं ब्रो, सीसी नहीं। मैं एक दिन विस्तार में बैठ के समझाऊंगा तुम लोगों को मैंने क्यों रिटायर किया, क्या आगे करना है, क्या मुझे लगता है कि इंडिया में फ्यूचर है, जो सब मेरे पर्सनल ओपिनियन है सब मैं बताऊंगा तुम लोगों को। कोच नहीं अभी भी कोच भी नहीं अभी के लिए नहीं। अगर ऐसा होता तो मैं खेल ही लेता। अगर कोच ही करना है इंडिया में तो खेल ही लेता ना।
एग्जैक्टली।
They've dealt with this kind of situation before in their own local stages, that they have to deal with being a man down, and they still find a way to either outmuscle or outsmart the competition.
कास्टर शादी एक चीज ना भूलता हूँ 10 चीज आ जाती है तुम्हारी। अरे बोल रहा सब कुछ बताऊंगा मैं भाई। देखो अगर शॉर्ट में बताऊं तो मैं बस लॉन्ग टर्म फ्यूचर का सोच के कर रहा हूँ, डेवलपिंग अ फ्यू मोर लाइफ स्किल्स। ऐसा नहीं था कि मुझे खेलना नहीं था या मैं खेल नहीं सकता था या खेलने की अपॉर्चुनिटीज नहीं थी, बट फॉर माई फ्यूचर आई डिसाइडेड दिस वाज द बेस्ट टाइम टू मूव ऑन टू समथिंग एल्स। अभी लॉन्ग आंसर जानना है तो थोड़ा रुकना पड़ेगा, क्या क्यों, उसमें बहुत सारी चीजें आती है।
Jai used to lift quite a bit.
Are you using the pictures just to figure out who has the best tone?
Yeah, basically.
I don't think anyone's seen Mac though.
Yeah, no,
like so far, Mac has been the most muscly man I've seen in Thailand, basically.
As a whole?
Yeah.
Wow.
It works out.
I'll take that.
I'll take that. I'll take that.
It's a mustache power. It gives
to be fair, we haven't been too
देखो गाइस एंड में ना
once Conky gets onto the desk, he's the man that's been
जीवन में आगे जाके कुछ करना है अलग भी। मतलब ऐसा नहीं है कि e-sport पसंद नहीं, e-sport सबसे पहला प्यार है, पर ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए कि कुछ और नहीं सीखो लाइफ में। Not leaving G right now.
The food has been amazing.
I am with G.
I'm so hungry right now. I'm gonna go grab a bite to eat. Sorry guys, we're going to another break. Game coming up just after this.
कैसा है मृदुल? अदिति हेलो बोल रही है। हेलो भाभी, कैसे हो आप? जो भी करो वी विल ऑलवेज सपोर्ट। थैंक यू वत्सल ब्रो। भाई वापस ब्रेक चला गया। मुझे तो लग रहा है बॉन्कर्स के गेम तक व्यूअर्स ही बोल देंगे बंद कर दो।
बड़ी बात नहीं है पोस्टपोन हो जाए तो।
हाँ आई थिंक पोस्टपोन ही करना चाहिए उनको, पर कब करेंगे? सुबह 8:30 बजे?
हाँ करना ही पड़ेगा।
मैं तो ऐसा कोई दिन है क्या जब भी 2 ही गेम्स है?
नहीं, एक सेकंड चेक करता हूँ।
चेक कर रहा हूँ।
आई थिंक सो शो मैच वाले दिन कर सकते हैं ना। हाँ जुलाई 4 को है, जुलाई 4 को 2 गेम है और शो मैच है।
हाँ पर 4 जुलाई को बॉन्कर्स का ऑलरेडी एक गेम है ना, तो उनको ऐसा दिन देखना पड़ेगा जब स्कार्स का भी एक गेम है ऑलरेडी।
स्कार्स का भी एक गेम है और 2 जुलाई को नहीं है दोनों का गेम।
या तो 5th को करना पड़ेगा, पर 5th के लिए उन्होंने स्टूडियो तो बुक किया नहीं होगा वो।
आई थिंक सो स्टूडियो तो बुक रहेगा ही।
नहीं आई थिंक फाइनल्स के लिए अलग बड़ा बुक किया रहेगा।
हो सकता है, पर एक रिजर्व डे ये लोग लेके चलते हैं एसेंशियल में जनरली।
हाँ
And it would mean so much for them to have an extra team represent their region, and this time it's going to be Scars who has that shot.
It's really interesting because they're one of the other teams that plays a double duelist composition, and think about how they play off of that aggression. Jemkin is one of those players who has so many first kills and incredibly high ACS. Just in that grand finals alone against 𝐼𝐽𝙊𝐻, he racked up over 100 kills.
You know, while, like you mentioned, a lot of people...
What do you think about the Bonkers team?
Maybe even household names like Crazy Raccoon or Fennel that would represent Japan, Still, I think it's maybe good news for the region that
क्या आप मेरे को पूछ रहे हो?
हाँ आपको पूछ रहा हूँ क्या लगता है?
मेरे को लगा आप चैट
नहीं नहीं हाँ मैं आई नो मैं वैसा साउंड किया कि मैं ऐसे पढ़ के बोल रहा हूँ।
आई थिंक बॉन्कर्स में पोटेंशियल है बट दिक्कत ये हो गई ना कि दे डिडंट हैव बैकिंग, तो वो लोग साइमल्टेनियसली टूर्नामेंट प्रैक के साथ साथ अपने ऑल्टरनेट जॉब्स और वो सब भी कर रहे थे, सो उनका प्रिपरेशन उतना अच्छा नहीं है जितना वो चाहेंगे।
समझा। आपने तो उनको कोच किया तो बात तो किया होगा ना बीच बीच में?
मतलब हाँ हमने स्क्रिम्स भी किए उनके साथ अभी इस बार, और मतलब टीम बहुत अच्छी है बट द प्रॉब्लम इज कि अगर आप देखोगे अभी जो ग्रैंड फाइनल्स के पहले अपर फाइनल्स था उसमें उन्होंने नर्ड पॉइंट से हारा भी है।
अच्छा हाँ हाँ 2-1 हारे थे, 2-0 हारे थे
हाँ 2-0 शायद। तो दिक्कत वो है कि इट्स नॉट बिकॉज दे आर नॉट कि मतलब नॉट पॉइंट इज बेटर और समथिंग, नॉट पॉइंट ने इम्प्रूव किया है बट इट्स मोर डाउन टू द फैक्ट कि वो लोग कमिट नहीं कर सकते फुल टाइम, सो दे आर हैविंग टू डू साइमल्टेनियस जॉब्स, रियल लाइफ जॉब्स एज वेल, क्योंकि थोड़ा गलत है मतलब
अगेन मतलब इट्स हार्ड टू फोकस फुल टाइम ऑन इट अगर रोजी रोटी नहीं आ रही है तो।
हाँ इट्स इसीलिए तो मैं बोलता हूँ कि साउथ एशिया इज वेरी प्रिविलेज्ड, मतलब वी टेक थिंग्स फॉर ग्रांटेड।
भाई मैं पता नहीं बोल सकता हूँ नहीं बोल सकता हूँ पर जाने दो। आजकल के जितना मैंने सुना है कुछ यंगस्टर स्टार्टिंग सैलरी ऐसी मांगते हैं जितनी मेरे को 8 साल प्रोफेशनली खेलने के बाद मिली थी जी में लास्ट में, वो भी सब कुछ जीतने के बाद उतनी लोग स्टार्टिंग सैलरी मांगते हैं विदाउट एनी अचीवमेंट, विदाउट एनीथिंग।
मतलब आई हैव नोन पीपल जिन्होंने स्क्रिम्स के बेसिस पे सैलरी ज्यादा मांगी है, स्क्रिम रिजल्ट्स के बेसिस पे।
दबा के रख जहर ब्रो, अरे बच्चे मृदुल नहीं आ पाऊंगा रे फर्स्ट सेकंड को, पर हाँ स्क्रिम्स के बेसिस पे लोग सैलरी अगर मांगते रहे तो मैं तो हंस दूंगा मुंह पे।
सर मांगते हैं, मेरे को तो ऐसा पता है मांगते हैं और सब
हाँ हाँ सॉरी बोलो
और सबसे बड़ी बात ये है कि यहाँ पे मिनिमम 15 टीम्स तो होंगी जो सैलरी पे करती हैं, मतलब हो सकता है ज्यादा सैलरी नहीं पे करती, ज्यादा सैलरी सिर्फ 8 ही टीम्स 10 टीम पे करती है ये जो नॉर्मल सैलरीज है, पर अगर देखा जाए तो खुद सैलरी पे करती है 15 टीम्स।
मैं एक बात बोलूं, अभी 8 टीम जो है ना वो फिर भी हमारे टीम से ज्यादा कमाते थे, कमा रहे हैं अभी विदाउट विनिंग एनीथिंग। क्या बात है।
और इधर देखिए बॉन्कर्स जो टीम है पिछले बार भी they were very close to going into playoffs again without any मतलब support। पिछली बार जब जीते थे the only reason they lost is because they lost 3 5v3s in the last 3 rounds।
हाँ देखा मैंने वो बहुत बिजी हो गया साले। अरे वॉच पार्टी करना है भाई मृदुल, तेरे सामने बैठ के अभी कर रहा हूँ।
So I feel bad for Bonk, खासकर OC region, because OC region is a very talented region। I think वहाँ पे अगर 2-3 ऑग्स भी जाए ना तो वो रीजन बहुत जल्दी डेवलप कर सकता है।
प्रॉब्लम ये है ना ब्रो, सस्टेनेबिलिटी कितना है क्या है। अभी जो टीम लीग तक पहुंच सकती है या जिनके पास बहुत डीप पॉकेट्स है ठीक है, पर अगर नहीं तो सस्टेनेबिलिटी कितना है वो भी डिपेंड करता है, लॉन्ग गेम क्या है तुम्हारा उसके ऊपर। हाँ स्टार्टिंग में तो पैसा बहुत ज्यादा नहीं वाले,
ऑब्वियसली बर्न बहुत होगा। और सबसे बड़ी बात ये है कि ओस में कॉस्ट ऑफ लिविंग बहुत ज्यादा हाई है।
हाँ
तो एक तो बूट कैंप आपको पर्थ में करना पड़ेगा, आप कहीं और नहीं कर सकते, बस पर्थ से ही पिंग अच्छी है, सिंगापुर में 70 पिंग मिलती है।
हाँ
तो सिंगापुर सर्वर्स भी अगर स्क्रिम करना है तो पर्थ में ही बूट कैंप करना पड़ेगा। और हालांकि रेंट सरप्राइजिंगली बहुत सस्ता है अच्छे घरों का।
अच्छा
हाँ अच्छे घरों का, लाइक यू कैन गेट 3 स्टोरी 2 स्टोरी बहुत पूरा एकदम सब कुछ फर्निश्ड घर फॉर वेरी चीप।
इंडिया के कंपैरिजन में लाख 1.5 लाख
2 लाख
2 लाख
पर वो जिस लेवल का है उस लेवल का इंडिया में।
अच्छा फुल्ली फर्निश्ड बोला आपने? हाँ
फुल्ली फर्निश्ड, पूरा प्राइवेट गार्डन, ये वो सब कुछ, मतलब जाना नहीं पड़ेगा कहीं, पूरा प्राइवेट एरिया पूरा।
उतना तो लोग भरते ही है इंडिया में भी, 1.5-2 लाख तो रेंट होता ही है।
हाँ पर सैलरीज मेन दिक्कत है, तो वहां पे अगर एक प्लेयर को फुल टाइम खेलना है तो मिनिमम 2000 यूएसडी देना पड़ेगा हर एक प्लेयर को।
जाने दो, मैं भी कुछ बोलूंगा नहीं। ये वाला ये सैलरी वाला सीन अपने गेम में भी हो रहा है। फ्रेश 16 साल के छोकरा नीड 1 लाख सैलरी।
समझ रहा हूँ मैं, बट मैं और के पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से इसलिए बोल रहा हूँ क्योंकि वहां पे कोई अपसाइड नहीं है। एटलीस्ट ऐसे में आपके पास थोड़ा अपसाइड है।
हाँ।
वहां पे कोई अपसाइड नहीं है। आपको सोशल्स में आपको फिर वैसे प्लेयर्स लेने पड़ेंगे जो सोशेबल हैं। और दैट इज अ वेरी बिग रीजन कि ओस की जो बड़ी ऑर्ग्स है वो नहीं आ रही है वैलोरेंट में।
हाँ,
बिकॉज दे नो कि कंटेंट इज द ओनली वे फॉरवर्ड। अब कंटेंट इज द ओनली वे फॉरवर्ड में दिक्कत क्या है कि जो बंदे हैं वो बहुत ही ऑब्वियसली वी आर नर्ड्स, मतलब सोशली ऑकवर्ड हैं हम बाय डिफॉल्ट। तो वो कल्चर डेवलप होने में टाइम लगेगा। नहीं तो देयर आर सम वंडरफुल ऑर्ग्स। ऑर्डर को छोड़ के चीफ्स है, पावर बोल के, पावर इज द बेस्ट ऑर्ग पॉसिबली। अगर पावर आ गई तो आई कैन गारंटी कि ओस की जो टीम बनेगी वो एक ऐसी टीम बनेगी जो टॉप 4 मिनिमम होगी।
नहीं, उन लोग ने तो they wanted a league slot, right? They were trying for it जब ऑर्डर का सीन हो गया।
हाँ, वो they were trying, उनको नहीं मिला। But I'm saying कि ओस में इतना टैलेंट है कि they can make a roster that will instantly be top 4 in Ascension।
वो तो है, उनके पास पैसा भी बहुत है, पावर भी बहुत है।
हाँ, literally।
किसके साथ बात कर रहे हैं बच्चे? मैं गॉडस्पीड के साथ बात कर रहा हूँ। बजाज भाई, मीठी आवाज है आपकी। अच्छा गॉडस्पीड, एक सवाल है, व्हाट हैपेंड इन गॉड्स रेन इन स्प्लिट 2? जो इतना बता सकते हो स्ट्रीम पे, व्हाट वेंट रॉन्ग अकॉर्डिंग टू यू?
एवरीथिंग। एवरीथिंग।
दर्द वाला एवरीथिंग लग रहा है, इसके बारे में बाद में बात करते हैं।
बहुत दर्द वाला भवन भाई। आप अगर मेरा इंस्टाग्राम प्रोफाइल देखोगे, मैं इंस्टाग्राम को 6 महीने से हाथ नहीं लगाया हूँ।
हाँ।
और अभी सिर्फ स्टोरीज में रील्स डालता रहता हूँ इमोशनल वाले।
लाइफ ऑफ सीसी भाविन मसाला एक्सट्रैक्टर को, अरे भाई इसके लिए मैंने बोला भाई जो स्ट्रीम पे बता सकते हो उतना ही बोलो, मैंने नहीं बोला कि सब बोलो।
हाँ, और नहीं तो एक काम करते हैं, म्यूट करने वाला वो कर देते हैं।
फिर बच्चा तड़पेगा उधर, बच्चा बोलेगा बता, बाद में फोन आएगा मेरे को स्ट्रीम के बाद।
बट हाँ, हुआ था, मतलब देयर वाज अ पॉइंट जहाँ पे समझ में आ गया था कि नहीं जीत सकते।
अच्छा, बिफोर द इवेंट कंप्लीटेड।
हाँ, बट आई मीन इसमें किसी एक जन की गलती नहीं।
अच्छा, हाँ वो तो ऑब्वियसली इट्स नेवर एक ही चीज से नहीं होता है।
हाँ।
ऐसे बच्चे का मैसेज है, आधा मसाला तो मिल गया है मुझे बजाज भाई, पता है ना किधर से?
हाँ हाँ पता है।
किधर से? कौन है ये मसाला प्रोवाइडर?
वही पेरेनियल।
अच्छा ओके, मैं नाम लेने वाला था ऑलमोस्ट। गॉडस्पीड भाई, मोर पावर टू यू। पार्टी में और कौन है? कौन सी पार्टी भाई? वॉच पार्टी में और गॉडस्पीड है। काश पार्टी होती वॉच पार्टी की जगह।
हाँ
चलो गॉडस्पीड भाई, हम टीम बनाते हैं। पर अगर वो होता तो भी आई डोंट थिंक कुछ डिफरेंट होता, जैसा आप बोल रहे हो। अगर
बहुत कुछ डिफरेंट होता।
हाँ,
उसी चीज को लेके तो हुआ है।
अच्छा, जितना मुझे सुनने में आया थोड़ा बहुत कि अच्छा वो भी अब ठीक है, मिर्च मसाला लगा के सुनने में आया होगा मुझे।
हो सकता है स्ट्रीम के बाद बताइएगा, मैं
हाँ
आपको कंफर्म कर दूंगा।
हाँ। ओजी रियलिस्टिक चांसेस कितने? 20-25% है ग्रुप से निकलने के, ब्लीड से जीतने के 10% बोलूंगा, ब्लीड से एक मैप जीतने के 50% बोलूंगा। आईजीएल पे ही ढकलते हैं सब। मैं तो आजकल बोलता हूँ भाई, देखो तुमने मारा ना तो तुम्हारे स्किल पे मारा, और अगर हारे ना तो आईजीएल के खराब कॉल्स पे, ऐसा बात खत्म। सीधा हिसाब है इंडिया में, इतने सालों में ये तो मैं सीख गया हूँ, चाहे कुछ भी कर लो अप्रिसिएशन नहीं मिलना
हाँ,
है।
आईजीएल को अप्रिसिएशन कभी नहीं मिलता,
कभी नहीं मिलती है, वो समझ चुका हूँ मैं, तो वो अब बुरा भी नहीं लगता है।
आपके स्टैट्स कम होंगे, स्टैट्स हिट होंगे, आपको एक्स्ट्रा वर्क करना पड़ेगा, एक्स्ट्रा टाइम देना पड़ेगा, खुद के लिए टाइम कम बचेगा।
वो सब थोड़ी दिखता है अभी, वो मतलब ऐसा दिखने में क्या आता है, अरे -10 पे बैठा है, चूतिया प्लेयर है। एक जमाना ऐसा भी था जब हम आईजीएल नहीं करते थे, हम भी +28 +30 पे बैठे होते थे, ठीक है। दिखाता हूँ एक गेम, दिखाता हूँ।
क्यूब 38
एक्चुअली नहीं दिखा सकता, वो दूसरे एफपीएस टाइटल का है, तो बाद में दिखाऊंगा।
अच्छा, हम बोल नहीं सकते ना।
हाँ आईजीएल इज ओवररेटेड इफ यू आर पीआरएक्स। भाई यही बात हो गई ना, डिफेंडर्स आर ओवररेटेड इफ यू आर मेसी। बात तो यही हो गई। चौदह घंटे की स्ट्रीम होगी 3 सीरीज के लिए, और बिफोर तुम लोग मेसी वर्सेस रोनाल्डो टर्फ वॉर चालू कर दो, मैं फुटबॉल में नूब हूँ, मेरे को दोनों ही पसंद है, ठीक है। पीछे कौन है? कोई नहीं है बाबा।
किसी ने लिखा है मिलती अप्रिसिएशन, एफएनएस एंड बोस्टर आर गुड एग्जांपल्स।
बेस्ट आईजीएल आफ्टर यू बोस्टर। नहीं नहीं भाई, मैं इतना बड़ा आदमी नहीं हूँ, बोस्टर वर्ल्ड का बेस्ट आईजीएल है।
बट इनको पता है कि सबसे ज्यादा गालियां एफएनएस को ही पड़ती है जब भी एनआरजी हारती है।
हाँ वही होता है ना, देख जब जीते तो ओ माय गॉड आर्टिस, ओ माय गॉड ये, जब हारे एफएनएस चूती है। सपोर्ट को कौन से गेम में इज्जत मिली है आज तक? सवाल वो है, कोई गेम में नहीं। ऐसा नहीं बोल, कुछ लोग होते हैं जो अप्रिशिएट करते हैं, ठीक है। मेजॉरिटी लोग होते हैं जिनको घंटा नहीं फर्क पड़ता, ना समझ आता है।
मेजॉरिटी लोग को गेम ही नहीं,
हाँ वही समझ ही नहीं आता।
हाँ
क्या लगता है फनाटिक को कौन रोक सकते हैं एट दिस पॉइंट? आई थिंक ईजी ही रोक सकती है। ईजी बहुत अच्छा खेली एक्चुअली इन टर्म्स ऑफ स्ट्रेटेजिक गेम प्ले, जैसे उन लोग खेल रहे थे। पूरा नहीं देखा है, अभी देखूंगा मैं, पर जितने मैंने देखे गेम्स, अभी मैं डीआरएक्स वाला गेम वापस देख रहा था, डीआरएक्स ईजी क्या मस्त खेला ईजी। कुछ चीजें, कुछ कॉल्स, सटल चीजें भी बहुत, मतलब एक सटल चीज मैं तुम लोग को बताता हूँ, ठीक है। एक राउंड में तो मैंने नोट डाउन किया था, वो अभी याद नहीं है, पर एक डीआरएक्स
Basically just being a strategic
Microphone
teammate.
muted.
Expect Ethan Joy
Microphone
set up.
activated.
Door factor.
Microphone muted. Microphone activated.
Was watched for. Nobody anchoring towards the back, so they'll be able to get that plan.
अच्छा ईजी का अटैक में था वो।
Towards mid. See if they can take. No chance. It's like they're playing with.
One can play, and vibes not be immaculate when. But to be
Microphone
right, oh, that's just
Microphone
that's
muted.
why not? Out of a when.
Microphone activated. Muted. Microphone activated.
End up being
Microphone muted. Microphone activated.
Farabi spike dropped into the.
कौन सा राउंड था मेरे को याद करना है गाइस, बहुत इंसेन था वो चीज, मतलब बहुत छटल डिटेल था, मेजॉरिटी लोगों ने मिस भी किया होगा।
They didn't expect to be in a right. Oh, we managed that. That's phenomenal. They think they're not something started.
Over the top was
think
knocked
he
down.
ran
Those
there.
one in that lower position. You're talking about it. Time to
Microphone
significant
muted.
damage here to the economy. Attack.
फन के लिए CS खेलने वाला है कि नहीं? नहीं नहीं
Over the top was
इवेंट नहीं खेलूंगा मैं CS.
always an idea thrown into the mix. Anything to
Microphone activated.
On.
Microphone muted.
Could well be an economic swing.
Microphone
roll.
activated.
Set up
Microphone
in the round.
activated. Microphone muted.
Right
Microphone
in. On A,
activated.
sure.
Microphone muted.
Catch the right
Microphone
now.
A bit
activated.
of a backslide.
Microphone muted.
On any of the target
Microphone
attempts.
activated.
This is eaten up.
Microphone muted.
Nowadays, like to hit, tweeted out.
Stuff in. They have
Microphone
Forex players.
activated. Microphone
Really
activated.
good.
Muted. Microphone activated. Microphone
Definitely
muted.
sort of
Microphone activated.
Lockdowns there.
So there's going
Microphone
to be
muted.
all over to be the flex.
Microphone
Right.
activated.
Yeah,
Microphone muted.
This is 40 seconds.
Microphone
I mean,
activated.
10 seconds remain.
Microphone
Denied.
muted.
You can.
Time might be a problem.
Microphone
but
activated.
That ra-
Microphone muted. Microphone activated.
isn't even active. It's being watched for. Demon 1!
Microphone muted.
One will
Microphone
swap weapons
activated.
with Boostio in order to entry for them too. So that
Microphone muted.
Smoke dropped down at a choke point just to fake like it could be walking through.
previous
Microphone
round.
activated.
ये राउंड था तो
necessarily slow him down on the attack.
अभी देखो गाइस, मैं तुम लोग को समझाता हूँ कि मेरे को क्या लगा ये राउंड से. ठीक है, ये मिड पिक इसने कर दिया जो भी था. ठीक है, उसके बाद बीमेन आया, टरेट तोड़ा. ठीक है, शॉट लिया, स्मोक डाला, पीछे जाते जाते रिलोड किया है.
Some util.
ठीक है,
Smoke dropped down.
अभी इसको कैसे बोलूं कि ऑब्वियस फेक किया उसने कि स्मोक डाला अपना, तो किसी को लग सकता है वो क्रॉस किया रहेगा राइट में, पर ऑब्वियस फेक किया उसने कि नहीं मैं नहीं गया हूँ राइट में और रिलोड करके पीछे हो रहा है. ठीक है, तो अभी तक ओवर रोटेशन नहीं ड्रॉ आउट हुआ है वो चीज की वजह से. पर एक चीज का फर्क है कि इन लोगों के पास वाइन्स का इन्फो है. अगर ये नहीं होता ना तो ये एक छोटा सा फेक इन्फो से ऐसा हो सकता क्या कि वो लोग 3 A की तरफ खेले या एक सिटी में ही खेले और ये 2 A की तरफ खेले और अकेला उसको भी छोड़ दे. क्योंकि ये तो किल जो है ना वो क्या इन्फो देगा, अरे स्मोक डाला है ऐसे ही कुछ कर नहीं रहा है, पीछे जा रहा है रिलोड करते करते. समझ रहे हो क्या मतलब? बहुत छोटा सा चीज है. माइक्रोफोन म्यूटेड तो गेम के किधर माइक्रोफोन म्यूटेड?
नहीं आवाज आ रही है.
हाँ राइट. हाँ तो ऐसा मेरा थिंकिंग है वो. ठीक है कि उसने वो किया है तो वो ऑब्वियस फेक है, पर वो डाउट डाल देता है सामने वाले प्लेयर के दिमाग.
And there you go. There's that weapon swap I was talking about. Demon 1 picks up the Vandal. Boostio up in. 30 seconds, not even.
It's running short. Buzz has to be the difference, doesn't he? Recon dart to the side. That's dealt with. Over the top, he's being supported. Has to deal with it. And he does break it. Smoke to dash through into it. Can Buzz get anything done here? Has to anchor it as the player. Adjust with the aim. Only the one. Inside the nade, RB.
वो प्ले का वैल्यू निकला क्या? लेकिन कुछ हाँ निकल सकता था. देख अगर सोवा पहले ही आता, बीमेन के अंदर रिकॉन मारता तो दोनों ऑलरेडी पीछे हो गए थे, तो उनको लगता कि अच्छा बी तो नहीं आ रहे. ऑब्वियस मतलब इधर एक लेयर ऑफ फेक था कि वो स्मोक करके पीछे हो गया, रिलोड करते करते अलार्म बोर्ड लगा हुआ है उनका. सोवा आके अगर रिकॉन मारता, उन लोग देखते बीमेन क्लियर है तो फटाक से सब ए स्टैक कर देते. ये इन लोग का वाइन्स पे इन्फो था करके इन लोग ओवर रोटेट नहीं किए. पर अगर ऐसा होता कि जनरली क्या होता है, सोवा रिकॉन मारता या कुछ इन्फो नाइफ आता या कुछ होता तो उनको इन्फो मिलता कि बीमेन क्लियर है और उन्होंने ए की तरफ स्टैक करने भागते. और ये ऑब्वियस भी कर दिया ना इसने, स्मोक करके पीछे आते आते रिलोड किया. पर ऐसा नहीं हुआ. मतलब ऑब्वियसली उनका स्वाइन्स इन्फो था, पर इन अ डिफरेंट वर्ल्ड आई एम सेइंग कि उनका थॉट प्रोसेस उतना अच्छा है.
हाँ मतलब अगर कहीं पे भी कुछ भी होता भविन भाई तो हो सकता था. मिड का लैम्बोट अगर टूटा हुआ रहता.
हाँ वही ना, तो वो या तो मिड का लंबा टूटा रहता है या तो वो वाइन्स का इन्फो मतलब बीमेन का कंट्रोल डिनाई करते. तो फिर क्या होता है, वो बीमेन पे रिकॉन या कुछ तो कुछ करते ही इन्फो के लिए या पुश करते, और इन लोग सब पीछे बैठे हैं तो रिकॉन से स्पॉट नहीं होंगे. अगर पुश हुआ तो पनिश कर देंगे.
अगर अलार्म बोर्ड टूटा रहता तो सोवा हिलता ही नहीं.
हाँ NA एंड एपैक टीम, NA एंड यू जैसा एपैक टीम कप क्यों नहीं जीत पाते हैं? आई थिंक समथिंग के साथ अगर जाते तो शायद जीत सकते थे पेपर एक्स, शायद. आई एम नॉट सेइंग कि जीतते, बट आई थिंक वी विल बी देयर सून. DRX का पता नहीं, काफी खराब परफॉर्मेंस हुआ था, बट आई थिंक दे विल बाउंस बैक.
DRX के साथ तो क्लासिक केस हुआ।
एक और राउंड दिखाता हूँ गाइस तुम लोग को, इन लोग का क्या बाप खेले।
पर आपको नहीं लगता EG का हो गया?
क्या हो गया?
आई थिंक अब EG का पीक था ये।
हाँ अभी तो सब लोग they'll be ready for EG।
हाँ बस ये पीक था।
अभी नेक्स्ट स्टेप रहेगा कि can they adapt or not, like Fnatic did, right?
हाँ।
पर एक ये राउंड जो इंसेन खेले ना उन लोग।
Also aware of including attacking Global Esports where we saw them get the win yesterday.
This bonus, rifle
Brimstone ult वाला राउंड है वो।
Particularly want to prioritize, has to do
up here, looking for answers. But I can't quite.
𝘼𝐼𝐍𝐿𝐒, but
We've heard Bombs reach.
no one even used
Ah,
a
yeah,
rifle.
Yeah, not as well.
TRX pulls something 2 matches, 1.5.
We're breaking a mic.
और एक और एंटी को राउंड भी था वो भी। ये ड्रोन करते हैं, ड्रोन टैग किया, स्टन, अल्ट और ये साइड नेड। तो अगर वो बाहर भी आ रहा है ना तो वो नेड खाएगा, अंदर जा रहा है तो अल्ट खाएगा, करे तो क्या करे? करे तो क्या करे आदमी? LCQ कभी है जुलाई में, जी का गेम आई थिंक 17 जुलाई को। भाई ये इन्फॉर्मेशन पब्लिक है ना?
हाँ 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 हाँ, विकिपीडिया पे है गाइस।
हाँ है ना, हाँ बस तो फिर मैं कुछ भी बोल सकता हूँ।
हाँ
मतलब मेरे को तो 1.5 महीने से मालूम है, 1 महीने से, मतलब जब से आया है इन्फॉर्मेशन 1 महीने से आई थिंक, पर बोल नहीं सकता मैं। आगे का भी देखता हूँ कितना इन्फॉर्मेशन पब्लिक है। अच्छा LCQ का दिखाया नहीं है।
विकिपीडिया पे है, इस पे नहीं है।
हाँ मैचेस, अपकमिंग मैचेस दिखाएगा ना? नहीं
हाँ अपकमिंग में दिखाना चाहिए।
और
नहीं दिखा रहा,
देखते ना LCQ
ऐसे नहीं होगा, उस मतलब उधर जाके करना पड़ेगा।
आ गया टूर्नामेंट्स में आ गया। नहीं आया अब तक। ब्रैकेट्स किधर है?
ब्रैकेट्स आ चुके हैं नीचे, यहाँ तक हटा दिया इन्होंने।
हाँ
लाए तो थे, मैंने देखा था ब्रैकेट्स।
किसके सामने था हम लोग का गेम ब्रैकेट्स के हिसाब से? मेरे को पता है, मैं बताऊंगा सच्चा है कि झूठा है, मतलब वो भी नहीं बताऊंगा, पर देख रहा हूँ आपका
RRQ।
ओके गाइस, मैं अभी ज़्यादा कुछ बोलूंगा नहीं क्योंकि इधर कुछ डाला नहीं हुआ है, पर हाँ 15 से चालू हो रहा है, अभी इतना तो मैंने बोल ही दिया। 17 को जी का गेम है। RRQ था, अच्छा सबको पता है। हाँ तो जी वजह RRQ ही है
क्योंकि निकला था, पब्लिकली आया था ये।
अच्छा जी वजह RRQ है। वो अगर हारते हैं तो बाहर, वो जीतते हैं तो डबल एलिमिनेशन ब्रैकेट में जाएंगे। ओ भाई 1 मिनट का टाइमर लग गया, ये क्या हो गया? यू वॉच पार्टी LCQ या ब्रो, अगर मिलेगा तो। टोक्यो का परमिशन नहीं दिया मुझे, बहुत लोगों ने पूछा कब कर रहे हो टोक्यो, पर परमिशन नहीं था, तो व्हाट कैन आई डू गाइस?
परमिशन नहीं था?
नहीं मेरे को नहीं मिला था टोक्यो का परमिशन। डुएबल फॉर जी, हाँ बच्चे कर तो सकते हैं, मतलब RRQ को तो हरा सकते हैं पूरा इवेंट।
आप किससे लेते हो परमिशन?
राइट इंडिया।
अच्छा
आई मीन हाँ।
अच्छा मतलब आशीष जी से।
हाँ हाँ। आप किससे लेते हो?
आई थिंक हमारा वो वाला है, क्योंकि जब मैं ब्लीड में था तब से हमारा वो एक कांटेक्ट बना हुआ है। वो कुछ क्रिएटर प्रोग्राम है, कुछ रहता है इनका।
अच्छा
राइट का, उसमें है मेरा नाम और 2-3 जन का नाम, सीरियस ये वो।
तो आपको टोक्यो का था परमिशन?
अगर मैं डालता तो शायद मिल जाता, मैंने डाला ही नहीं।
अच्छा ओके।
उसमें बहर आता।
miscommunication between a team and tournament officials. The first 3 rounds before the break were incorrectly assumed to be test rounds. The map will be remade.
बहुत ही टफ फेस था वो मेरे लिए पर्सनल लाइफ में भी
from round 1. So we are just going
कुछ
to be running
न्यूज़
it all the way
ऐसी थी
back.
आप
And
लोग को
that
शायद
may
पता
also
होगा दो
explain
तीन
why the
न्यूज़
agent selection was a little
क्या
crazy.
सॉरी वापस मैं इसका सुन रहा था क्या बोल रहा था
नहीं मैं बोल रहा था कि पर्सनल लाइफ में भी कुछ चीजें चल रही थी
अच्छा
और फिर ये भी तो
बाप रे मतलब दोनों साइड से मुश्किल ये हो गया
हाँ
अभी पर्सनल लाइफ में सब ठीक है
मतलब वो मेरे रिलेटेड नहीं है मतलब टीम के बाद
हाँ सारी चीजें ऐसी बात निकल रही है कि हम स्ट्रीम के बाद ही
हाँ क्योंकि मैं किसी को डिसरिस्पेक्ट नहीं कर सकता ना किसी जो न्यूज़ है वो किसी और के बारे में तो
अच्छा समझा जिम चालू करने का टाइम आ चुका है भाविन करेंगे बच्चे करेंगे
might be a chance of a neon sliding in there, or do you think that was just a little bit too far off to the left?
It's more of a decision between playing the raid.
ऐसे में एक सेकंड आया वॉशरूम के जब तक ये गेम बस अभी चालू ही होएगा.
Willing out to bring this chamber this early on. NAOS has had a few different configurations. The most successful.
अच्छा NAOS को लगा टेस्ट गेम है तो उन लोगों ने कुछ भी कॉम्प उठाया और चालू किए 3 राउंड. गॉड स्पीड आप तक तो चैट से बात करो मैं 1 मिनट में आ रहा हूँ.
हाँ बिल्कुल.
I agree. Fracture used to be a great map to see Chamber played on, right?
Yeah.
And with these buffs, you know, we floated the idea of it coming in. Do you think we're going to see it now? We're jumping back into Agent Select again?
I wouldn't be surprised actually because we have seen Drop played on Fracture just this past year during stage 1 near the end stages of it, and we got here something more akin to what we've come accustomed to, but they go back to that raise instead of the jet.
Yeah, the vintage
Gym needed to हाँ यार मैं वही बोलने वाला था बातें करो मेरे.
On that this time around, Papi Chulo also on the brimstone.
और भी कोई
a lot of flash potential here.
उस दिन देखा था मैंने साहिल कौन सा तो गेम
and they want to get quick advantages
गेम स्ट्रीम करवा रहा था या स्ट्रीम सेटअप कर रहा था.
And Fancy United, you can see that they are staying tried and true. They're staying.
कैसा लगा वो गेम?
So we have Nizzy still running it back on the Phoenix. We got those double walls, that double controller, and also that Sentinel. So it is just a very interesting composition.
How confident are you in regards to OG reaching playoffs? Honestly,
see how it works on the attack as well.
Yeah, I mean, at least
not
it gives
too
them just a bit more
confident
utility here
because the
now
group
with that
is
raise.
very bad.
The Phoenix, I
If
think,
we
is
were
going to
in
be
Group
one
A,
big
तो
one,
मैं
and how they
बोल
support
सकता
that.
था
There's
कि
lots
भाई
of
हम
flashes,
playoffs
lots of quick ones are going to have to react to if you're
पहुंचेंगे.
NAOS here, and so you can see there, drop, big smile. You know this game's finally coming.
Yeah, and
अरे
the
हाँ
unique thing
हाँ.
about this for NAOS Esports, it's
मैं आपको
different
ट्विटर
from
पे फॉलो
what they
करता हूँ
used to
आपकी
run
बातें
with
बहुत
the
अच्छी
Breach
लगती हैं. अभी गेमिंग जोन
It used to be
मैं जो
Halo.
लिखता हूँ
Now it's on his comfort sky. He wants to find a way to
सबको
duel
ही
and
वैसे
deal
मतलब
with
सारे
Nizzy
लोग
on
वैसे ही
that Phoenix.
सोचते हैं. वो
Cool
भविन भाई
start that
हो
with Flash is something already proposition for NAOS Esports, but Fancy United, you saw how the
अनुज
steps
भाई हो
were
या
in
कोई भी
some
हो
of those rounds. Nizzy
तो
will
भी
get in there.
एक्सपीरियंस लोग हैं.
Heizi's
सिमर
there
भाई
to help out as
जो भी
well from
एक्सपीरियंस
the
लोग हैं
back
सब
line,
वैसा ही
and the
सोचते
rest will
हैं.
be Fancy forcing
उनको
the fight.
पता है कि
Honestly,
बस जिनको
I
गेम
like
के
more
बारे
what
में
we're seeing
पता है
from Fancy here.
उनको
I'm
पता है
liking
कि
the-
वो भी
the
ऐसे ही सोचते हैं
ideas
बस
just on
लिखते
paper
नहीं
and
है
how
because
they can make
पता है
this
लिख
one
के भी
work.
कोई फायदा
The
नहीं है
difference is, look, bringing that KJ in.
और बेकार
and,
की
you know,
कंट्रोवर्सी ये
we're
सब भी
seeing
हो
the
जाती है कभी
brimstone
कभी
there
कुछ
for
लिखने से
NAOS.
तो
You've
लोग दूर
got
रहते
that,
हैं.
you know, orbital strike. That's going to be able to deal with the lockdown every time that
कौन
comes
कौन
through.
सी टीम को
So we're
कोच
probably
करो?
going to see Papi Chulo
इंडिया
saving
इन
that
जनरल
on
डोंट
for
हैव
those
कोचेबल
moments.
प्लेयर्स.
Then on the other side, there's
I
not a
would
huge amount
agree,
that
but
can
मेरे
deal
को कुछ
with
कुछ
the
मिले
lockdown coming
हैं.
out of NAOS.
Yeah, a lot of it's going to
Honestly
be a bit
बता रहा
more
हूँ.
dry, right? Through maybe going to have to play off the Rolling
I don't know if I
Thunder,
can
or
name
maybe
them.
send
नाम
Nizzy up
बोलूँगा.
with the Phoenix ult,
I
but
think
otherwise,
Kohli is
you're
very
right.
coachable.
Yeah, and I heard that it is going to be game time. We are
Kohli is
moments
very
away
coachable.
from the
Hawks
second
is
take, from
very
the real
coachable.
take from Fracture. Is coming up
I
in
think
just a
Godwin में सारे ही
moment.
coachable
Boys,
थे.
look, you've already hyped it up one time. I want to hear you do it
पर
again.
अगर एकदम वैसा बोले जाऊँ बाहर जैसा तो कोहली, I think टेक्नो,
Here we are,
Hawks.
ladies and gentlemen. Lights,
I
camera,
think Caramel
action.
is
Take
coachable.
number 2 and map number 1 is upon us. We are back here on Fracture. We're with the
I think
competition
Kibo
that NAOS
is
Esports
also-
knows
I think
how
so
to
young
play,
players
and
mostly
in
are
pretty
coachable.
much the right agents in the right roles at the right time. You get that Sky though here from Wits. It's such an interesting hybrid composition from NAOS Esports so far, from what they've run in the PH scene, and truly that's going to be such a big make or break factor here for NAOS. How much value can
But
Wits
overall
get with Sky
consensus
here?
तो
Yeah,
यही है
typically when they
probably.
pull out the Rays, they play the KO, and typically when they play the Sky, then they're playing the Jet. everything else stays the same. And typically when we announce map number 1 starting, we don't have the timer
ये
stop
तो है,
immediately right
but
after.
I think the scene is
in this
developing
case, I
towards
don't
a
think there's
more
going to be any
positive
more
outlook.
necessarily mishaps the same
Some,
way
at
last
least
round,
some
and being
players,
sure
some
what
players.
is part of the real game and what isn't.
Some people are.
I think there's just some other issues they're trying to fix right now real
भाई
quick, but
चालू
for the
करो
most part, this is a bit more
नहीं तो
akin
मैं
to what
धरने
we've
पे
come
बैठ रहा
accustomed
हूँ
to for NAOS, and I
सोचो
wonder
ये मैप
with
वापस से
Fancy,
शुरू
I
हो
do
रहा है।
like them
नहीं होगा
trying
आज
new
बॉम्कर
things.
का गेम
I just
होगा ही
wonder
नहीं।
if it's
जब तक
just
आज का
too
दिन
much at
खत्म
the
नहीं
same
होता है
time.
स्ट्रीम
That's
का
you
मैं
that
अन्न
you're
का
trying
एक
to
दाना नहीं
Nah.
खाऊंगा अभी
No?
Nah, you
You
know
think
why?
they can make it happen?
Because this is a map they ban anyway. So they have to whip out something completely new if they weren't comfortable with that triple initiator setup all the way months ago. And that what they rely on has been double controller as much as possible. Options on one side,
Chalo bhai,
options
live,
on the
live,
other.
live,
Yes, I
live.
can. And of course, the standard of 𝘼𝘽 on that Viper. Maka was asking us a while ago though,
Sound कम
teams
करो.
that run Viper, how will they be affected by the new gas changes basically? And right now, Fancy United, with them having that in their comp all the time basically, we'll see how they'll adjust as NAOS now look to play for B.
Yeah, both of the real anchors here towards his B side.
Yeah,
Flashes
इनको
on
मैच
out
चालू
to
हो
the
गया।
execute.
अब
It comes
मैच के
into
बाद
sight.
ये सब बात
They
कर
do
सकते हैं।
here have 𝘼𝘽 within it, and 𝘼𝘽𝐿𝐿, that's a great kill to open up the
भाई, ये
site,
तो
and everything's
घुसी गए
falling
smoke
NAOS's
के
way.
अंदर।
And now it's not afraid of contact whatsoever. You have that Brimstone. You just want to execute as quickly as possible. Senior Carl putting that plant down on the safer angle here. Fancy United kept at bay by NAOS and their smokes. What can Nizzy do though? Hot hands
Only
now
fail hai,
to
bro.
try and burn Senior Carl.
Angle
Stuck
dekho,
away into a
bro.
corner though. Speaking of, same thing for 𝘼𝘽𝐿𝐿. And FCY trying to find that opportunity. Nizzy now charging in. 𝘼𝘽 will get that takedown. Pain shells locked as well, forcing 𝘼𝐍𝐿𝐿's hand. And while yes I can, we'll try and look for the deny. The quad from 𝘼𝘽 will
पुराना
set
form
the
पे
tone for
Fancy
now.
का।
Yeah, the
हाँ।
4K for 𝘼𝘽 to start things off, and I want to
भाई
talk
जा
about
को
the
4K मिल गया मस्त
defensive nano
रेस
swarm
अल्ट की
Mojo
तरफ
threw
बढ़ते
there
हुए
towards
थर्ड राउंड
that
में भी आ सकते
generator,
हो आप फार्म
where you can
किया
see
तो अभी
𝘼𝘽𝐿𝐿 playing in the close corner. The fact that he threw that out kept
का
them at
खौफ था
bay
हमारे
and
में।
made sure that the synchronization of when the pushes came was kind of messed up here for Fancy.
जब
मसाले वाले
मैच
डिस्कॉर्ड
होता
का
From
लिंक
that
भेज
canteen,
दिया
rather, because
जरा
Jenny
डिस्कॉर्ड
was
नहीं बचे
cut
टीम
off
स्पीक पे
from the
बैठे
push. It allowed him to isolate the fights and pick
कौन सा
one
मसाला
angle
वाला
at a
डिस्कॉर्ड
time.
में
Yeah, and
बैठे
they're the ones who made 𝘼𝐍𝐿𝐿 maneuver in the first
हम जो
place.
डिस्कॉर्ड
yes,
में
I
आते हैं
can,
बच्चे
just
उधर
trying to
मसाला आ
catch
जाते
up
हैं
along the way. And Fancy United, they need to be wary of the NAOS execute. It's going to be heavy-handed as much as possible. And look at FCY already going for a different call. A quad stack towards that B site.
Fancy, they know this B side can be a bit more prone to, you know, these rifles and, I mean, I was going to say SMGs, but it's all the Bulldogs all the way through. So NAOS playing no games here.
Yeah, baby Bulldogs, basically. Oh, ready here for NAOS Esports and the rotation because of the Trailblazer. Some misinformation right now. Fake news.
Just go in.
Made
If
by
they knew,
Wits.
if
And-
they knew, it's right for the taking, free completely.
I don't think they expected
मैं अभी
everyone to
बोलने ही
go this
वाला
way,
था
but
कि आज
Wits now looking to pile
मलक
on
से
these
बात कर
kills.
रहा था
A
दोपहर
great
को
fault line
कहाँ
for
है वो
pressure, an even better
नहीं
takedown for
आया
yes I
क्या?
can. But now
मतलब
still
कोई बड़ा आदमी
hesitant to
है
actually cross because of toxic screen. They execute eventually and make their way towards
सही
the
बात
site.
है।
Yeah, now Fancy United, they
इंडिया में
catch
रह के भी
on,
मिलता नहीं है वो।
realize, hey, you're not here.
टाइम जोन डिफरेंट है ना, उसको अभी भी वहाँ के टाइम जोन के हिसाब से कुछ रिस्पांसिबिलिटीज मेंटेन करनी पड़ती हैं।
Retrieved from that Fancy United squad. Mojo, he does have a turret. And
इतनी
once that's
सारी
given away,
गर्लफ्रेंड्स
you
बना
know.
के जो आया है
But
सबको
Mojo
टाइम
now
देना
looking to
पड़ता है ना
regroup with the rest of the roster. NAOS did use a bit of utility just to clear out the empty site. Maybe Fancy United can find the time.
कल आजा भाविन ओजी वॉच पार्टी
Now from B main, pushing as a trio. Mojo though, good call to
किधर
watch
है
out
ओजी का
for
वॉच
the
पार्टी
defender
कल
spawn. Yes, I can already spotted. And now it's esports.
मैं कल घर से स्ट्रीम कर रहा हूँ
rolling
ओजी
towards
का
that
मैच तो
area.
इसके लिए नहीं आ
Fault line
रहा हूँ
connects onto 𝘼𝘽𝐿𝐿. They just want to clear out. Yes, I can. 𝘼𝐍𝐿𝐿 though finds Senior Carl at the very least. Jin
ये
is
क्या
dead too.
चालू है
And
भाई?
Fancy United making this costly for NAOS. Only one survives for the attacking side. FCY make them work for it.
Yeah, it was smart by NAOS to push CT because they could tell that they the flank was coming
खार
on in.
सोशल
That's where
सुबह
the brunt of the
11:30
push
बजे है
was,
वॉच
but
पार्टी में का
a great stun from 𝘼𝐍𝐿 really helped enable Fancy on the retake to really get some free kills.
Yeah,
उधर अगर
𝘼𝐍𝐿 has
पीसी
been
मिल
on
जाए
point
तो
with
मैं आ
the stuns.
जाऊंगा
He's the reason. It's the reason why he's been brought back to this roster, right? He's just so dependable, so reliable. Fancy United do work well in tandem to whatever utility he throws
न्यू
on
एजेंट
out.
स्ट्रीम पे
And
कब
the
खेलोगे
catch
न्यू
onto
एजेंट
it's
खरीद ही
just
नहीं
the
पा रहा क्योंकि
pressure
मैं
there.
वैलोरेंट पॉइंट्स ही
And
नहीं
then
खरीद पा
Fancy
रहा हूँ
United
फॉर
being
सम
very
रीजन
active around the map as well. Now
क्रेडिट
they have
कार्ड
to
है
be
नहीं
careful of their backs,
डेबिट
careful.
कार्ड चलता नहीं
Now
है
here.
और कोडा शॉप पे भी पेटीएम
Bunch of
ले नहीं था.
pistols for the most part. Only a single bulldog on the jaw. to get them going in this round. You can see the pinch here on the Poppy Cholo, going to be difficult for him to fight back with. Ja gets the one.
Yeah, but then the execute towards tower gives a chance for NAOS. Here comes 𝘼𝘽𝐺𝐿, but that lesser firepower, you can see it can hurt NAOS in this instant.
हाँ, ये radical ने सही लिखा है. Unison से ले लो.
all alone,
आप
and
भी ले
he's
लो.
taking on down. Fancy United get on the board.
Yeah, they get their
Unison
first
use
here.
कर सकते हो.
The way that
अच्छा है
Fancy
ये पता
United just
नहीं.
able to, I guess, really kind of assert their control early on in that round, pushing
PayPal का है
forward,
नहीं,
not
PayPal
afraid
भी
of those
नहीं है.
pistols up close, and
अपन
decimating,
UPI
but now here comes in
डेबिट
the
कार्ड
gun
नहीं
round
तो
for
कैश.
NAOS.
Only 3 चीजों में डील करते हैं.
Yes, I can.
नहीं, हर डेबिट कार्ड नहीं चलता.
Just to cut up NAOS as much
अच्छा, हर
as
डेबिट.
Give me your ID, I'll send.
That Astra will be absolutely crucial for FCY to defend their sites.
2-1 as NAOS Esports right now. Showstopper available for Ja. The A side looking for them to try and
देखा
split
फर्स्ट
it
बाय
here.
राउंड में आ गया
Get the
शोस्टॉपर अभी
guiding light
आउट
confirming
करते
presence on A main.
Yeah, classic NAOS
अभी घुस
approach.
के दे दो.
Expecting Ja to just let those blast packs rip from the drop area. Showstopper can be key, but Nizzy is gonna do it even better. Yes, I cannot
भाई
escape.
ऐसा ही कर
Here
भाई.
comes the run it back as well, and Nizzy pushing on forward. Clears
ओ
up
भाई
Roger,
बचा दिया भाई
realizes
हाइजी ने.
opposition right behind him, and look at 𝘼𝐍𝐿𝐒 play protection. Well done here for Fancy United to just stop NAOS Esports and their plans.
And so it's difficult to stop that Phoenix when gets a full head of steam, especially when it's
भाई
Nizzy at the
फैंसी
helm
अपने
of it.
कॉम
So
के राउंड
𝘼𝐿𝐿e
खेलता तो
lots
अच्छा
to
है.
do here.
हाँ.
And the only single kill from
It's
Ja is the
because
only one they've
एक
been
ही
able to
जन
find.
मतलब
2v4 in the
उधर
pipeline's gotta
एक
do
जन
some
की
work.
चलती है
Fancy
पूरा.
United helping
अच्छा.
hands abound. Papi Chulo goes
तो
for
आप
the
क्या
door,
कहना चाहते हो?
goes
ये
against
गॉड्स
Nizzy,
रेन में
gets
नहीं
the
हो
low
रहा
back
था.
to get that
नहीं
takedown.
नहीं मैंने ऐसा.
ओ भाई क्या ये?
They all drop to the man, and NAOS Esports will take the round still.
Incredible recovery here from NAOS into 2v4.
अभी तारीफ
Drop
किया.
to the floor. How do they do it once more?
𝘼𝘽𝐺𝐿, Mr. Carl, what are you doing here, good sir? From above, just slays them as soon as they drop down.
It's Poppy Chulo and
𝘼𝘽𝐺𝐿
𝘼𝘽𝐺𝐿 to make it happen in the end.
Look, I know the Philippines has those Spanish roots, but this is just ridiculous.
Yeah.
Come on. Papi and 𝘼𝘽𝐺𝐿, we're speaking a different language here, but NAOS, the only language they understood there was victory. And that was already such a good round for Fancy United.
Yeah.
They
हमें भी
stopped
crowd में
whatever
बिठा दो.
kind of pinch they wanted to do. Now
हमें
Fisher
भी
stops
live
Ja
देखना है
as
game.
well.
They're able to isolate the fight here too as well. Do not let the rest of the
Oh,
NAOS
भाई.
squad
Look at
follow
them.
up. Look at this push. The pitch
Bye,
coming
bye.
on in. Rolling Thunder.
I told you, contact here for Fancy United. They want to fight back, but NAOS is ready for this. 𝘼𝘽𝐺𝐿 on the board. No chance here with the B main push. And at the very end, Jin is left all by his lonesome. He's familiar with some of the names he's facing off against right now. But in a 1v4, it's such a struggle. And NAOS, yet again, they're willing to just clash for it.
NAOS, great early start here, and especially on that push when they
क्या हो
were
गया
when
ये?
Ja got
हंस
shut
क्यों रहे हो
down, the
तुम?
rest of
भाई
NAOS
live
really
game
came
देखने में
came
मजा
on
आता है
big
भाई.
and made sure that
नहीं
backline
देखे.
was absolutely protected.
अरे?
The rolling thunder from
ये क्या
𝘼𝘽𝐺𝐿
स्माइलीज
once
है भाई?
more. He has
Xbox
gained them
Game Pass में
such
सारे
a
एजेंट्स
huge
अभी
momentum boost here early in the half.
And NAOS
तो
Esports, they're
पता नहीं.
showing their experience really from their own local scene. Many Philippine squads, Oasis Gaming, 𝘼𝐿𝐴 Esports and whatnot, they love to play this hard contact anyway. And with NAOS prepared for what Fancy United brings to this table, it's really for FCY that they have to go
रहा
back to the
नहीं
strengths
जाता.
of their composition instead. They have double control, they have this Phoenix, and look at Nizzy go, another first kill.
Yeah, Eco's here. The single rifle is going to be a problem. Ja melting on down. He has to peek. He gets a one. The second falls his way as well, but there's lots of presence now. It's Poppy Chulo. He's going big. It's a 3v2. Up close.
अरे
Yes,
अरे
I
अगर
can.
इसको
Yes,
मार
he
देता
will.
तो.
Ja still stands tall though with 13 HP. Realizes Jin is there, looking to find that takedown.
अरे जा जिन इसको
And
मारना ही
can he
पड़ेगा.
actually get a bullet towards Ja? There's the takedown, but
अरे,
no
अरे, अरे.
transfer whatsoever.
जिनको walk नहीं
Not gonna
करना चाहिए
happen
था
for
वो टाइम पे
FCY.
यार.
NAOS again
उन्होंने
on the
बोला ही
board.
रहेगा
Not this
लो
time
है.
around, but at least they make it expensive, right, for NAOS. And I don't know if it's just me, but they're saying they're screaming every single
भाई
round.
क्या
And-
लगता है
and from the
ओरेंगुटन
previous
प्लेऑफ्स
series where they were just
फाइट
completely
करेगा?
stoic and
मुश्किल है,
quiet,
कर
this is
सकते हैं.
in stark contrast.
Yeah, the NAOS boys are so hype right now. And it's unfortunate for FCY. We were talking about the stat a while ago. Once you get the first kill, you get the win from that first series. It's not the same case here. NAOS, they're able to recover so well despite what Nizzy's able to do, despite the setup from 𝘼𝘽𝐺𝐿. And NAOS has found the answers versus Fancy United so far.
I mean, there's lots of brawn here on the side of Fancy, but
से पॉइंट्स महंगे कर दिए इंडिया में.
Oh, look at this though, the flash. It could completely decimate them if they time this right. Ja around the corner. He gets the one. It goes behind him though. And the two opening picks go NAOS's way.
NAOS taking a step too far. that allows them to actually dodge Nizzy's curveball.
भाई जाके बाद एक और अल्ट आ
from
गया.
that full flash. FCY now getting spotted. You can see that this is a reason why this is not a map pick for Fancy United. They're struggling here to go for their holds. They make some stellar plays courtesy of Nizzy, but it's just not enough with NAOS prepared for it.
Yeah, but they're kind of forced into it, right, with the bans and how it comes on in. Obviously, NAOS took out their one difficult point in Haven, and from that point onward, it was just, as we talked about, they can force an outside here just due to the wider variety of better maps NAOS has.
Yeah, pick or poison.
डिफरेंट खेल रहे हैं
Either
ना,
Buildup
ऑफ
against
फार्म
NAOS,
कर रहे
or
हैं
you
फिनिक्स
either
पे
play Fracture, and it's just unfortunate. I
और
really wanted to see that
लॉक
Yoru
कराते
pick
थे
from
फिनिक्स
Fancy
को.
United.
हाँ
but
पहले
you
लॉक
have
करा
to know
देते
that
ना
NAOS
ये
is gonna
फैंसी
it's
वाले
not going
बहुत.
to happen for them. And speaking of NAOS, this has just
पर
been
अभी
absolutely commanding. Them
पता नहीं
going
शायद
out
उन
into
लोग
the sky
काउंटर
has
के लिए
helped
खेल
out
रहे रहेंगे
immensely
नाउस के
just
अगेंस्ट.
because they're a
अभी
lot
ये
more
सेटअप भी जो
advanced
था
than Fancy
ड्रॉप
United expects them to be.
के लिए
For
काइंड ऑफ
NAOS right
काउंटर
now, I
पुश के
don't
लिए ही था
think-
पर
I'm trying off the top of my head. I don't think there's a
NAOS
single reason not to ban Haven right
इंस्टेंटली
now
पिक
in
ऑफ
terms
कर
of
दिया
all the
पहले
maps that
बंदे
are
को.
available in the pool.
और जब से
I'm gonna
फिनिक्स
be
फ्लैश
real,
लंबा हो
they
गया है
ban
ना
it. Yeah,
तो
exactly.
पीछे ही
There's
फटता
no
है
reason
लोगों
for
के.
them not to ban it, right?
इतने क्लोज एंगल पे
Because they know
डालोगे
it's a
तो.
weak point, funnily enough, and yet Fancy here
नाउस
is
का
under
बस
better
ये ना
map. It's
फायदा
their
नाउस
strongest
की
point, so the
इंडिविजुअल
matchup
डिसीजन
stylistically
मेकिंग बेटर
nightmare-wise
फैंसी
too.
की.
हाँ
That's
हाँ
why
वो
we
तो
were saying a while
डेफिनेटली
ago in the map draft, Pearl is
फैंसी
playable
ग्रुप
Fancy
करके
United,
पुश
but it's
उन
very
लोगों का
difficult.
वो अच्छा
Once
है
we get
पर
to
ऐसा
the set,
इंडिविजुअल
Fancy
डिसीजन
United
मेकिंग
gonna have a better time
फैंसी का
moving
स्ट्रक्चर
forward, but
अच्छा
here
है,
on
मतलब
Fracture,
पूरा
some of
खेलने
the
का
struggles
तरीका
here for
रिजिड है,
FCY.
उनका पूरा
You can
सेट
see
है
the
पहले
intent
से
from
कि
Nizzy.
ये
I
होगा,
love the
ये
fact that
करेंगे,
you
ये
still
करेंगे.
have that classic visual wall just to allow that
मेरे को लगता है
aggression to
मिक्स होना
happen.
चाहिए
And
एक
maybe
ही
this
चीज
time,
हाँ बिल्कुल.
if Fancy United
नहीं
can
हो
catch
पाएगा.
out the weaker side
मतलब
here of
आपको
NAOS,
स्ट्रक्चर में
especially
खेलना चाहिए, पर
find
आपके
those
पास
lesser
ऐसे प्लेयर्स
numbers,
होने चाहिए
it
जिनमें
can give them
इंडिविजुअल
the
डिसीजन
advantage
मेकिंग
in these
हो.
rounds.
हो हाँ हाँ
Yeah.
अडेप्टेशन चाहिए ही चाहिए बीच
We got
बीच
the
में.
showstopper orbital strike. Lots of
आई थिंक
big
सो
ultimates here that can
रॉसी ने
completely
बोला था ना
decimate Fancy if
कि
they're not
वैलोरेंट
used
में
to it.
5
Classes out, now
आईजीएल
the jaws in.
Yeah, showstopper here to
anything,
try and
मतलब
clear Fisher, trying to dodge that fault line.
ऐसा कुछ
And well,
सेंटेंस में बोला
looks like
था
they bring each other
बहुत
to
पहले
hell with
शायद.
one another.
अच्छा.
Papichulo pushes though, and now it's Esports now
आई
a
एम नॉट
chance
श्योर
to go
उसने
for
बोला
that
था
side
हो
control.
सकता है पर
Not coming on in.
मतलब जी में से किसी ने बोला था.
चाहिए.
हाँ जी में से किसी ने बोला था, पर मेरे को याद है एससीएस चल रहा था, स्काई स्पोर्ट्स चैंपियनशिप सीरीज. तब मैं क्या करता था, वॉच पार्टी तो होने नहीं देते थे ना.
हाँ.
मैं क्या करता था, एससीएस खत्म होता था, उसके 15 मिनट बाद की स्ट्रीम शेड्यूल रहती थी मेरी.
हाँ तो आप जब बात करते थे ना सारे गेम्स के बारे में.
तो तब मेरे को किसी ने तो बोला था कि ऐसे बोला. मैंने बोला वो गलत नहीं है, मतलब एग्जैक्टली वो चीज नहीं है कि आईजीएल, बट डिसीजन मेकिंग पावर मतलब वो कैपेबिलिटी सब में होनी चाहिए. कोई आदमी माइक्रो नहीं कर सकता Valorant. और करना भी नहीं चाहिए माइक्रो. बहुत अनहेल्दी है टीम के लिए.
पर करना पड़ता है.
हाँ करना पड़ जाता है.
Now, after that execute, they knew 100% they had to take more space.
अपने रीजन में तो
Arcade was
स्पेसिफिकली
free
करना ही
and that
पड़ता
they
है.
put
और
the
एससीए
token
में भी
in,
ऐसा
they
नहीं है
took that
कि
control away.
सबको सब आता है.
Just luckily enough for them as well, the flank came on in here, coming from
और इसीलिए शायद
Fancy
हमारे
United
growth
from
उतना
that B main
नहीं है,
position, and
क्योंकि
because they had arcade control, it gave them so much
वो
more
healthy नहीं है ना growth
space
के
to
लिए.
play with. And
हाँ
so
वो तो
now it's
डेफिनेटली.
here, not only incredible in winning these duels, but setting themselves up to win the round.
Yeah, they were prepared for
और I think so
Fancy
जो
United getting
सपोर्ट
towards
स्टाफ
the
भी हैं
faces.
एपैक
But look
में,
at Fancy United now,
हाँ.
5
वो
ultimates.
जीतने
And
वो
truth
शॉर्ट
be
टर्म
told,
रिजल्ट्स पे ही
having
ज्यादा
that
ध्यान
Phoenix
देते हैं.
ult
मतलब
kind of in reserve, you know, it's been a
प्लेयर्स को
struggle for
डेवलप
FCY
करने के
to
बारे
play
में
big.
उतना नहीं
Rolling
सोचा जाता
Thunder know
जितना
the call.
रिजल्ट्स के बारे
Now
में
we
सोचा
get the
जाता
run
है.
back
बिकॉज
also from
obviously यहाँ
Nizzy.
पे
Wants
ऑप्स
to
का
go
भी
for the clear. This
शॉर्ट
is where
टर्म गोल्स
Fancy
रहता है.
United looks so
हाँ.
strong. And they
और
get
इसका
in
भी
their
तो वही
faces.
है.
Senior Carl fights on back,
Instantly
all alone now. It's
मतलब
Mojer versus the rest of the world.
मेरे को एक चीज नहीं समझ आ रही है कि
1v4.
अभी दो टीम का एग्जांपल थे जिन्होंने स्टिक किया और जो भी जीत रहे. हम लोग थे पहले वीएलटी था, फिर हम लोग थे, फिर अभी ओजी भी सेम है. उन लोग ने भी लाइनअप चेंज नहीं किया. दे आर द ओनली वन ऑफ द ओनली टीम. मतलब एक प्लेयर भी चेंज किया पर फिर भी लोगों कैसे समझ नहीं आता है. और एक स्प्लिट के बाद, एक गेम के बाद, चलो ठीक है तुमने पहले लाइनअप बनाया, या तो तुमने लाइनअप बनाने में उतनी प्लानिंग नहीं की, या तो लाइनअप को टाइम नहीं देना चाहते. मतलब कुछ तो प्रॉब्लम है ना. लाइक इधर यू डोंट नो हाउ टू मेक अ लाइनअप, और एल्स अगर तुम बना के उनको एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हो 1 महीने में सब जीत जाएंगे तो भी तुम गलत हो.
Nothing
बात तो
for
सही है. और प्लस
aggression, more
अब
just
मान मान लीजिए आप एक कोच लाए हो जिसको पूरा कंट्रोल चाहिए या कुछ भी चाहिए, ठीक है, पर टीम आपकी पहले से बनी हुई है,
this gives
हाँ.
a very contrasting point
तो
to NAOS
वो
to have
coach
that rolling
की तो
thunder
team
now
है ही
with their
नहीं.
help.
Isn't that the
नहीं मेरे
case
हिसाब
right
से
now to be made? The
पहले
other
दो
side
पिक
of the
कोई भी
coin,
टीम के
Fancy
कोच
United
और आईजीएल
needs to
होने
prove
चाहिए,
themselves.
उसके बाद
Already
वो मिलके
Ja
बिल्ड कर
asking
सकते
for
हैं.
spare
हाँ.
change to
और
here
तो
NAOS immediately.
इंडिया में पहले ही
Sands, though,
मतलब यार
held
कौन
together
मारता
by
है,
Heisey.
अच्छा इसको
He's been
उठाओ.
strong with utility,
हाँ इसके
but he
स्टैट्स अच्छे
can't
चालू
be
है
strong
मार्केट में, हाँ
against
जिसको
that
उठाओ.
many. Lockdown into play just to try
अभी
and
बाद
keep
में बाकी
NAOS
देख
away.
लेंगे.
But they're not done. They want to continue. They break the lockdown too.
Yeah, did you see how Ja just sideswiped him there on that entry? Yes, I can. Not standing a chance. 𝘼𝐽𝑗, though, that's a big kill. They needed that.
Yeah, the prodigy here of FCY. Homegrown talent. Trying at least to go for the fight.
मैं तो
Jin, though,
already check
spotted.
करने लग रहा हूँ
𝘼𝐽𝑗𝑗
second map पे.
just tucking himself away. And now with his lockdown,
मैं तो बोला ना या
even
तो
more difficult
नाउस
here for
2-0
Fancy
जीतेगा.
United. NAOS
पर
Esports,
थर्ड मैप गया तो
they
मेरे को
always
लगता है
wanna make
असेंट
sure
ऐसा मैप है
that
ना
they
जहाँ
can
पे
win
फैंसी
these rounds as
नाउस को हरा
securely
सकता है.
as
आराम से.
possible. Molly
आराम
plus the
से.
फैंसी
fault
का
line
बहुत अच्छा
is
मैप है वो
already
इन
such a
जनरल.
big detriment
ये
for
रहा है
the
हमेशा.
You see NAOS just full confidence in their play.
और I think so
Not even
Ascent ही
dissuaded by
एक
that
ऐसा
round.
मैप है
They
जहाँ पे
knew,
मैंने देखा है
yeah, you
फैंसी के
guys might have
प्लेयर्स
taken
का
the last
इंडिविजुअल
one, but look
डिसीजन
at how
मेकिंग
much you
बहुत
had to throw
अच्छा है.
just to
और वो इतना
replicate
खेल चुके हैं, इतना रेप्स हो चुका है
of their
उनका
performance.
Ascent पे
8-2.
कि उनको समझ में आ गया कि
This is
किस
not the
सिचुएशन में
scoreline we were
कैसे
expecting from NAOS.
वेरिएशन लाना है
Yeah,
अपने
हाँ.
स्ट्रक्चर में.
Absolutely. We saw from Fancy United that they had their fangs. They were so prepared, but it just is honestly the inexperience of the map for them. This is a map that doesn't get
भाई
played
में
too much
एजेंट
in
के
the
वॉइस लाइन ग्लिच हो रहे हैं. आई एम नॉट
Vietnamese
श्योर
region
संदीप,
effectively.
किसी और
I
को
watched some
आई
of their
थिंक
map
जिसको
drafts,
चैट
I
में
looked at
मालूम
some
है
of the
उसकी
stats.
मदद
The
कर दो.
fact that they can still
I think
actually
Riddler ने
ban
already
it
लिखा है.
in the second phase kind of speaks volumes that there is just not inexperience for this map. And on the other hand, NAOS, they love to play Fracture.
Yeah. I mean, you talked about it as a region as a whole. It's not a map that you see commonly played. If maybe, you know, in NAOS' sake for the Philippines, a lot of teams love to play that Haven, a lot of teams love to play that Fracture. The opposite is true for Fancy, where Fracture isn't one to be picked up too much.
अगर लॉन्ग टर्म का सोचा जाए भाविन भाई तो नाउस बहुत लॉन्ग टर्म सोचती
incredible
है.
map that we have seen for NAOS throughout the regular season in stage 2. One could argue it was
आपको पता है
map 2 as well.
10K कैपेसिटी का स्टेडियम बना रहे हैं वो.
क्या बोल रहे हो?
They've had a better chance, I believe, on Pro than they do here so far.
फिलिपींस बनने वाला है. हाँ, फिलिपींस में. और वो स्टेडियम के अंदर ही कैफे बैंक्स रहेंगे, पीसी बैंक्स जैसे कोरिया में रहते हैं ना.
हाँ हाँ, और सेंटर में स्टेडियम ऐसा.
हाँ.
But when do they actually get the timing for that?
When they will?
नाउस का बहुत अच्छा खासा इन्वेस्टमेंट है.
हाँ, नाउस के नाउस सीसीज भी बहुत हायर करती है. मतलब नाउस का पूरा एक ई-स्पोर्ट्स स्ट्रक्चर बन रहा है लॉन्ग टर्म.
अच्छा भाई, ये तो समझी जैसा बैठा है. ऐसे कौन रखते भाई मॉनिटर ऐसे के नीचे ऐसा.
You know, the better abilities, the better ultimates here for NAOS is just the better structure in general and how they're able to clear. And talked about, you know,
जिसने बाई करना भूल गया था.
this opposition won't be easy for NAOS, and that's not what they're doing here too far, even though they're winning all of the fights. But it's really how you see them triple picking each other, supported by utility, never too dry. And that's really what they're working out for the squad, because they're playing as a squad.
Yeah, they picked up the pace, especially.
एक प्लेयर था ना नाउस में था वो पहले, वो जी के अगेंस्ट जब मैच हुआ था तब बाई करना भूल गया था एक राउंड में ओपी में. वो भी पूरा एकदम फ्लैट रखता है. ये कुछ कोई एक गेम है उसकी तरह मॉनिटर सेटअप है. बोला किसी ने. ओसू या
the NAOS success.
NAOS is certainly
Nexi,
the time.
Nexi.
Already?
That is their tagline.
Already?
Yeah, at least for this round, because look at this aggressive push.
भाई वापस
He goes on to one off the hot hands, but
एक राउंड तो किधर बैठो, पर वो हमेशा से वैसे ही रहे. वो बात अलग है.
Losing a single player, they know how lethal Fancy United can be in the end. Even with that first pick, it's immediately traded, it's immediately prepared for by NAOS Esports. And yet again, we see such a struggle for Fancy. Can Jin isolate some of these angles? It's difficult though, because Mojo's in position. Jin gets a find, Wits is there for an immediate trade. And yet again, the 1-for-1s do not fall in favor of Fancy United.
Yeah. Oh, they know where 𝘼𝐽𝑗 is. And such a sad round for 𝘼𝐽𝑗, because he's an incredible player that we have seen make it to APAC twice, make it to LCQ. But this matchup, as we talked about, just the way that they play against each other, it's really tic-tac-toe.
Tic-tac-toe, really?
Yeah.
You know, you usually get a draw in that game, right?
Unless you don't know what you're doing. And this is kind of what we're seeing.
Oh, come on. You can't be like that. It's a heartbreaker, though, for Fancy United. But there are still shining moments from them. I'm loving the fact that we get from 𝘼𝐍𝐿 stellar utility just to help on out. And you can see always in that first pick.
पापा जी चाइनीज वैलोरेंट में रिप्ले सिस्टम है आज लॉन्च इवेंट में दिखाया हो नाइस फाइनली काश इसमें भी आ जाए जल्दी
either of the controllers plus that breach. But that's all Fancy United has right now, and as it stands, NAOS Swarm here. They realize Mojer has been playing all by his lonesome.
अब बेचारे का मॉली पे बुलेट मिस हो
Go
गया
after the weaker side.
Yeah, it's a great bridge pinch here to push there towards that spawn. They do have control of the A site, and the post plant has to be remained in question. How will that work? Nizzy's got his ult.
Yeah, only Thunder utilized already.
Nice, भाई CT fight करना ready है
drop position, but look at Papi Chulo go. Aggressive immediately here from NAOS. Plant is down, and it's up to Senior Carl to try and hold things over. Nizzy though, run it back, first life broken. Here comes Wits, not afraid of the flames whatsoever. It's 1v2 though. The setup finally for Fancy United. The Viper Spit is online. They're able to cross on through towards the site, and they will take this round. 9-3, Fancy fight back.
Yeah, good push by NAOS towards that CT, but Fancy just coming in from behind them from that
मरने के बाद रिप्ले दे सकते हैं अच्छा मरने के मेरे को लगा तुम लोग बोल रहे हो कि वॉर्ड रिव्यू कर सकते हैं डायरेक्ट गेम का
and Fancy United, this is more of what we want to see. Have those multiple points of contact and they convert the thrifty round of every.
क्या इन लोगों ने मेरी उम्मीदें बहुत जगा दी.
Nizzy again, still such a big problem. All the time consistent with hitting those shots, but this was such a big pick from Jin as well.
Yeah.
We've been waiting for him to start popping off, win out those more isolated fights.
Yeah.
And for Fancy United, they found the right targets at the right time.
Yeah, I would even say that was one of the most important kills of that round. If Jin did not
100%.
get that pick, then they would, I doubt they would have had the control they needed for the defuse.
So, I'm gonna tell you a little bit of story while we're in halftime.
Go ahead.
So, we've been watching the Vietnam region VODs, right?
Yep.
And remember what shows up when the 9-3 scoreline happens?
A curse?
Yeah, you don't remember?
Oh, the sky!
Yeah, they have the sky spray.
The drawing,
and then it just pops out. Just 9-3, 9-3.
I would like to see that. Potentially.
I wish.
One day.
I wish. Maybe in the next days.
Maybe we'll go to Vietnam.
Maybe. I hope, honestly. It's been such a journey here in Thailand already.
First map करने में थक गया ऐसा लग रहा है
मेरे को. The fact that we have been through one series
only today, and we're only in map number 1.
And there's still bunkers.
तो 9:30 बज गए ऊपर.
हाँ ना.
Dex.
Yes.
How superstitious are you?
I'm okay.
It's our first 9-3 of the entire tournament.
Oh, you're right.
You know how curses be. Sometimes calling them out makes them more true. Sometimes the opposite infers.
Maybe, but Fancy United now. Let's talk about more of the science of what comes next.
Yeah.
They're on the
पापा जी players तो screen पे देख सकते हैं enemy कहाँ है.
They can be with the numbers advantage.
वही सब आपको मिलके चूतिया बना रहे हैं मालूम. ऐसे एक्टिंग करते हैं कि नहीं दिख रहा है उनको. सबको सब पहले से पता होता है. टूर्नामेंट में और होता ही क्या है पहले से दिख जाता है. और WWE देखा है ना कैसे पहले से प्रिपेयर करके आते हैं मैचेस. सेम टू सेम.
But when you're going up against a rock, a team that is absolutely as solid as NAOS have shown up to be here so far, it just simply does not compute. And if you're a team here like Fancy, an opening pistol round win, obviously that will help, but it also has to come in a way that is more than just them winning a fight. It has to come in a way that is decisive in that they made the right decision-making, because decision-making will win them the series.
The raw aim can only get you so far, and while Fancy has that in spades, they also have a number of utility to utilize. I'm still looking to Yes I Can, as well as 𝘼𝐽𝐿 getting even more value out of their smokes. You can see it already.
Coaching when आप चाहते हो क्या मैं coaching करूँ?
United has 2 controllers. One thing unique about them is they love to have an aggressive Viper hold for one side, and then the other smoker, basically, the other controller is there for the
coaching
other.
से अच्छा खेलेंगे नहीं.
Look at this push here. NAOS and Ja.
नहीं लोग चाहते हैं अभी coaching करो तो.
Finds Jin. They come back towards the A
by
side
public
where Fancy
demand.
are also aggressing.
And NAOS immediately picking up the pace to begin this second half. They set the tone with that frag. You have now Fancy United moving towards the site. Even has the setup for the Poison Cloud, but since they have that drop position, Aftershock now to dissuade the plant. NAOS here keeping FCY at bay.
Yeah, and they're just buying time as well here now to allow the defense to get in position for this retake.
Yeah, they're ready for the
का कड़वा सा चाहिए कि आदमी तभी कोच बनता है जब उसको पता चलता है कि वो उस लेवल पे
Fancy United stuck in committed positions. Nizzy though fights back. Here he goes with the first takedown.
God should मेरे stats अच्छे नहीं है तो मैं नहीं खेलता.
Nizzy has all the many angles to work with, and Fancy United will hold down the line.
Yeah, they pushed through the smoke, but none of them were really able to clear out that backside position, and they kind of, I guess, assumed that the rest of them would deal with it, but they didn't have the proper utility to do so. Not a flash for that backside here coming from Senior Carl nor Wits, and
लगा सकता तो मैं लगा देता. I am not sure लगा सकता है नहीं. Pitch sound increase करो. कभी बोलते हो कम कभी ज़्यादा.
In this game so far,
50 पे
from what
रखते.
I remember, back in the playoffs, highest ACS all throughout, highest KD alongside Jin. He is just absolutely lethal no matter what role he plays, and him in the front line is just such a big help to Fancy United.
Yeah, Fancy here.
Jin भाई
Finally
वापस
gaining
उड़ने
some
वाले.
steam. Jin good for the one, traded out immediately. Much akin to what we
3
saw
4
a while ago, actually.
ब्लॉक पे चलते हुए सुन रहे तो
that's a
क्यों पिक
rifle.
करेगा
That's
राइफल लेके.
NAOS perhaps can actually pick on up. I'm looking for it. Ja now has it in his clutches. Fancy United though, a quick take of A.
And look at their buy here, just 4 Vandals coming into this round. Actually, 3 in defensive, but you get my point.
Yeah.
They just don't want to give up any ground. They want to do this as clean as possible and have a much more winnable bonus is their idea.
Yeah,
It's
the
dangerous,
plan
though.
Lizzy को देता
Fancy
है.
United, can they keep it clean? 𝘼𝐽𝐿, the initial contact, ready to be traded at a moment's notice by Yes I Can. Jado with a takedown. Here comes Yes I Can, spraying it down. And now still making it 2v2. Doable here by the defense. Nizzy though, an absolute rock for the squad. Reliable yet again. The flames are lit.
Yeah.
And keeping up with the pressure. 𝘼𝐍𝐿 there on the high ground. They use the fault line. Now they swing. And Fancy United will take another.
Yeah, 2-2.
Predictions for OG कैसे
They go
प्रभात?
with at the end there.
बड़े
but
acting कर लेते हो.
Fancy,
Thank you
better
प्रभात.
armor, better utility to work with. They come away
कुछ
with
कोशिश
the
किया
round, but
ना.
now this is their buy. And because of the fact that there's Phantoms
Pop
and
G
Vandals
Phoenix
still
के
here
coach
on
बन
the side of
जाओ.
Fancy, you might expect them to reinvest into this round and not really treat it
Papa
as a
already
bonus,
coach
but
कर
as
रहे
an
हैं.
actual round to try and attempt to win with as much as they can bring into it. So I'm wondering here if that's going to be the case. And do NAOS stop the bleeding and get themselves a defensive round, because we're not going for bonus. It's a round. It's a real round.
Yeah, can they get back on the board? Fancy invested a while ago. They do so yet again as they go for the arcade take. A blaze wall here to cover the approach. They want to try and just contest tower. Curveball, can he actually get the timing here? Nizzy looking to go for the charge, but NAOS back now towards the side. Spotted all that, and NAOS just clips them anyway. 2 down for NAOS. Jin has his back. Wits is there though to find at least the back line of 𝘼𝐍𝐿. And now in the 3v2, FCUI stuck here.
They actually have good timing on this. The Trailblazer confirms all of that positioning, but Jin
Oh
goes
भाई,
for the
Jin
forward.
भाई.
He could get the ace, but Senior Carl's ready. 1v1.
Silence immediately by Senior Carl. 𝘼𝐽𝐿 looking to fight back from the arcade instead.
Gets a
Already
half.
being defused, this should be the half, but the timing from 𝘼𝐽𝐿, this can be perfect for Fancy United, and it works out nicely for them.
He tries to stick it there. I'm not sure if that's the best decision, even without hindsight. The half is
Audience भी W अभी तक बैठी हुई है यहाँ
for,
bro, सब बैठे ही
because
उधर.
then you got much more to deal with after. But at the end, Fancy, they still take the round in nice fashion. Jin bailing them out when they needed to.
आपको क्या लगता है इको राउंड में जब सामने वाले का इको है फुल आर्मर ले लेना चाहिए मेरे हिसाब से, क्योंकि हाफ आर्मर मेटा ठीक है, बट जब सामने वाले का इको है पता है ना बाय कर रहे तो फुल आर्मर लेना ही चाहिए. वो लॉन्ग रेंज शेरिफ का 145 और 5 HP में भी बहुत फर्क हो जाता है.
पवन भाई दिक्कत क्या है कि लोग हाफ आर्मर वाला मेटा फॉलो तो करने लगते हैं और उसके पीछे का लॉजिक नहीं समझते.
वो उतना एक्सपेक्टेशन कहाँ से है आपकी? मैं बोल रहा हूँ उतना एक्सपेक्टेशन नहीं भी रखो, पर एटलीस्ट उतना तो सोचो कि इको है तो फुल आर्मर ले लो. सिंपल रखो ना. बाय है तो हाफ ले लो, इको है तो फुल रखो बस. तुमको ज्यादा दिमाग नहीं लगाना तो इतना तो इजी है लगाने का.
Keep an eye out on the Stinger and the Rolling Thunder that Senior Carl can bring to this fight. Hold still. Now as Fancy slowly navigate towards A. Wits is there though, over onto the corner. The flash connects and Nizzy gets 2 to begin with.
Oh, unfortunate there for Wits. He could have had the timing, but Nizzy good on the double. There's no way in hell that NAOS make it out of this round. They do have that Rolling Thunder, but it wouldn't be the best decision to throw it out right now.
Yeah, a bit too ambitious here for NAOS if ever. Fancy United looking to secure things, but 𝘼𝐽𝐿 has
बस यही टाइम है थ्रो करने का. करो करो पूरा पूरा करो.
to play aggressive. Yes I Can checks out. The other side still covered by 𝘍𝑺 anyway. Now they look for the double up, but Mojer wasn't covered from the boxes anyway. Now then, 𝘍𝑺 with a cleanup, has the mop, just swipes them away, and 𝑁izzy is there to call it a day. 7-9 now.
Yeah, some damage done, and Fancy making this a closer game. Let's not forget that this is an attacker-sided map, but the 9-3, man, it could creep up on you, and now so far, this is becoming a lot closer than that first half kind of insinuated.
I posited this position a while ago. Fancy United, they will do better on the attacking side.
Highlights automatically record हो जाएंगे और right के cloud swing में सही है.
Right now,
China बहुत बड़ा market है उनके लिए.
Again and again.
They are doing whatever
really
they can.
Boils down to the clutch factor, the clutch potential of Fancy United. Their raw mechanical skill, accompanied by the utility, so helpful. Jado is immediately grounded by Yes I Can. And Fancy United, another instance that NAOS pushes, and another instance that they are silent.
Shut down immediately. You can tell there, Ja was trying to get up on top of those boxes, but I guess he missed his jump because he didn't seem ready for that fight as he otherwise would have thought. Jin shutting down Wits off the flank, and this round is done!
Yeah, there you go. Round's done.
I दोनों team बोल रही है defense में मैं पहले.
United, it has been a pace that has been picked up. In the end, though, Fancy United, they're still able
हमें भी
to
मिल
weather
जाए.
whatever
अरे
storm
उम्मीद
NAOS
है.
brings at them, and it's
उम्मीदों
really
पे
just their
दुनिया
heads
कायम.
up, basically. They notice that NAOS is coming at them. They react
भाई,
so
shot
very
भाई.
quickly. And with that shutdown onto Ja, plus the immediate flash right after, they were still prepared to pre-fire the main angle.
I mean, Ja could have certainly gotten a kill there if I think he just landed the jump. That's normally supposed to place him on top of the box. It just never was able to connect. But still, they got a buy here though, and lots of ultimates for NAOS to throw on out here. They have to make sure that these are the type of rounds they secure.
Yeah, sure, the buy is there. The ultimates are ready. But it's a one-round gap. Fancy United. This is why this graphic is there in the Vietnamese challengers, basically. The 3-9 curse looking very possible if Fancy United can keep up this pace. This time around, though, they're expecting the aggression from NAOS. They hold off towards spawn for the time being.
Cosmic Divide is available, plus that lockdown here from Jin, and knowing that, the B site seems ever more enticing for the take here. Now certainly have to anticipate that. You can see them playing here towards the spawn because they know that Rolling Thunder could wreak havoc on them if they're still within the site.
Yeah, Fancy United looking to make at least an opening here towards the B site. The setup is there from Mojer, an immediate knockdown onto 𝘍𝑺 as well. Nano Swarms hampering the push here of Fancy United. You can still see Jin looking for a bit of opportunity, but the Seekers are heard. Now it's trying to get a bit of that intel as now the plant goes down.
Yeah. I mean, this position here being played by 𝘼𝐍𝐿 is going to be big, but especially here, this lockdown should buy them some time. They have that orbital strike to deal with it, though.
Oh, the showstopper instead for the detour, but
Yes I Can
was ready for it. Lockdown response here from NAOS. Yes,
Oh,
I Can reloading, but still survives.
Bolte.
Covered by 𝑁izzy. 4v2 though. Fancy needs to respect this. 𝑁izzy trying to still hold towards tower. Mojer getting close towards the side. And where is Papi Chulo? Done and dusted already. Mojer now versus the rest. And 𝑁izzy will make sure that Fancy is on board yet again. Now we're all tied up.
That was nicely done here coming from
comeback
Fancy.
हो
They
गया,
were able to
Godfrey.
shut that down and get the punish off of NAOS, who seemingly had the better time. But Ja, they're
ये
using
नीची
that
भाई तो
showstopper
अल्ट
to
यूज किए
deal with
बिना ही
the
घुसे जा रहे
lockdown.
राउंड
They
निकले
had
जा
the
रहे
orbital strike anyways to utilize. They could have used that.
आई फील
They
अभी
used
यूज
the
कर देना
showstopper to
चाहिए
read,
फिर
to
वापस
hit the
फार्म
site
करके आ ही
itself.
जाएगा एक
And
और
so really what's happening here is that
खासकर ये round.
Fancy,
हाँ
they're capitalizing on a lot of the mistakes being made by NAOS and using those windows of opportunity to gain them these rounds.
Yeah, sure, we have NAOS playing in a hasty manner, but what can this fast play actually attain if they're shut down so instantaneously? And I love what Jin was able to do in that round as well, sticking around towards Arcade, watching the flank. Then he put that lockdown towards Underpass, and
भाई 2.5 घंटे हो गए मेरे को स्ट्रीम चालू करके एक मैप नहीं हुआ है.
Yes, Ican's position all throughout was so strong, and with that extra bit of distraction, he caught two off guard.
बच गए भाविन भाई, सोचिए अगर पहला मैच से
One wonders if this should have come
फिर
earlier.
तो अभी ये गेम के बाद बंद कर दिया होता मैं.
The rounds were starting to be cut up top.
Unleashing the
Starting to hit
unstoppable
the
force
9-6
more. अच्छा
scoreline,
ओके
things
मैं
like that.
बोलूँ भाई मिडिल ने नया
Now
रोस्टर
they let
अनाउंस
it
किया
happen when
पर
the
मुझे तो
position
लगा
has
कुछ और ही
already caught
रोस्टर
on
होने
up,
वाला
and
था,
if
ये
you're
तो कुछ
Fancy
और ही
right
दिख रहा
now,
है.
you have to be feeling good. One has to question really where the mental state right now of NAOS, who had just such a huge lead a while ago and it was erased.
Yeah, what a shift right of fortunes here. NAOS Esports, what else can they do in terms of dealing with Fancy United? Can they actually play a bit more defensive this time around? They have posited their composition, be a bit more aggressive to try and force Fancy United in tight spots. But we've seen the bailout. If it's not Jin, it's Nizzy. If it's not either of them, it's Yes I Can. And there's just so many options that Fancy United has here.
Depends on how they play.
It was so great a while ago, keeping NAOS in check, right? Getting those 2 picks off towards
idea
and when he wasn't ready for the next fight, when Witch was coming around the corner, Nizzy was there for the help. So Fancy playing off of each other nicely so far.
Yeah, Nizzy, I'd say to describe him in this game, right place, right time, incredible aim. 23 takedowns. The running back is available as well. And as NAOS only has the Hero Spectre on their eco. They love the paint shells, but look at Fancy United swing at them. Nizzy also, that was such a split-second reaction. Pop that running back to try and stay alive. NAOS still fighting on back. Senior Carl looking to mow them down, but Fancy United still do stand. 2v1 though, a single bullet enough to catch out 𝘼𝐽𝐺. Fancy will disengage and go for the site instead.
भाई बेचारे ने अल्ट यूज किया वापस मर गया पीछे से.
𝘼𝐽𝐺 will be able to retrieve the rifle. Can wrap back around here through the ropes and
time by हो गया
hit them
उसके.
from main, so not sure if Fancy expect this.
They need to make sure that they're covering that angle, that's for sure. 15 HP. One shot from either the Vandal and the Phantom, and 𝘼𝐽𝐺 trying to creep. Will meet Fancy United, but look at 𝘼𝐍𝐿𝐒 go. They had always a backup plan. They were ready together.
User joined your channel.
Well, in the end there, Fancy still gained the round, which is the important thing, but they came pretty close and they can't let those type of equal rounds work out for NAOS when those bridge pitches come.
का एक सवाल था नए मॉडल के रोस्टर के बारे में क्या लगता है
Bolt, right, just give him the timing there. And he kept him alive, but yet still the damage done. I think that's still great value for NAOS.
पता नहीं कि क्या लगता है वो पता नहीं.
Initial damage from the paint shells.
Yeah.
Pops that full roster, bro. Fancy United fighting on back. Oh, I see a smile over there on your face.
Game देख रहा है क्या? Fancy was
United, they're the ones smiling here instead. They have been on a roll here in the second half, taking that lead as well.
कुछ ज़्यादा ही delay नहीं हो गया?
बहुत ज़्यादा delay हो गया. हाँ, 3-9 down थे, अभी 10-9 up है. कैसे भगवान? अभी रुक के खेल रहे हैं अटैक पे उल्टा और NAOS भाग रहा है.
You can see that they're trying to anticipate some aggression from NAOS.
Bhavin.
बोलना
भाई मत instead being a bit more passive, wanting to anchor on down and keep an eye out here for Wits and his initial angle. He's very wary of that drop position.
Nashila land.
ये Saturday को भी है same location.
हाँ ये Saturday next ना?
नहीं यही Saturday.
Trying to put some attention here towards his drop position. Wits caught out in the open. He's
next रहेगा तो जा सकते हैं. ये तो अभी watch party कर रहा हूँ ना.
Apparently, yes, I can.
वहाँ से कर लेना.
Of his opposition.
नहीं
In the end, though, it's there for a more safe plan.
Last week already दर्द मिल गया हमें थोड़ा.
The intentions here, Fancy United, and look at them go back towards drop again.
Yeah, because they anticipate the Rolling Thunder to come on in here this side. If they confirm this is clear, I think they're going to throw it towards drop anyways.
And not only that, the Viper spit from above. 𝘼𝐽𝐺 just keeping that afloat. The orbital strike, not the right call. The Rolling Thunder there as well. Absolutely bamboozled here by Fancy United. The gravity well to manipulate that spike area. Not only that, the Rolling Thunder is there too. We were talking about the smarts here, the utility from Fancy United, and we are getting a heck of a lot of it. Well done by Fancy United. Can 𝘼𝐺𝐿 Carl get the defuse going? Absolutely not. Fancy United make a statement.
मतलब खत्म ही नहीं होने वाला है.
A certainly unique execute on the side in post-land hold.
मजा आया देख के भाई.
NAOS not able to burn a single piece of utility early. It left
इनका एक
Fancy
ऊपर वाला
with
प्लांट भी
every
है.
piece of the puzzle that they need.
मैं एक बार हम लोग इन लोग के सामने खेल रहे थे. Second time जब हम लोग गए थे. Fancy. तो मेरे को मालूम था इन लोग ए साइड मतलब दे देते हैं. ठीक है. इतना फनी बात है ना. 12 राउंड हमारे पास ए साइड पे 12 के 12 राउंड लोग टेक किए ऑलमोस्ट. हाँ ट्रिगर हो गया. मैं ट्रिगर मैं बोला ये कैसे हो रहा है.
लोग का भी अभी जो इवेंट जो हुआ था ना ऐसे
हाँ
सेम
kind of
चीज हो रही
anticipate
थी उसके
aggression
बाद मैंने
based on
बोल
what
दिया
NAOS were
गाइस
doing a while ago, and
हेवन चढ़
because
जाओ
NAOS weren't successful
टाइम आ
in it,
चुके हैं उसके बिना
you
कुछ
see
नहीं हो
them
सकता
trying to shy away from getting proactive early.
Yeah, they have no answer.
अरे हम लोग तो उनका एक पिक भी ले लेते थे फिर भी वो 5v4 अटैक कर दे रहे। अब मैं बोला
उन लोग का
5v4
वो सेट होता था फिनिक्स की वॉल
हाँ पर अरे उसको काउंटर करने को बहुत इजी है, एक सामने अपने स्मोक डाल देने का बस और अपने स्मोक में खेलने का, वो लोग कुछ नहीं कर पाते। पर हम लोग वेरी बेसिक वही पे बैठे हुए, वो लोग आए जा रहे मारे जा रहे, आए जा रहे मारे जा रहे।
Instead, Nizzy though leading the charge, looking for the first one to frag onto. Nizzy gets the takedown onto Mojer, Witz though standing tall and proud. Fights back to make it 3v3.
भाई स्ट्रांग है भाई बहुत।
Yeah, 𝐼𝐍𝐿 very low HP though.
ये लोग ने
No ultimates in
NAOS
either
ने
side
अभी
to really
तक
throw
नोटिस
out
नहीं
for
किया
this
क्या
round, but
कि
the
ये
retake
लोग
coming out
ये
here.
स्मोक
Shot with the
कर ही
last
नहीं
strike
रहे
gets 𝐼𝐍𝐿 down.
एक भी राउंड
Veto
में
towards him and
नीचे
Ja
जाते
flies now to make it towards
हमेशा
the side.
ड्रॉप और सैंड्स कर
NAOS
रहे।
trying to force Fancy's hand. They pop the gravity well already. Jin is there though to get to, and Jin. Those are the kills that Fancy needs. Do we get it from Yes I Can? Not gonna happen. 1v1 though. Now the Swarm is there for the stall. Paint shells getting ready from Ja as well. And as they have Jin rotating here back onto the halls. The turret will keep an eye out.
Oh
and Jin
my.
will reign supreme there.
Jin played it so well on that retake. Getting those 2 kills now has had to get that
I love
secured,
you
but
पूजा भाई,
the
कोई
2v1
पूजा है इधर
Jin
चैट
still
में।
makes that duel work on out. Now simply
निक्की
slipping
लव पूजा।
when it matters the most.
I just want to point out that near the
वो एक जन ने I love you too भी
Vietnamese
लिखा
fan
है।
base here, they are so hyped, they are so loud, and it
Destructive
is
mind.
just quite the interesting things that they put on the board there.
भाई
too.
ऐसे
But
टाइम
3
पे
rounds
कमबैक
now
करने को ना मन
is
में
the
अंदर
gap,
गुर्दा नहीं
and
बचता है।
1 round is
Not
what
being said.
Fancy United needs to honestly get such a
हम
big
भी अब थे
map
9-5 लाइन
upset
पे आई
here.
थिंक 9-5 थे।
Well,
9-4 थे उसके बाद एक भी
luckily
राउंड
here,
नहीं जीते।
coming on in
And
for
Iguala.
this
नहीं
Fancy United
नहीं
squad,
अभी वाला
they
लाइन
definitely
9-4 अप
found their
डिफेंस पे
footing
फिर एक भी
in
राउंड नहीं
this
जीते।
game.
वो
And
माइनर
the
वाला।
defensive side
हाँ।
proving to be an absolute nightmare for NAOS. They call this timeout, I believe, but not a single defensive round they have been able to gain. That's 9 rounds straight now on the second half, 10 if you count the last of the opener. And just, if you're NAOS right now, if anything, I know they've been dissuaded from getting aggressive early, but
Calm
the
down,
best rounds that we've
baby,
seen from them on
calm
the defense
down,
has been when they get
calm
aggressive,
down.
especially on those ecos.
Yeah, toe to toe, right? It's been quite a
भाई
back and forth
साथ
and
बहुत यादें
effectively a
जुड़ चुकी
heavyweight
हैं मेरी।
matchup.
हाँ।
At the end of Fancy United have finally gotten rid of the training wheels, have not pulled their punches anymore. And what we've
पोपा
seen
जी
so
ओ
far from the attack
सीक्रेट
side is the
अपने
fact that they're
थोड़ा
so
अरमानों
confident
को
on
कंट्रोल
how
करो।
their initial executions
हमारे साथ
work.
एक
They
हादसा
know,
हुआ
of
था
course, that NAOS
हमारे
has
boot
lesser
camp के
members
उधर।
towards the side.
हाँ।
They take advantage of that by just being heavy-handed.
क्या ऐसा
as
क्या
soon
हुआ?
as they
मुझे क्यों
clear
टाइम
out
आउट
the
मिला? I
other
don't
side
know
of the
तुषार
map.
bro,
And
मैंने
that's
नहीं
why
दिया।
they use a lot of the rope, right, to rappel to the other side.
पालू भाई को तो पता होगा।
Well, they've been really making sure that they can keep NAOS guessing, and with NAOS not wanting to be proactive, not wanting to be aggressive early.
भाई
anymore
सायक
early in the
बेचारे
rounds. They
डिस्ट्रक्टिव
don't
मैन ने
really
तो आई
have
लव
a
यू टू
good
बोला, उसको
picture
क्यों टाइम
on
आउट दे रहा है?
what is to come, and you can see them questioning.
Yeah.
What was that a while ago?
No,
मैं
so
पूजा
Fancy
बंदे फास्ट है यार पूजा का अकाउंट बना के आते। I don't wed anyone, I am already married.
Will this be it? Or will NAOS recover? Fancy United playing from arcade. They do leave 𝘼𝐽𝐿 on the lurk just to open up that toxic screen instead. And right now, they catch out Nizzy here for NAOS. Jindo with an immediate trade. Fancy United trying to pick up that spike. Gets the takedown.
नहीं
even
भाई
more so.
पापी
And
भाई
chance
भी
now to
फाइट
go for the
लेंगे
push.
मतलब
Seekers are there,
लेंगे
but
सब।
𝐼𝐍𝐿 clears. Wins the collateral. Yes, I can, and 𝐼𝐍𝐿 both
भाई
top
सब
with 10.
फाइटिंग
Leads now
only
to a
fighting।
2v2.
Yeah, big ground there for Witz. The double kept them in check. Otherwise, was looking disastrous already here from NAOS, who are just trying to keep that fight going. Mojo
और
right
लेके
now,
अल्ट
he's
कर
so
देगा।
on that A site. He's got utility to help him, but it really is his B site where the rest of them are
NAOS
going.
में भी यही इशू है
up
ना,
to Witz
मोजर
here.
और जहाँ सेम रोल
Find
खेलते
an
हैं।
opportunity, especially
हाँ।
Mojo 2 away from
अच्छा
that
दोनों
lockdown.
ड्यूलिस्ट।
दोनों
It's not
प्रॉपर
gonna factor
ड्यूलिस्ट
in
है।
for the round though. This is the toxic screen.
पहले
It's
जा
up yet
भाई थोड़ा
again.
चेंबर खेल
Trying
लेते
to
थे,
pick out the
बट
intentions
अभी
of
चेंबर ही नहीं
Fancy.
है तो
They
लग गए।
crawl towards the site and a chance now to put the spike down.
Yeah, if they do go for this tap of the
भाई
spike
पर
here,
क्या चेंबर खेलता था
then they should be aware about Witz. I don't think
Wrong.
he knows necessarily
बहुत।
where they're coming from. He has to be careful. His
देखा जाए तो
positioning
Witz
right
भी
outside
duelist
being
था।
working out here for Fancy.
हाँ
So many times we've seen 𝘼𝐽𝐿
पकड़ लिया।
outmaneuver anyone on that B site, whether through tower, whether through arcade itself. It's all up to Mojer yet again. Fancy United though in prime position. has the angle already. Jin puts that spike down. A countdown to destruction here for NAOS.
एक राउंड नहीं
Towards
जीते
tower
ये
still.
लोग भी
Moser keeping an eye out. That Cerrito gets the angle, and FCY gets the peak even. What a recovery! Now shut down in that second half as Fancy take the win.
10 rounds straight they were able to take in that second half. 11 in total.
और MF
We
हो
have
जाता है
never
भाई
seen
अगर
anything like it.
TT साइड में
And
तुम
what a
2-3
comeback
राउंड
here
डाउन हो
from
जाओ
Fancy. And
ना
imagine the
इकोनॉमी है
mental
ऊपर से वो लोग कुछ
state
भी
NAOS
कर
was
रहे
in
हैं
after losing a map like that.
Impeccable
चार
from
चार
Fancy
साइड
United.
संभाल रहे हैं
Understated in how they
फैंसी आप
willed
कोच है
themselves
ओनर है
to
समझ
that
नहीं आ रहा है मेरे को
victory.
जो
It's
इतना खुश हो
something
गया
that they've been
एकदम
keeping
दोनों है वो
away
दोनों
from the
है
tournament scene for
अच्छा
so
दोनों है
long.
कोच
They
भी ओनर
still
भी
उसका जो
have it in
को-ओनर
the
है
bag
वही
though,
उसका
and I'm
कोच
just
है
absolutely impressed
और
by the
उसका जो दूसरा
consistency of
को-ओनर
them
है
all
वही
throughout. A
उसका
struggle,
वो है
yes, in the first half,
मैनेजर
but coming
और
into the second,
ओ भाई
was
मस्त
just unbeatable so many times.
अच्छा
Jin
बजट में
also
मस्त
some
काम
smart
कर रहे हैं
decision
मतलब
making
एकदम
and some stellar angles to get opportunities.
I ask you,
सही
that's
है
how
भाई
superstitious you might be. A 9-3 really coming in here
एक
at
राउंड
the end
नहीं
of the
जीत
game.
पाए यार
And
हाँ
by the way,
यार
the fans were able to do it too as well. The defensive half proving to be a struggle for both sides especially, but this map number 1, it certainly did not go the way we thought. Let's move on over to map number 2 after we come back from the break.
कौन ज्यादा ये हो गया है
सायक जो है मॉड है
सायक इतना ही भावुक मत हुआ कर लोग तो बख्शोदी तो करेंगे ही लोग
नाइन 3 से एक भी राउंड बिना दिए जीते हैं मुंह पे कुछ नहीं है उनके हर राउंड जीतने के बाद भी मुंह पे कुछ नहीं
है वैसे होना चाहिए एक्चुअली
हमारे
पर एक्चुअली वैसे भी नहीं होना चाहिए पता नहीं इट्स वेरी हार्ड टू से कि कैसा होना चाहिए पर
आई थिंक वो सबका अपना अपना तरीका होता है
हाँ I mean if you can handle the emotions then why not if you can't handle it then थोड़ा प्रॉब्लम है
मामले में राजा बहुत सही है रियो माइस्टर
पापा जी आप खुद चिल्लाते थे हाँ इससे तो बोल रहा हूँ मेरे को तो पसंद था भाई पहले के तो तुम दिन तुमने देखे नहीं है मेरे बता रहा हूँ मैं तुम लोग को कभी दिखे नहीं है किसी को अभी जो वैलोरेंट वालों को
janelas são fechadas, guardam tudo que restou. Mandei o recado à luz.
9-3 कर्स बोलते ये कौन सा गाना है ये गाना सुना सुना क्यों लग रहा है
ये लोग उसको खिला ही नहीं रहे फैंसी वाले तो वुकोंग को
हाँ
वो तो इनका बेस्ट प्लेयर लगता था मुझे
ये लोग हमेशा अपने बेस्ट प्लेयर को बेंच कर देते
उसको क्यों नहीं खिला रहे ये कौन सा नशा है
याद है इसके पहले जो था सबसे पहले एक था ना उसको भी हटा दिया तो उसकी जगह निजी को लाया था
बेंच तो मुझे भी किया गया था फैंसी के सामने वो फैंसी के सामने था कि किसी
शिट
कॉल पे कौन कौन है मैं विम्प और गॉडस्पीड हैकर ब्रो को बुलाओ यार हैकर ब्रो किधर है
नहीं है ना उसमें
क्या नहीं है अच्छा पीसी नहीं है अभी के लिए हाँ बराबर हैकर ब्रो ज्ञान देते मस्त हमें स्किल्स कहाँ है
बहुत गंदा है रे तू
अरे नॉलेज देते भाई नॉलेज लेने में क्या गंदा हो गया मैं भाई वही नॉलेज बोलता तो कुछ नहीं बोलता है जस्ट हिंदी में ज्ञान बोल रहा हो तो भाई गाना मस्त है भाई बहुत सूदिंग गाना कोई गाने का नाम बताओ भाई भाई कोई भी बता दो प्लीज पोर्चुगीज गाना है. That narrows it down. कासा दे विद्रो, पक्की बात है. देखो मैं स्क्रीनशॉट करके रख रहा हूँ, स्ट्रीम के बाद देखूंगा क्योंकि तुम हरामियों पे मेरे को विश्वास नहीं है. कासा दे विद्रो सर्च किया और कुछ और आ गया ना.
It's VCT
Guys, मैं एक second आया, एक call आ रहा है.
2023, and we are here to break down what just went down on Fracture. It was a flawless attacking side coming through from Fancy United. We were sitting down there, we said, yeah, 9-3 curse.
Bhavin
Certainly
Kotwani
a
करते हैं
possibility.
guys.
Yeah. And I'm not one to usually believe
ऐसे
in
ही आएगा, सब
superstitions,
लोग लिख
but
देना,
Fancy
stream
United
off है,
just
stream
pulled
off
off
है.
one of the most beautiful comebacks I've ever seen, not dropping a single round in that second half.
11 rounds just to come back into it. Who would have ever thought that this is the way that Fancy would take map number 1? We talked about that they had to take one of those opening two, but in this fashion, Dax.
Dude, I got synonyms for you. Fancy United Esports, it's a synonym for attack. Nizzy, a synonym for consistency. And just all throughout Fancy United, I'm changing English here. I know we speak two different kind of Englishes, Matt.
I'm so cooked. I'm so tired. at the moment. I was just like, is it?
No. But now, yes, it is.
You're telling fibs.
After this, yeah.
After this. But truth be told, Fancy United, they always had that possible all throughout the game. The rounds that they took in that first half, it was them playing that contact, playing hardball against NAOS Esports. And once it came to the attacking side, the executes were sublime. Yes, I can also stepping up to the plate. And Jin too, just the angles that he would take.
और शालू भाई घर वापस आ गए आप.
Yeah, it feels bad for Jar.
Yeah, bro.
MVP for NAOS, but just unfortunately couldn't get the job done. There was multiple times you could see he was going for that aggressive play style we know and love from NAOS on the defense, but time after time, Fancy were just sitting there, just standing there, ready to shoot. Sometimes Jar was caught mid-air,
मैं देखा
hit his mark with the
satchels,
and unfortunately just
और
cost
आप
him a
लोग
little bit too
tournament के
much
लिए
and
उससे
might have
पहले
been
आए
cost
ना
NAOS the
Yeah,
series
वही
if
दिन
things
था
don't go right.
Saturday आया था.
And that round in particular, you know, where they were supposed to go for that B-main push and he didn't land the jump and landed the right spot on top of the boxes. That seemed to have started the beginning of the end here.
Valorant का final हारे,
you could tell that they
CS:GO का हार
were
गए.
dissuaded from getting aggressive on some of their gun rounds.
CS:GO का तो
especially.
confirm भाई
And
पता ही था
some of their
हारने
best
वाले.
rounds on the defense are
वो
when
क्या
they got
पूरी टीम
aggressive,
थी उन
even
लोगों
on
की,
eco.
और
So
वाली टीम
I
थी.
think that it shouldn't have they shouldn't have let that get to them as much as it did.
There were also 3 other moments that we saw so far. Jin in that 4K
आप लोग मुंबई में खेले ना, मुंबई में तो D5 थी शायद.
Effective. The 1v1 that Fishy was able to accomplish also by rotating around the tower
वो
around
जो
RK,
कैफे वाला है, I
showing
think
that
उसका
Fancy
आएगा.
United was very
मेरे को तो
active
समझ
around
में भी
the
नहीं
map.
आ रहा है कि
And you
वो
were saying
क्या
something
चीज़ है,
before
क्या
we
हो
even
रहा है.
got started on the panel.
Confusing है
That
बहुत.
round where
मेरे को
they
भी नहीं
quick
समझ आ रहा
drop
कि
and
अगर
they were just gonna
जो
hold
है
it down
slot
there,
टीम पे
and
अपनी
while
टीम है.
Dallas
कैफे
was trying to
विनर का
retake
मैच
against
मुंबई के
all
कैफे
instead.
विनर के साथ हो रहा है.
NAOS,
For
you know,
what?
taking a main back, they dropped the orbital, they dropped the rolling thunder, and
वही
found
क्योंकि
absolutely
जो
no
है
one
already
thinking,
उनकी
where
तो already
have
team
they
थी.
gone?
क्या
But
क्या?
look, you guys were calling out on the cast. It was a 5-man retake
God-
setup.
God's
वो मैं
Plan next अभी किसको
From drop,
कोच कर
something
रहा
you
है?
don't
क्या
see
अभी
too
भी हो
often, but
God's
they knew
Plan में?
exactly
तेरा lag हो
what
रहा है
NAOS
यार.
were going to do, what they were going to throw at them, and they read
मेरा
the
lag हो रहा है.
situation perfectly.
Yeah, it was lined
The
up.
round after that one as well
बरोबर.
is one that tickled my fancy
Nice
too. It was
planning.
1v1. That was when we saw Jin. He had just enough utility, drop that nano so he could rotate
अरे
through
भाई
sand
मत
back
करो.
towards main. Drop the
अबे
turret, peek with the
हगा है
turret,
यार, ये
clutched in the
इसीलिए तो साला
one-on-one,
साइड
and
के
it
उस पे
just
किया
kept
था हम
it
लोगों
as
ने.
close as possible. Everyone downstairs was just like, oh,
ये
like,
था
is this the
भाभी.
round? And now it's going to finally get
मैं ही
one
कर रहा
round and a
था.
half. And it just never happened.
सिमर
But
के
of
उस
course,
पे.
look,
He was
anyway,
great.
your turn.
Yeah, he was great. I was just gonna say he was great in that one. He just timed things super right.
I love it when
It's
Matt
a
explains things.
man.
Yeah,
No.
he's just, that's a big moment. You know, Matt
Take a
with
chill
with a
pill,
big
man.
voice, big body. You got this. You
Mate,
got
look,
this.
I'm just nerding out, right? Because you guys get to nerd out for the whole cast. I'm just down in the green room with the rest of the talent, nerding out down there like, what's happening?
क्या लग रहा है?
Whoa,
2-0
he
हो जाएगा
used-
अभी?
He used
हाँ.
that nano swarm
Yes,
so perfectly,
yes.
not to do damage.
ऐसा
just to buy
demoralizing
time,
loss
a
के
theory
बाद
that
तो
some people don't understand.
बहुत
मुश्किल है.
ज़्यादा motivational talk
That's
लगेगा.
what we're here to talk about. Let's move the conversation
और अभी
on to Pearl.
काइंड ऑफ बैक ऑफ द माइंड
So
में ये भी
now,
रहेगा
of
कि
course,
पहले पे
losing
अच्छा
their map
शुरुआत
pick,
भी
they
मिल
get
गई
to
तो
select
वापस
हाँ.
से तो कमबैक कर
Had a
सकते
कर
हैं.
सकते हैं.
what side they're starting on, but
Plus
they are
point of
very strong
मतलब
on the
fancy का ही
attacking
pick.
Pearl. So You guys have seen him play it a few times now.
अरे पिक पे भरोसा नहीं रहा है. Got feed by.
They have been experimenting just a little bit on which controller to play.
हाँ, जैसे ही फ्रैक्चर हो रहा सोचा था हेवन ही पिक कर लेना चाहिए था. अपने को भी कौन सा आता है खेलने.
तू बहुत डेंजर आदमी है. तूने लास्ट में भी लोटस और बाइंड में बाइंड किया है.
वो सिमर ने बोला. मैं लोटस ले रहा था. वो कान में बोले जा रहे हैं बाइंड ले, बाइंड ले, बाइंड ले, बाइंड ले, बाइंड ले.
Okay, so are they going for like a single wall comp? They're going for the double wall comp? What's their go-to?
Nah, it's probably going to be the Astra and Viper here, but I think I'm more interested and excited for the composition coming out of Fancy into this one because they've been playing as a reason, and even before when they really love to use that and amplify the strengths of what they've done.
नहीं, मैंने वन टैप से ये लगाया था कि शर्ट लगाया था. मैंने उसको बोला, मैंने देख यंग बच्चा उसको एक चैलेंज देते. तो मैंने उसको चैलेंज दिया. मैंने उसको बोला अगर तू सिमर को एज अ ड्यूलिस्ट उसको आउट ड्यूल कर दिया, मतलब इन टर्म्स ऑफ फर्स्ट ब्लड, इन टर्म्स ऑफ परफॉर्मेंस, तो मैं तेरे को डिनर खिलाऊंगा. और वो हो गया. और मैंने वन टाइप को डिनर खिलाया. उसके लिए उसने लिखा है थैंक यू हेलरेंजर. ओ नो थैंक यू साई.
Heavy momentum to NAOS in the first half, but then they just couldn't find any inch, any centimeter to get back into the game. But now they're the guys that get to set the tones, probably starting on the attack here on Pearl.
साई भाई का एम, साई भाई का गेम.
मैंने बोला है सिमर भाई को पूजा उजा कराना चाहिए सिमर भाई को.
सिमर को, सिमर का कभी-कभी ऐसा लगता है ना कि कुछ भी मारता है और कभी-कभी लगता है क्या हो गया बेचारे को. दिन बहुत खराब है, सब गंदे शॉट उसको ही पड़ रहे हैं.
उसको एक, तेरे को पता है उसको एक क्या पड़ा है. उसने वो टिल्टेड था ना, मैंने अटैक में बोला कि जा डैश मार, फ्लैश दे रहा हूँ या कुछ, तो स्काई फ्लैश में उसने डैश मारा. वन टैप ने उसको ट्रक के पीछे से शावर के अंदर स्पैम मार के मार दिया वो डैश में, समझ रहे, विदाउट जस्ट पेनिट्रेट गन के बैंडल से मार दिया उसने पूरा स्पैम 150 एचपी.
They played no duelists in the
उसकी
sense
शक्ल
and
देखने
Omen
लायक
was the
थी.
duelist.
Yeah,
I
ये
remember
सब शॉट्स
like
पता है सिमर भाई को ही पड़ता है. हम खेल रहे होते थे वो रिकॉर्ड करके.
हाय हम लोग
देखो
2021.
नहीं एक राउंड था गॉडस्पीड में, आपको बताता हूँ. ठीक है, पर्ल पे बी पे वो डबल बॉक्स है ना जिधर लोग प्लांट करते हैं यूजुअली, तो साई भाई उसके ऊपर थे. सामने अभी हार्बर वॉल डाली है सामने वाले ने. ठीक है, बिलोंग पे स्प्रे कर रहा है. ठीक है, तो गेम के बाद अरे यार उसने मटके मार दिया ये वो, और मैं उसके बाजू में खड़ा हुआ, मैं स्क्रीन के पीछे हिडन हूँ. मैं बोला भोसड़ी के तू वैंडल से स्प्रे कर, तो हार मतलब विम्प और इसमें झगड़ा हो रहा है. ठीक है, ये विम्प को बोलता है नहीं ब्रो इम्पॉसिबल है उसको दिखना, हार्बर की वॉल हवे तक थी कैसे दिखेगा. तो विम्प बोला हो सकता है मटके में पड़ गया रहेगा. मैं बोला बेशरम आदमी वैंडल से स्प्रे कर रहा है उधर टैप 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 करके, तो सामने वाले को दिखेगा नहीं. तो जवाब क्या आता है, मेरे को लगा उन लोग इतने अच्छे प्लेयर नहीं है, उनको समझेगा नहीं किधर से आ रहा है. बोला साई भाई, साई भाई.
Not gonna say I told you so. Not gonna say I told you so. But
it's a contest now.
I'm not. Hey! I'm not getting ahead of myself, but I am keeping count.
ओए वुकोंग को बिठा दिया क्या?
Sure that we are all aligned onto who has the biggest brain from all of the talent,
of course. Brownie points.
And here we go. Who has?
हाँ वुकोंग बैठा है.
वुकोंग ही दिख रहा था.
We got that Yoru.
It's out. So
मेरे को पता ही नहीं वुकोंग कैसा दिखता है, इसके लिए
वो पतला सा बच्चा है वो.
अच्छा, किसको बिठाया उन लोगों ने बाहर?
वो जो ब्रिज खेल रहा था. आईजी फॉर्म देखो भाविन भाई. बहुत डेंजर लोग हैं ये लोग, बहुत डेंजर है. कुछ भी कर सकते हैं ये लोग. हेवन आना चाहिए लोग का. हेवन गेम प्ले देखो, मजा आ जाएगा.
अब आपने स्क्रीम किया है लगता है हेवन पेन को.
योरू चेंबर क्या खेलते भाई. योरू चेंबर, वाइपर, ओमन.
हेलो गेको भूल
और गेको ओमन, वाइपर, चेंबर, योरू. क्या ड्राफ्ट है.
इनके साथ हेवन सीम क्या उसके बाद 4 प्लेयर पीछे घूम के बोलते हैं अब इसके साथ स्क्रिम नहीं लेना है। कोई फायदा नहीं हो रहा।
और ऐसा नहीं वो लोग भाग के मारते, उन लोग के उसमें भी सेट पीसेस है भाई, ऐसा हर जगह यूटिल कुछ ना कुछ आती ही है।
देखो ठुकाई हुई थी कि ठोका था?
ठुकाई हुई थी।
दोनों ही नहीं हुआ था। बट प्लेयर्स का
हाँ समझ में। मेरे को तो लगता है कभी-कभी वैसे टीम्स के साथ प्रैक्टिस करना भी अच्छा है। अनऑर्थोडॉक्स कॉम्प्स के सामने दिमाग यूज करना चालू हो जाते हैं। क्या है ऐसा नहीं हो सकता ना कि जिसके सामने खेला है उसके सामने ही खेलेंगे।
बट ये लोग भी ढीठ है, मतलब समझते हैं एकदम, जो चीज उसको एक बार भी मारेगा ना वो उन लोग को उसकी अपने सेट पीस पे पूरा भरोसा है कि तूने मटका मारा है, हम वही चीज करके आएंगे।
और तू सोचता है अभी कुछ तो चेंज करेंगे?
कोई ऑप्शन नहीं है ना उनके पास।
हाँ मतलब वही है, वो लोग कुछ ऐसा चेंज नहीं करते, जो सीखा है जितना सीखा है या तो हारेंगे या तो जीतेंगे, बट उस पे ही करेंगे।
उनका कोच हंटर लेके बैठा रहता है। बहुत डेंजर है, उसकी कहानियां सुनी है मैंने।
हाँ अरे कहानियां क्या, हम लोग के सामने अभी वो जो हुआ था लास्ट ईयर टूर्नामेंट, उसमें वो बनियान पहन के बैठा हुआ था वही कावा और हम लोग, मैं जाके देख रहा हूँ मैच, उनको क्या भर रहा है वो, बाप रे। मेरे को तो लगा उसके कंप्यूटर के थ्रू ही मार देगा एक आदमी को तो चाटा।
अभी बात बताओ सालू भाई, एक तो कोच रहता है तो नॉर्मली इंसान नहीं बोलना चाहते, ठीक है कोच को। अगर वो कोच को ओनर रहे
मेरे को पता है इन लोग के इसमें कुछ तो रूल भी है कि अगर तुम रेडिएंट टॉप 20 ऐसा टॉप 30 नहीं गए तो सैलरी कट, क्रिम्स में राउंड नहीं जीते तो सैलरी कट।
क्या बोल रहा है?
वो तो चाइना में भी है।
हाँ मतलब अगर जैसा कि स्क्रिम खेल रहा है तो 6 से 7 राउंड के ज्यादा गए, 6 से 7 राउंड से ज्यादा हारे तो खत्म, जी।
मतलब हर मैच में नहीं होता, वो बोल देता है इस मैच के पहले कि ये स्क्रिम में ये ऑब्जेक्टिव है।
मेरा दोस्त है वो ऑफिशियल।
अच्छा
चाइना में तो मैंने खुला आम सुना है कि भाई फाइन्स हैं, ये इस चीज के ऊपर फाइन है, उस चीज के ऊपर फाइन है, अगर तुम्हारा टीममेट के ऊपर तुम टिल्ट हो गए उसके ऊपर फाइन है, ये वो बहुत कुछ है।
Well, sky's the limit for him.
Well, let's see how they exactly perform, right? NAOS here, trying to soar high as they can. Attacking round for them. B side is going to be their option.
चाइना बहुत आगे बढ़ जाएगा ये 6 महीने 1 साल में as a region।
ये भी पार्ट ड्यूलिस्ट वाली टीम ही है भाविन। वो फिशियो ड्यूलिस्ट खेलता था पुरानी टीम में, जिम ड्यूलिस्ट खेलता था, निजी ड्यूलिस्ट, वो भी वुकोंग तो रेना खेलता था भाई हर मैप में।
सिर्फ ये सही कैन
तेरे को पता है क्या, ये सही कैन भी ड्यूलिस्ट, हम लोग के सामने तो वही ड्यूलिस्ट खेला था फिनिक्स।
ओह पर ये सही कैन हमेशा से कंट्रोलर में रहा है।
आईजीएल है
What a bite from that doggy. Fisho will
वो
fall.
असेंट में जो करता था ओमेन लेके
their way towards the site. We're looking a little bit
Pitlings
different.
smoke करके
Last
थी।
tournaments we've seen Wits already with
पता
that
है वो लोग का
takedown.
वो
And
प्रॉपर
it's all
सेट
up
हमेशा
to
सेम
Side
चीज
Ken
आएगी।
Instead, but NAOS, they're clear with the utility, so solid and so well timed.
चलो नाओस वालों का आवाज आना चालू हो गया वापस।
Good starts, as we saw a while ago in Fracture, but it was about closing out that game that became a problem, and they're in a similar problem here now, Dax, where their second half is going to be on the least favorite side here, at least on Pearl, and so NAOS have potentially put themselves into a glove.
Yeah. I look at Fancy United stats though, since you mentioned the sides. Actually, interesting enough,
खुद ही ब्लाइंड हो गया बेचारा अपने फ्लैश से।
a little bit more superior to their attacking side during stage 2. And as of right now, if NAOS can just get these clears, it can be
अच्छा री-क्लियर था, स्पिट, स्काई फ्लैश, यूरो फ्लैश।
From that first map, never count Fancy United out. It's a gun buy though here for NAOS. It's an anti-eco with the Bulldogs into play.
You know, Fancy have actually typically been closing out their Pearl games on the defensive side. They typically start in the attack. So how are they comfortable in this position right now, where they're in at least a half a map up in the series, especially in such a way that they're able to do it? And now if they lose this,
कई जन बिठा देते, कई जन
that would be
weird
such
angle में चलो भाई
a
कैसे
heartbreaker of a
होता
way
है
to
ये?
take.
मतलब
Yeah, they catch the link
Comfortable,
and now they
bro.
push towards the
अपने
side.
comfort के
Dugout
ऊपर है.
still
मैं भी टेढ़ा
held
रख के
here
खेलता
by
हूँ.
Jin and John
Oh.
turns around and says, hey, you're here. Finds him
मोस्टली
out,
तो
gets
वो होता
that
है कि
takedown.
जो लोग कैफे से
Now
खेलना
Naos
चालू करते हैं उधर
wants to
स्पेस
push
अरे
नहीं
पर
होती है.
वो टेढ़ा
अच्छा,
ठीक है,
हाँ।
उसका टेढ़ा कैसे है वो देखा क्या तूने? मुंह के नीचे से.
हाँ नीचे की तरफ से
playing towards that spawn. The flash is there though, and it's
कांग का तूने देखा था कैसे रखता है
वो
मॉनिटर?
तो लेटा देता है सीधा.
हाँ वो वैसे ही रख रहा है ये भी एक बंदा.
वो जा है ना, जा रख रहा है.
3v2
हाँ।
damage done towards
वो
Naos.
पहले से ही
Fancy
ऐसा
United
रखता है.
get
नेक्सी
more
जा
out
ये लोग
of
पहले से ही
this
रखते हैं.
हाँ, वो
Cloud is
नेक्सी
there
तो भाई
though.
वो तो पूरा ही लेटा देता
At the
है.
very least.
बात ही खत्म.
Or rather, yes, I can looking for that opportunity.
पर जहाँ पे
Dugout
मॉनिटर
again.
आम नहीं है वहाँ पे कैसे करेगा
Covered.
ये?
Papi Chulo's
अभी
holding so far.
वो तो वो
And
एक्चुअली
now
में
it's just waiting
सवाल
this
तो है,
time
अपने
around.
घर से मॉनिटर लेके आता होगा.
Jump
तोड़
up
के
and
लेटा
right there,
देगा.
but it's way too open out. And there's not much of a chance here, especially for Yes I Can to pull this one away.
पर स्टैंड निकाल
Gravity Well
सकते हैं ना
simply
भाई.
secures a round.
हाँ.
They
ये भी
run
monitor.
away just to make sure
भी
they
है
don't get
तो
tagged
नीचे
by
जमीन
it.
पे रख देगा बस.
Well, it's 2 rounds
टेबल
after
टेबल
now.
पे
लेटा
रख
दे. हाँ, लेटा
हाँ,
देगा.
Damage done
और
by
क्या?
Fancy United. But I like that Naos now have gone to a more, I'd say, stable composition. They can go for something post-plant related. They can use that Astra to stall.
अरे वो
even
किसी
more
ने तो
so.
बोला था ये
That's
ओसू
one
वाले
thing
लोग
that was
करते हैं
lacking
ज्यादा.
a while ago on
जो लोग
that second
ओसू
half
ज्यादा
of
खेलते हैं.
Fracture. They were struggling as soon as Fancy United put that
अभी
spike
ये
down.
बोनस
it
राउंड
was
में
then
हाफ
forced to go for
आर्मर
that
लेने का
contact.
क्या लॉजिक है? वो लोग क्या स्पेक्टर से
I
ऐसा
think
भाग
that
भाग के
Jai
ऐसा
is better
एम
on
पंच
वही
the
ना,
करके
or
मार
anything,
देंगे.
aside from
वही
like a
हम लोग बात
chamber.
कर रहे थे.
If you
बोनस
get away
राउंड
with
और
the duel,
एंटी
that's
को
where he does
राउंड
the
में
best
सामने
because
आएगा तो क्यों
it
हाफ
gets
आर्मर
him that
लेगा?
second option as opposed to
इवन
raise sometimes.
इवन
which
इफ
is
हाफ
just a
आर्मर
full
लेगा तो
commit.
एटलीस्ट मतलब
And
चल
it
एस्ट्रा
also
ले रहा है
gives
कि
him
उसको 4
opportunity
स्टार
to
लेने
use
ही
the
है जो
operator
इम्पोर्टेंट
that
है.
he's made a name
तो
for.
समझ में आता है.
Some
बाकी
people might
धूलिश
believe
क्यों
even
ले रहा है
how
हाफ
to
आर्मर
play
भाई?
the
तू तो
raise,
जाके
but
मरने वाला
Roger,
इंस्टेंट.
Yeah.
जबकि
on
उनके
that
पास पैसे
road
बाकी
instead,
भी
we see
हैं
it sometimes.
यूटिलिटी बाय करने के
क्या
बाद.
मालूम
When
क्या?
they play by.
Just for the sake of
Fancy
it because
United.
Fnatic is
I'm
doing
waiting
it.
for your antics.
नहीं और
The
क्योंकि
lightning round is here.
उनके बंदे ने बोल दिया है कि करना है तो करना है.
हाँ मतलब
Roll
वही.
on and Izzy.
हाँ.
Just for the sake of it.
Take the wrong
Fnatic ने
side
क्या
to
तो
do
हम भी
it.
करेंगे.
I tried, okay.
फनाटिक
I
का भी
wanted
हुआ
to
था
see it
ना
happen. Then
इतना
again,
रिजिड हो गया,
Josh
इतना
there
सबकॉन्शियस में
trying
चला
to
गया
get
कि
utility
ओटी में
out.
भी उन्होंने हाफ
There we
आर्मर
go.
बाई कर दिया था
The
पॉइंट.
Gravity Well, courtesy of Yes I Can. As per standard, Astra Viper going to be the bread and butter here of Fancy United. Jin just staying towards connected right now, letting Naos through actually, and it's up to Yes I Can instead. Jin would take down Papi Chulos there though. Yes I Can holding close, but now still in lethal distance. Over onto the corner, Wukong just hiding in plain sight. Eventually though, gets that takedown. It's still trade for trade here.
Yeah, it's good by Senator Carl to only let that be the one though. So trade out immediately. Bulldog here in the Papi Chulo. They don't have much utility to keep him off of this spike aside from the Soul Gravity Well.
This is winnable though for Fancy United. They both have rifles. They have light armor at the very least. These 1v1s are crucial. And Papi Chulo does not disappoint. Nizzy all alone now. Doesn't even have the fake out for company. Can he find an angle to try and play the flash? The stars being set up here by Senior Carl. And now time is on their side here. Fancy United. They go for the tap. They don't bait out. Eventually, Gravity Well is there. But in the end, Nizzy just wants to do some damage. Papi Chulo falls. Can Nizzy get one more? They just evacuate instead. Now also will get another round going.
Yeah, they get the plant down. The spike off as well on the bonus, but one could kind of infer that
एंटी ईगो का डेफिनेशन इधर सामने वाले का फुल बाय नहीं है.
In general, for Naos's playstyle, they like to have these maps where they can default out, kind of slowly break down the defense instead of just
half by
all
pistol
in
armor,
hits and
एक bulldog
aggression
ऐसा
that, you know, a map like Fracture lends itself to, which benefits a team like Fancy.
Yeah, Fancy United, their aggression was rewarded a while ago in that second half. This time around, though, Fancy United getting caught, even though that they're trying to go for the pinches. Also, Naos getting in breathing distance yet again. That's something we've seen from Naos. On a lesser buy, on a bonus even, they love to play as close as possible to find that opportunity to get those kills.
Yeah, when you have the lesser weapons, you need to fight in the proper, you know, range of engagement, and this is actually still on freeze time, right before the round starts, I think.
Yeah, clutch pause real quick.
Clutch pause.
Maybe a timeout here called. But now it's Esports in command yet again. We've seen though in this game alone,
स्कीम वाली हालत हो गई. कोई पॉज करना भूल गया तो लास्ट में
is safe.
Sorry.
Fancy United is on board. But we haven't really
Official
seen
tournament में तो पहली बार देखे हैं.
नहीं लैंड पे भी मैचेस में लोग टाइम आउट लेते हैं.
Jin from time to time
Tactical
pop on
timeout.
by. But there has to be a
बट
reason
जैसा लास्ट
why
के
they're playing
5
Yoru
सेकंड
now
पे
in
जाके वो
Pearl.
टाइम आउट होता है तो जब तक तुम
Well,
लोग ऐसा खो जाते हो
this
बात
map
करते
is
करते कि 1 मिनट हो गया, तो अभी दिमाग में तो ऐसा रहता नहीं है कि भाई 5 सेकंड बचे हैं। मेरे साथ हुआ है भाई, बहुत टिल्टिंग है वो कि अभी मैं बेस पे हूँ, किलजॉय सेटअप करना है, 5 सेकंड में कैसे सेटअप करूँ अभी।
सब स्पॉन पे लगा दे।
But we just don't see that be much of a thing anymore. Teams have kind of shied away from that, and it's Fancy who have really trying to, I guess, bring it back retro style and see what they can make with it.
Come on, Fancy United, Vietnamese region.
कोच भड़का हुआ है उनका, देख अभी फैंसी को ऑलरेडी 3 डाउन 3-0 डाउन।
Go for these kind of wacky comps. It's
बेशर्मो 6 राउंड से ज्यादा दिए, पगार काट दूंगा पहले ही बता रहा हूँ।
Truly on the fly or in their scrims especially. But of course, the execution is where it truly matters. You're expecting the Yoru to find
technical नहीं है ना?
those off angles. We haven't really seen too much contact courtesy of Nizzy, and now
tactical
they're controlling the tempo so very well with this double controller for good reason.
दोनों कोच बात कर रहे हैं tactical.
I mean, there was that moment too where Nizzy kind of had his setup there towards Belong on the opening pistol round, but it seems like he didn't.
बोल रहा है ऐसे पेन और कॉपी की तरफ पेपर की तरफ दिखा के देखो निजी तूने 3 बार गलती की है तूने
I think they're about ready to get going, as you can see the gate crash already being
सबसे ज्यादा रहे वो पैदल घर जाएगा
here. So Guiding Light confirms that NAOS are poised towards A.
Yeah, Fancy aggress towards B,
especially.
Just because of that, NAOS now effectively looking to commit towards this A main position. Fancy
ये SI करने भी चारों स्टार डाल के रख दिए, बोला हाँ बस अभी मैं शूटिंग पे खेलूंगा।
On that side of the map, the Viper wall's there, alongside the stars, the Killjoy's there too. NAOS might be walking into a death trap here.
Yeah, this has to be. They have to be very careful about what they're trying to do on here. Let this B-Link push come on in first. Pull the defense a bit to focus on B-Link, and then that's when the A side hit might come.
At the very least, though, that's the Gravity well gone for the time being. Wukong looking to still go for the hold. Flash confirms that NAOS is nearby. And the Seekers instead will catapult into the push here, courtesy of Wit. Ja getting towards the side, backside now being brought together, but Jin still finds the takedown on the Mojo anyway. The rest of NAOS though following on suit. It's immediately the veterans on the board here, and this side is theirs to take with the Viper Spit also.
Yeah, still winnable though. They do have the 3v2 here in their favor, but Nizzy's still up online. He's got those 2 flashes to try and take a fight with.
Yeah, can he find any targets though on the inside? Now staying in their sea of green. Fisho looking for any opportunity, bumps into Ja, and then close quarters gets that takedown. 2 versus 2 now though. Keep an eye out on where 𝘼𝘽𝙊𝐿𝐼 is positioned, trying to stay away as much as possible. Instead, it's Wit already confirming a bit of contact here. Nizzy trying to go for the clear. Wit will fall, and Fancy United given a chance. Do we see 𝘼𝘽𝙊𝐼 outmaneuver? This smoke will dissipate, but Nizzy is such a sharp shot. There he goes yet again, and Fancy gets on the board.
Because they did not have a snake bite left on 𝘼𝘽𝙊𝐼, he wasn't able to secure that round. So that small piece of utility here working out in the end in favor, as I talked about. Winnable by Fancy, 2v3. And those kind of risks that they
nice
took
round,
there, I'm not too sure if they were worth it in the end.
Man, what did we call Nizzy before we got this game? Unbeatable. Look at him go, navigate through that Viper Spit, find every single one of them as much as possible. Big help there from Fisho as well. But the fact that Nizzy was just so willing to check these crevices, check out the outside as well, anticipating that this would be the pit dropping on down. Fancy United, these are the kind of plays that brought them the victory last time.
It was such a good execute from NAOS, but it's a post-plant hold here that Fancy are able to convert at the end of it. Gun round for NAOS, going to be their last one if they don't take this, as their economy isn't there to support much.
Yeah, Trailblazers there though, and NAOS now looking to play towards Art yet again. We've seen how effective their A-side kicks have been. They've also been very oppressive towards backside with the Astra in tow.
Guiding Light. That confirms again their suspicions. So Fancy have been doing a good job of staying on top of where they assume NAOS would be.
Wukong भाई को mandate दे दिया है.
And it's going to be a difficult execute for them here unless they plan for backside, because A main is firmly in Fancy's hands.
Yeah, and especially if Wukong gets his takedown, now a signal for Fancy United to bust on through from main if ever. Seekers though, the play here. Nizzy throwing out that fake out. NAOS already staggered so far. They can't find a way to make it towards the site itself. Wits though, a different plan inside the smoke as NAOS decide to actually get towards the backside and commit there.
Yeah, they have backside control, and that's what they're going to be playing for here. The cosmic divide from Senior Carl could be big. Where does he place it? That's a big question. He cuts the site in half is what they attempt with.
Wukong, though, 3 seconds away from the flash. Do they wait for it? No, Papichul instead takes advantage of the dry peak. What a push from NAOS overall, and it's now 4v3. NAOS, though, getting 3 courtesy of Papi. Is it going to be enough for NAOS to win out another round? The cosmic divide just silencing yet again the intentions of NAOS. You can see how separated FCY is because of this. Time ticking. 𝘍𝐽𝐿, yes I can. Looking to find a coordinated swing. Yes I can. Fights back. But Papichulo just does it better. 4 for Papichulo and 4 for NAOS.
A great transfer there for Yes I Can. Should have been a free kill for both
अच्छा
of them,
reaction किए रे city push
he's such a
करके.
sharp shooter, and Papichulo being one of the most consistent players on this roster, certainly helping them gain what they need. A bit of a quieter game here for Mojo so far. Seems like the young guns are just that lucky shot too at the end. The young guns here just struggling to find their footing.
Yeah, Fancy United, just difficulty truly in those split-second scenarios. NAOS pushing, finding that right timing. Papichulo always clutch in any desperate scenario. And the 4-1 standing right now. NAOS Esports have set the tone and the tempo well. They move towards B. It's empty actually here as FCY tried to go for the mid-take on a hero buy for 2.
Yeah, not the best buy here coming from Fancy, and that has to remain to be seen how they can convert here, or at least what damage they can do. This time the Bulldog from 𝘍𝐿 is not going to connect, not in the way that they wanted. Wits does get the opening pick.
Yeah, someone else needs to pick that gun up. Nizzy might be there just to do that. Watching out for Yes I Can though. He's the one with firepower. Nizzy now ready to play entry on this retake. Blind sides are available, but they're just creeping instead. Cutting noise, looking for a timing, but Senior Carl flicks in time. Wits with 3, and NAOS is all right here on the sites.
1v3 at the end. Long range, no way, with a classic, of course. That's a first for Mojo actually in this game. 6 rounds in, and they finally get things going. And you got a bookworm.
I'm glad you noticed that.
Yeah.
It's just there's a Chewbacca thing, there's the bear, and well, there's NAOS just clearing out this site. It was a eco state anyway for Fancy United. They did pick up a few rifles, but the gamble to play towards mid, it just seems like for NAOS now, since they don't see any pressure, they don't see any presence, they're a lot more sure about taking these sites.
Yeah, you can see that be a problem a while ago, like earlier in the map, where they'd be wary, especially even on Fracture, of gaining themselves that control, even when they're in it. Nizzy, good for the one, but he's not able to back out.
अभी लंबा कर दिया क्या time बहुत?
Crash is a little too late there. NAOS Esports, a quick trade immediately. And as now, they move towards that B site. It's 4v4 for the time being, I believe. Toxic Screen is still there just to make the lives of 𝘍𝐿 and Jin a lot more difficult. But with this kind of time, NAOS Esports can rotate accordingly.
4v5 as of the moment here. They got those Seekers to really kind of figure out where Fancy are, and the fact that they found the pick off makes us even more accurate. Look at the positioning here coming in from Yes I Can, but bails out. At least he gathers that info and where NAOS potentially could be coming.
Yeah, Seekers though into play we've seen for NAOS. It's been instrumental for these round takes. Wits now moving here towards the double doors. Jin prepared. He knows Wits is there and sees the shoulder and gets the takedown. Fancy United now, a bit of an advantage and a strong utility setup awaiting NAOS.
And now they equalize things up here. 4v3 especially, they've taken that advantage. Wukong, good pick. And now Fancy just decimate NAOS on their push on him. No real way to get a foothold of the site. That's Fancy with a second.
It's so suffocating to go towards A especially. You have the double control setup. You still have the sky available as well.
भाई तुम दोनों में से कोई भी कुछ बोल रहे हो तो माइक म्यूट है यार.
Bit by bit. Force the side of NAOS to actually move towards their utility instead. You can see how oppressive they can be. And that's why you want to have some of these plays courtesy of the Yoru, courtesy of the 𝘍𝐿, because they're very confident they can isolate some of these duels.
Well, in this case here, you can tell NAOS just struggling to sometimes get themselves into the door. It's not about opening, but just finding where that is sometimes for the squad, especially against
Fancy got jumped.
ये राउंड अगर निकाल दिया फैंसी ने तो
4 अल्ट है भाई, ये तो निकलनी ही चाहिए।
बहुत कुछ होना तो चाहिए पर होता नहीं
Will still make those trades happen. Nice opening though made by Mojer. An opportunity now for another angle to utilize here for now. Trailblazer though broken. Wits waiting for any kind of lurk presence. And the double up is here. It's gonna be a trade instead.
भाई लोग फिशियो के लिए रेडी कैसे थे? अलार्म बॉट ट्रिगर हुआ है।
United preventing NAOS from planting so far.
नहीं,
Carl's over into the corner.
अलार्म बॉट तो इनका इधर है।
Goes for the shot. Maybe a second. Not gonna happen. The trigger to split isn't gonna be enough there. 1v1 right now. Wits versus Wukong as Wukong repositions.
Yeah, he knows he's dropped the spike here. And maybe a bit of trigger discipline, as you said, would have benefited Senior Carl there, but the younger gun,
turret तोड़ा होगा
maybe
शायद।
having the experience of the composure to take that
तोड़ा
option.
उस turret दिख नहीं रहा ना मैप
Just
में।
trying to find where Wukong is, who's being so pesky in positioning.
Yeah, he just didn't even wait at all. And this time around, Fancy United, they have still tabs towards that A side. Time running out. And now they're forced to play towards A here. Can Wits get the stun though? He goes for the guiding light, throws it towards main.
10 seconds
And in the end, it's Link here for Wukong. He's been subbed in, trying to get the opportunity now. Sees him, goes for the contact, and Wukong will still be there to be king of the round. 3 now for Fancy.
Wukong coming in big.
बोले 4 अल्ट काफी नहीं थे, 5वां भी ले आते हैं।
He's certainly giving them value of his playtime, and now it's just they don't look
बिना अल्ट यूज किए राउंड निकल जाए। क्या कोच फीड भैया बोल रहे अल्ट अल्ट।
They do like to play solo on Pearl a bit more as compared to Fracture, but
कोई
just
फ्रैक्चर जैसा क्यों हो रहा है? अल्ट है,
I think here of burning
बिना
out
अल्ट के घुस जाए।
you see a lot of times when
निजी का मेरे को काफी टाइम ऐसा लगता है वो अल्ट यूज नहीं करता है
the
ऐसा।
team just gets kept back behind.
I think so ना, इनके अल्ट्स के कॉम्बोस के अराउंड सेट प्लेस है भान भाई, अगर आप देखो।
हां पर सिचुएशनली अगर भाई चाहिए तो तेरे को यूज करना ही चाहिए ना।
बिल्कुल, मैं भी यही मानता हूं कि अल्ट के साथ आदमी को थोड़ा लिबरल होना चाहिए। मतलब
making sure that now
अगर लग रहा है कि राउंड सिक्योर करने के लिए चाहिए तो करो।
reset themselves and try to sync on up. Fancy United.
अब ये 2v2 था। मैं होता तो मैं निजी का अल्ट यूज करके इंफॉर्मेशन निकाल देता किधर है प्लेयर्स।
हां,
Nizzy's got the operator here. That's going to be a problem considering now they're looking to go towards this B site.
But I think so ये शालू भाई ने जो बोला ना 5 डॉलर्स वाली बात, वो भी है। I think so इनका यूटिलिटी पे ध्यान भी कम जाता है, बिकॉज़ आप देखो 1v1 में भी उसके पास फ्लैश था, जब उसने पहली बार स्पॉट किया फिर वो फ्लैश करके पीक कर सकता था, पर वो अपने गन फायर पे ही डिपेंड करता है।
Didn't flinch whatsoever. You think he's go for another blind
और
side.
वैसा ही
No
होना चाहिए।
fear. Gets that
1v1
initial
2v1
takedown.
ये सब में।
The jump peaks here just to confirm more of NAOS coming his way. He has the gate crash available here. He wants to go for the shot. Papi Chulo though spotted on out. The swing comes from Senior Carl. Too late to evacuate. At least NAOS able to trade it.
They don't even smoke it just yet. Wall on up. Cosmic Divide as well. And you're going to play this long position. They cannot play the long, I think, honestly, because of the fact that there's still 2 smokes here for Fancy.
Yeah, but the lockdown is there. And now will be forced to get the hell out. Wits tries to go for the deny, but no chance. Fancy United keeping tabs of every single angle. Jin, flank protection here. 2v1, and Senior Carl is detained. Fancy United looking for him. Spots him out towards the long angle. In cover. Senior Carl gets his gun back in time. Yes, I can. And Jin just gets the double up advantage there at the end. And we're seeing shades of the first map here, black and blue. Fancy United around away from tying things up.
Yeah, coming back into it. And now stunned at their lead being erased once more. Quick opening starts, but it's about keeping that heat and retaining it throughout, the mid game. That's been a real big problem here for
PRX वाले बंदे तो एक बंदे पे भी अल्ट डालते हैं। हाँ, अगर चाहिए तो डाल देने का, सोचने का नहीं।
And we're seeing these maps, the adjustment of the amount of aggression. What Fancy United can get away with and what they will force NAOS Esports to go upon to. You were talking about
6 राउंड भी काफी है, I think,
Fancy
के लिए
because of the controllers.
I think so ये राउंड में इनको यूरो वर्ल्ड यूज कर लेना चाहिए। उनका बाय राउंड है थोड़ा इन्फो के लिए, स्टैक करने के लिए।
That's what Fancy United is all about, making sure everything is set for
मिड राउंड करना चाहिए, अर्ली राउंड पुशबैक करवा सकते हो, पर आई थिंक मिड राउंड यूज
मिड राउंड बेटर है।
Maximizing the utility, maximizing the compositions that they have.
Well,
hello, Bhavin bhai, long time. Yes, Tanvir bhai, aap batao.
Everything to their advantage here right now. Fancy United 2-0 finish would be one hell of a way to start off this group stage for him. It's now so far of just look completely lost, completely put into a frenzy sometimes when these difficult situations come. And Fancy have been so comfortable in the chaos here. Their attacking side on NAOS was looking pretty good early on, but that's what we said as well for Fracture. And with Fancy still having, the ultimate advantage here, they've got lots to keep this streak going.
Look, if Paper Rex is controlled chaos,
yeah,
at least Fancy United is cause chaos. They create
Hi,
that
Bebhav.
kind of kerfuffle. They make sure that they
क्या
find
अल्ट
opportunities
प्री-प्लांट या
that would
पोस्ट-प्लांट
not
यूज
be
करना
there in
चाहिए
the
आईडी
first place.
सिचुएशनल है ब्रो
As
कौन
of
सा
right
अल्ट के
now,
बारे में बात कर
they
रहे हो
still
वो भी
have the
मैटर करता है
dimensional drift.
सिचुएशन के
They
ऊपर
still have that Viper spin as
So,
well.
एक जवाब
Flashes
नहीं है
now
कोई
to
सवाल का
flash.
वो आपसे केजे अल्ट का पूछ रहा है
Not gonna push the issue though.
केजे
Fancy
अच्छा
United
ओके
feels
वो भी
that the
सिचुएशनल है
A-side
मोस्टली
hold is
अगर
still
सामने
reliant.
वाले के
Got the
पास कोई
lockdown here
काउंटरिंग
from
अल्ट
Mojo.
नहीं है तो प्री प्लान यूज कर
Try and
सकते हो
force their way
पर
into
लेकिन
the
आजकल
site.
क्या हो
Nano
जाता है
swarms, and that gravity was prepped though,
लोग
so
प्रीएम्प्टिवली
those
रिटेक
could be
खेलने
a
लग जाते हैं
problem
तो
if
अगर
Naos
तुम लोग को
just
दिख रहा है कि
simply
सामने वाला
try and
रिटेक
take
खेल
the
रहा है
site.
तो पोस्ट प्लान
Hey, Fancy United, can they draw things over, or rather, at least try and
किसी ने
equalize?
गलती से बटन दबा दिया क्या
Fact
कुछ दोनों
though,
टीम्स खेल
NAOS
रही थी
Esports, I think the initial concern here is their initial plans work. They
Yeah.
have some strong
Oh.
executes. They have some strong set plays. at
किसी
the
ने
base
एंड
side.
मैच कर
But when
दिया
Fancy decides to turn the page, change things up on the aggressive angle, suddenly find that kind of contact, well, it all disperses for NAOS, and it was the problem.
कैमरा वाला भी जल्दी जल्दी कैमरा लेके आ गया बोला मसाला
They
मिलेगा
can't just rely on their usual
कुछ
smoke
तो दिखाना है ना
antics
अभी
as well as their seekers to get the job done.
Well, quick tech here coming out to try and get things set, but I mean,
ये
I'm
टेक
gonna give
क्विक
you a
नहीं
high
होने
five.
वाला
Before
है
you continue.
High five.
You're doing great, man.
Yep, that's all we're going to talk about here. I mean, now so far, they're the ones not really doing the best that, you have liked to see. And Fancy have just completely turned it up a notch. Coming on in from at map number 1, the way they did in the second half. Just one has to wonder, how the momentum would change here in this series.
चाइना वाला भी
Especially
लैंड हो
looking
रहा
at
है
how,
हाँ वही देख रहा हूँ
well, really, Fancy just are
मस्त
so,
होने वाला है चाइना
I guess,
वाला
confident in every single attempt they have.
Yeah, now they have to shrug off what Fancy
Oh,
United
first round
brings
knockout
out,
है
because that's what Fancy does in the first place. Initial
हाँ
pistols, they don't really go in favor of Fancy United. They use that time to try to rethink their plans, to figure out how the now setups do actually work on out. And from that point on, they know exactly how to fortify, and I'm still gonna go
चौथा
after
मैच का जो
their
ब्रैकेट है ना
A
ये
and B
बहुत
setup here
मस्त
from
ब्रैकेट
Fancy
है
United. You see
ये वाला
sometimes that there's that mid
देखिए
presence
वीवो
coming from
वर्सेस
Jin. They
बीआरजी
also
है
have Nizzy
हाँ
just
दोनों
trying
अच्छी
to
टीम है
get as much distance as he can towards the
उसमें जो
pillar
जीतेगी
itself, just to confirm
वो
where now
ईडीजी
it's
के साथ
coming from.
खेलेगी
And from that point on,
वो
Fancy
पूरा
United
ये जो
feel
मैच है ये
very
दो
secure
मैच ये जो
about
तीन
their
टीम का वो
defensive
बहुत
setups,
सही है
knowing the fact that they were active enough to limit the choices of NAOS.
Well, isn't that the thing here? It's really making it so that NAOS have to pick A or B. They don't have
आई
much
थिंक सो
choices.
इसमें
I
दो
don't mean
टीम
that by
वाइल्ड
sight,
कार्ड्स
I
है
mean by
वीवो
options.
और ये बिली
What
गेमिंग
they
बोल
have
के
to do
हाँ
here,
वो
they
लोग भी
aren't
अच्छा
really
खेल रहे
given
थे एक
much
बार मैं देखा था
opportunities
हाँ ये दो
to
टीम्स
try
हैं जो
and divert from
बिजी
the
है ना इसमें वही
expected outcome.
हाँ बिजी
Or at
वाला
least the expected idea that they're
और
going to
वीवो में
generate.
आपके वो
आइडियली
है
तो ईडीजी
Fancy's
हो ही
been,
जानी
as I
चाहिए
said a while ago, doing a good job of staying on top of
अटैकिंग
every
सोल
single
हो
plan that
सकती
NAOS
है
have had so far here, especially on
दो
this
स्लॉट है
four-round
आई
streak
थिंक
they've
नहीं तीन है
retaliated with.
तीन है
Look, we
सॉरी
knew Fancy
ईडीजी
United would
एफपीएक्स
be
और बिलीबिली
aggressive,
मेरे को
but
लग रहा
right
होंगी
now
आई थिंक
it feels like
अटैकिंग
that's
सोल
an
बाहर चली जाएगी ये
understatement.
बार
From top to bottom,
पर
from the
वीवो
IGL himself to
बहुत
the
तगड़ी
duelist,
टीम है
everyone's
हाँ
just performing so far here for
अच्छा
Fancy
प्लिक्स
United.
मेपल
And what's
जूम
really impressed
बाकी
me
तीन
is
पता नहीं
not
मेरे को
just what we've seen from Vishio on that
भाई
Viper,
गाइस
not
खेल
from
पैसे
Nizzy on
कमाने
the
तो
duelist,
चाइना में
also
जाओ
from Jin, but yes I can.
और
They're
आरएनजी भी
able
अच्छी टीम
to
है
rein
आरएनजी भी
everyone
खराब
in
टीम नहीं
in
हाँ
these
सोल
regards.
है ना
The
उन लोग
chance
में
to overheat
हाँ
is always mitigated here
सोल
for
और
Fancy
साइन
United, and he also uses his
नहीं
own utility
हाँ हाँ
to
बरोबर
keep his
सोल और साइन
members safe. It's just crazy to think that there's that leadership here for Fancy
मैं बोल रहा हूँ
United
ना ओस
to
में
keep
टैलेंट
what
बहुत है
could
अगर
be
ओस
an
चाहे ना
immediate implosion at
तो
bay.
ओस को बहुत
They're
अच्छा
really
रीजन
keeping
बना
their
सकते हैं
hands warm.
मेडल का रोस्टर कुछ
Holding the
इम्पैक्ट
bag.
लाएगा भाई विम भाई बताएंगे
But I mean, the way that Fancy have been playing too has just seemed to overwhelm
हाँ
NAOS
भाई
in a lot of
डेफिनेटली
these rounds where they think,
अच्छा
okay,
डेफिनेटली
execute time comes on in, and they just haven't given at least much thought into burning that utility off of the defense. They choose to try and execute against, the utility that was already in
कॉफी
place.
बना
They
के
don't
आ जाओ
burn
ये
out those
टेक्निकल
NAOS swarms,
पॉज
gravity wells, and it's really just
अभी
allowing
जहाँ
NAOS to
तक
play
मेरे को
into their
खबर
own
है
hands,
कि
and
मैच
that's what
होगा.
Fancy have been so great at converting with.
And Fancy, we
होगा
haven't even
मतलब?
seen
अच्छा, third
too
वाला.
much from the Yoru itself. We've seen a lot though from Nizzy, no matter what. Whipping out the operator,
Guys, रुको मैं एक मिनट
holding
कॉफी
out
बना
some
के
of
आता
those
हूँ.
angles. Well, I do believe though we're gonna
Godspeed
be
भाई
going
थोड़ा
back
बातें
to
करिए
our
लोगों
panel.
से.
We're gonna be
कहानियाँ
showing
बताइए
fun
God's
back
Reign
as
की.
well.
Hey,
Howdy.
welcome back. How
Hey,
you doing?
how are we? Back again. I'm back again. But great game so far. Look, it was a little bit rocky for Fancy United at the start, but as I was saying on the desk, I still think Pearl is a little bit attacker-sided. Now's getting off to a great start. I'm sure you two were very impressed by that one. But what I'm noticing as the game is getting deeper and deeper is Fancy's fundamentals in terms of team play just looks a little bit better. As long as they're able to get that numbers advantage. You know, there was the lockdown that came through. You saw, who was it? I think it was Senior Carl stuck in the cutout. You can see Jin was trying to kill him, trying to fight him.
China जाके गायब नहीं हुई. FPX बहुत टाइम तक बहुत अच्छी टीम थी.
Back into halls, and then I think it was Yes I Can was swinging. Man was going real wide, but then as soon as he had that advanced line, as soon as that contact was made, Jin swung out with him. They played it together, and unless it was a freak of nature from Senior Carl, unless he got that spray transfer, there was no hope of him winning that round.
I think that's one of the best phrases to really kind of put into a capsule of how they've
अभी
been
बाकी
playing.
टीम
They
को
have
थोड़ा
the
catch up
presence
कर
of
लिया.
mind to do what's right in those situations. And as you said, Dax, they create that chaos. It seems so far that they're the ones much more comfortable living and basking in it as compared to now. So just as time progresses, in contrast to that, they lose a lot of the fundamentals that we've seen them build up throughout the time.
Yeah, and their roster looking a lot deeper actually compared to NAOS. Yeah, Wukong here stepping up. We talked about how he's a bit of a star back then before stage number 2. He's an incredible frontline player, and he still does not disappoint on that Sky. Him timing those flashes correctly, having some right opportunity with the Trailblazer, and he's such a pivotal point of the anchor towards that A side. The controllers are there to set things up, but it's Wukong who knocks things down.
Yeah, and in terms of what we're seeing as well, look, Fancy United, even though there is some rounds where things aren't going right for them, the theory on Pearl, they're able to hold really good map control, set up for the retakes. There was one round where they managed to get the pick, but they ended up losing the 4v5 because NAOS came in through Library, I think, or through Art, sorry. Came in through Art, took that site, managed to lock it down in the 4v5 just with some great utility usage. So it's good to see NAOS starting to fire up right now. Like, honestly, with how the day's gone, I'm really hoping for a bit of a Fancy United 2-0 here. I'm sure a couple of people downstairs are as well.
Godspeed
But
supremacy.
I'm sure everyone back in the Philippines is really hoping.
स्पीड भाई साई भाई का टीम के बारे में लीक मिल जाता तो यार मेरे को ऑनेस्टली कुछ नहीं पता. तालू भाई बहुत अच्छे दोस्त हैं.
The one few good rounds that we did see was when they played, for example, as Mac talked about, that backside control. They planned for the back. They used the Cosmic Divide off of Senior Carl to really have a modicum of control here. And those type of things, those deviations from what Fancy expect are what they have to throw out more, because right now, Fancy just are reading them like an open book.
Yeah, and Papichulo stepping up very early on, set the tempo for the A-side takes of NAOS Esports, which also getting some early seekers have been absolutely helpful at making sure that they have the advantage when they go for that contact instead. And why do NAOS end up relying on those kind of backline players instead? Because Ja has been honestly shut down. Ever since we moved from map 1 to map number 2, Ja has been trying to make that space. He's being caught out there by Fancy United, and that's where FCY decide to collapse onto wherever Ja falls.
Now, talk to me quickly about what we're seeing from Nizzy. So far, I think he has the Dimensional Drift online for the first time. He's got it in the back pocket. Did he use it during that round, or was it still there?
I don't remember, actually.
I don't even
That's the thing.
There's a lot going on.
It hasn't been the best.
Tell me any team is picking Venka that can distract us. I don't know,
been
bhai.
the best game for Nizzy as
देखो
well, but it's been
ये
an impact. Him pushing all the
team
way
is
to
not
the
for
other side
leaks,
towards
guys.
club from B-side itself. It immediately gives Fancy United all the intel to work with. He's able to also provide pressure
बदनाम
to
करके
the
रखा
operator. Yes, his gate trash have been shut down by the likes of Senior Carl and the rest of NAOS, but the fact that he's still a threat, the fact that, honestly, we've seen NAOS Esports avoid Nizzy from time to time, it speaks volumes of the impact that he has even with his agent.
And the other thing that we did forget to mention in the pre-match, because it just went over our head, we were talking about everything going on, all the crazy agents getting selected. The Pearl update, it's here as well. You know, you got those boxes behind.
तो चलो 477 likes से 500 likes कर दो.
Affect how this particular game has gone yet.
तो अरविंद मैं तुम्हारे सवाल का सिर्फ yes or no में जवाब दे दूंगा.
Different positioning and setups over towards screens, over towards A-long, you know, really change how the way that Pearl is played. And I hope we get to see it. I hope we get to see it as this map continues. But
There are a few examples, if I remember correctly. I think Nizzy was trying to utilize that from the pistol round, and especially in the operator round, but 2 times already. Now it's just this is a little shorter than expected. You guys want to check that out? And they shut him down that way. Beyond that, though,
ये क्वेश्चन पूछ
I
सकते हो
am
मेरे
very
से,
excited
इसका मैं
to see
जवाब दे
how
सकता हूँ.
they're going to be
किसका?
looking to vie for back Hall's control.
ये
Given
लोग
that extra bit of
भाई
coverage. There's also that
रूमर्स
more
लीक्स
space
पूछ रहे थे, मैं
on
बोला
top
देखो
of
ये
the
लीक
tower
वाली
especially.
स्ट्रीम्स
But
नहीं है.
since we've seen Ja really not
यहाँ
get
पे
as much
बन
space
सकती है,
as
it's
like,
open.
NAOS does not want to go for that.
I don't mind, guys. क्या बोलते हो?
First place.
Okay. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to a short break before the gameplay resumes.
फिर मैंने बोला कि 500 लाइक्स कर दो, तो अरविंद ने एक क्वेश्चन पूछा था कि प्लीज टेल मी एनी टीम इज पिकिंग डैश प्लेयर और नॉट. तो मैं बोला इसका येस और नो में जवाब दे दूंगा. सिर्फ 20 लाइक्स दूर है.
Japan, a region that
हाँ
has
भाई 20 लाइक
definitely
करो.
been growing, has had explosive support for Valorant, and it would mean so much for them to have an extra team represent their region, and this time it's going to be 𝘼𝐽𝑒 who has that shot.
It's really interesting because they're one of the other teams that plays a double duelist composition, and think about how they play off of that aggression. 𝘼𝐽𝑒 is one of those players who has so many first kills and incredibly high ACS. Just in that grand finals alone against 𝘼𝐽𝑒, he racked up over 100 kills.
While, like you mentioned, a lot of people suspected maybe it would be 𝘼𝐽𝑒, maybe even household names like Crazy Raccoon or Fennel that would represent Japan. Still, I think it's maybe good news for the region that a somewhat aggressive team is now trying to evolve in Japan and have that extra representation in BCT Pacific. There's a
जापानीज
lot
लोगों
of
की
storyline
ये
there,
जो
a lot of competition
स्ट्रीम
going
पे
on in Challengers
हाँ,
Japan. So if you missed
ये
it,
लोग भी और
definitely check
नॉर्मल
out
भी,
the
जैसे
grand
मेरे कुछ
finals
दोस्त
to
लोग
get
भी हैं
ready
उधर.
for Ascension.
हाँ
वो या तो वहाँ के वेदर में कुछ ऐसा है या कुछ है.
हाँ वेदर से भी होता है.
उनकी स्किन इतनी क्लीन है. हमारे यहाँ रात को सो, सुबह उठो, एक कहीं ना कहीं जिड एक्ने, ये सब तो इज्जत वाले शब्द बोल रहे नहीं तो
दाने बुलबुले.
हाँ.
गाइस वैसे आप लोग सबने, मैंने एक नया वीडियो डाला, वो देखा कि नहीं? गॉड स्पीड भाई आप भी देख लेना टाइम मिले तो.
बेंक्यू वाला.
हाँ
हाँ देखा, मस्त है.
It's a different take on unboxing video, and I mean this is how I thought it can be done.
Yes, तो मेरे को मजा आया देख के. हालांकि वही है कि I think so वो मॉनिटर बहुत तगड़ा है.
हाँ मॉनिटर बहुत अच्छा है, पर मेरे को क्या है ना, मेरे को सिर्फ बैठ के वो नहीं करना था कि बस डब्बा खोला और हो गया. वो तो अब कर ही सकते हैं.
You wanted to add value ना.
हाँ कि कुछ अलग करते हैं.
अनबॉक्सिंग तो सभी करते हैं मतलब.
हाँ.
User joined your channel.
कौन आया भाई?
आया
Oh my God.
गाना गाते हुए. मैं बता रहा हूँ ना ये.
Guys, these privileged people, you know.
अभी इंस्टाग्राम में रील आएगा.
हाँ बोलना.
मैसेज करता हूँ ना तो मेरे को लगता है कि अपॉइंटमेंट लेके मैसेज करना पड़ेगा आज के बाद.
अरे
रिप्लाई तो यस रिप्लाई
क्योंकि वो सवाल का जवाब मेरे पास ही नहीं है कि मैं आगे खेलूंगा कि नहीं और कोई इवेंट. वो तो टाइम पास में ऐसे ही चले गए वक्त चोरी करने. हाँ
Is this a YouTube stream or are you guys watching the Twitch stream?
Twitch.
Twitch.tv क्या है?
VCT Pacific. हाँ. Valorant_Pacific.
I'm really looking forward to Xerxia playing on home ground. I think it's going to be insane.
भाविन भाई इसके बाद I think placement games stream कर ही लो आप.
क्या placement game?
नए पैच की.
हाँ. इसके बाद थर्ड गेम भी है, बॉन्कर जो स्कार्स.
फिर प्लेसमेंट गेम स्ट्रीम डन.
बरोबर.
आपके लिए तो.
और फिर कल सुबह वापस
11:30 बजे. हाँ फिर बंदी क्यों करूँ, रात भर खेलता हूँ. 11:30 को
स्लीपिंग.
हाँ स्लीपिंग स्ट्रीम.
मजाक नहीं, मैं तो कर दूंगा यहाँ पे. बस प्रॉब्लम ये है मेरे को लाइट के साथ सोने का आदत नहीं है, तो लाइट बंद कुछ दिखेगा नहीं, अंधेरा रहेगा.
सोचो स्मार्ट लाइट होता है, ऐसा करते कि हर 1000 रुपए के डोनेशन के साथ लाइट 1 मिनट तक जलेगा.
मेरे शक्ल पे ऐसा आएगा.
हाँ तो टॉर्चर कैंप्स में कैसा ऐसा
नहीं, पर वो टॉर्चर शेयर लूंगा ना. हाँ 1000 रुपए भी मिल रहे हैं भाई. चलो ठीक है.
वाओ.
भाई मैराथन कर लो, मतलब मैराथन क्या हलवा है क्या, कर लो।
You made 3 lakhs a month for 3 years, Bhavin.
3 lakhs a month, I wish.
For 3 years.
For 3 years.
For 3 years, I wish. Only if.
मतलब करोड़पति.
I mean, I had offers to make them now, which I
Yeah.
declined, but उसके पहले तो 1/3 भी नहीं था शायद।
Wow.
मतलब जितने का अभी ऑफर था उसका 1/3 सैलरी भी नहीं था मेरा उसके पहले।
समझ गया मैं।
हाँ, एग्जैक्ट फिगर्स नहीं बोल रहा हूँ पर हाँ।
अभी तो मार्केट में absurd figures चल रहे हैं।
Bro, I heard a figure recently.
Is it 6?
5.5.
Yes.
I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, so 5.5 is INR. I am talking 6 as in
USD.
Yes.
इंटरनेशनल प्लेयर, इंडियन प्लेयर?
इंटरनेशनल।
नहीं, इंडियन प्लेयर।
What?
मैं व्हाट्सएप करो गॉडस्पीड, अभी देखे कौन है जो इतना मांग रहा है।
मैं स्ट्रीम के बाद ही बताऊं।
नहीं व्हाट्सएप करो ना, व्हाट्सएप करो, ये इंतजार, ये इन्फॉर्मेशन का रुका नहीं जाएगा।
मतलब है ना उस ग्रुप में।
हाँ हाँ
हाँ हाँ हाँ
हाँ,
जो कभी आया नहीं कोई भी वॉच पार्टी को, पर
प्लीज अभी आता हूँ ना।
कल आ जाओ सब साथ में मिल बांट के।
कल मैं शायद जा रहा हूँ
उधर।
कार।
ओके ओके, यही नवी मुंबई होता तो तू जाता?
नहीं। चल मैं नवी मुंबई भी जाके आया।
और पते की बात ये है भविन भाई,
हाँ,
कि सेम अमाउंट का ऑफर मेरे को गॉड्स इन ज्वाइन करने के टाइम पे आया हुआ था इसी रीजन से।
अच्छा, पर ये तो आप जो ऑफर बोल रहे हो वो
हाँ।
बाहर के रीजन का है ना, मुझे यहाँ पे मिल रहा था, मैं वो बोल रहा हूँ।
अच्छा, मेरे को लगा
हाँ।
प्लेयर।
नहीं 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 नहीं, एज ए प्लेयर इंडिया में मिलने को तैयार था ऐसा। बाहर तो वहाँ ये दो ये है क्या? ये या
with no duelist on buy is mind blowing. I think this is going to be really exciting according to a lot of the other teams that we scrim.
Did you see what I messaged though?
They're actually really tough
Yes.
to go up against.
I mean,
think they're in usual comp.
he won't come. Yeah, he won't come.
Yeah. Are unusual.
Yeah.
This team has a Euro
ये
player and his name
एक
is
सेकेंड,
Nizzy. Yeah, Nizzy.
अब
And then it's not
आया है अभी ऑफर, आप बोल रहे हो?
some of the maps that we're used to. What?
हाँ, मतलब आया था अभी कुछ दिन पहले।
अच्छा,
बट उसका तो क्या है, मतलब वो आना नहीं चाहता वापस से।
अच्छा ओके।
तो वो एक ऐसा absurd अमाउंट कोट कर रहा है जो उसको पता है कि नहीं देंगे। जैसे होता नहीं है कि यू आर,
मतलब इतना मिलेगा तो आ जाऊंगा, नहीं तो नहीं आऊंगा।
हाँ, यू आर प्राइसिंग योरसेल्फ आउट ऑफ अ जॉब जानबूझ कि अगर मिल गया तो ऑब्वियसली आ जाऊंगा, नहीं मिला तो जाना ही नहीं था मेरे को।
चाइना में भी 3 चाइनीज प्लेयर तो चाहिए ही ना मिनिमम।
हाँ, आई डोंट थिंक सो 3 चाइनीज चाहिए, ताइवानीज होने से भी चलते हैं।
हाँ,
तो थोड़ा ये रहेगा, मैक्स रहेगा ज्यादा कंपैरेटिवली आई गेस।
वो ऑर्ग तो काफी बड़ा है जिसका नाम आपने बोला।
हाँ
हाँ, और उनके जो अभी के प्लेयर्स है ना,
हाँ,
उनको अल्टीमेटम मिल चुका है।
अच्छा, कि कुछ करो नहीं तो बाय बाय।
ये अभी ये एलसीक्यू है, इसमें नहीं हुआ कुछ तो बाय बाय।
अच्छा, तो नेक्स्ट सीजन के लिए बेसिकली ऑफर था ये प्लेयर्स को।
हाँ, आई थिंक तो उनका नेक्स्ट सीजन अभी चालू हो जाएगा 2 महीने में।
The way that they performed in playoffs, 𝘼𝐽𝐿𝐻 was one of those guys who just, you talked about the stats, but
अभी वो हुआ ना रिलीज।
हाँ, पर अप्रोच प्लेयर्स ने किया कि ऑर्ग सामने से आया?
सामने से आएगा,
और
प्लेयर्स तो इतना जाके इतना दूर जाने को कहने को देंगे
नहीं, पर अच्छा, और अच्छा उन लोग फॉलो करते हैं इंडिया का सीन?
हाँ हाँ, वो लोग इंडियन टीम से स्क्रिम करने को मरे जाते हैं।
मरे जाते हैं?
हाँ
This is the first time I am hearing of this.
हम लोग को दिन के कम से कम 6 ऑफर्स आते थे ऐसे ये स्क्रीन के।
एक सेकंड, एक कॉल आया, बी राइट बैक।
The battle in Ascension, I think it's gonna be really tough.
समझा मतलब?
It will be challenging. It will be easy. It's gonna be very.
तो आने का मन ही नहीं है।
I think this tournament will be like very hard.
But I met someone from that team over the weekend, and that's what he told me, and I was shocked.
We can't just play.
अच्छा, जिसने ऑफर किया उसको उस टीम का।
Mistake won't happen again.
मतलब पूछा तो गया है, दोनों हमारे दोनों बंदे पूछा गया।
हाँ, but दूसरा हाँ बोल दिया ना?
हाँ।
But पहला I think थोड़ा
पर दूसरा I think so पहले के बिना नहीं आएगा।
हाँ।
हाँ। Cause I think so उनका कुछ और भी प्लान चल रहा है।
Okay.
वो लोग वेट कर रहे हैं उस प्लान को देखने का कि होता है कि नहीं।
समझा। क्योंकि their options are surely limited, right?
हाँ।
Which is what I was thinking about. One of the bonk players looks a bit like Chronicle, no?
Mini?
No, not Mini.
अगर ऐसा हो गया ना मतलब
मैंने जो बोला वो
हाँ, जब दोनों आ गए मेरे को बड़ा दुख होगा।
हाँ क्या?
हाँ। फिर उस जगह 3 ऐसे जन हो जाएंगे जिनके साथ मेरे को काम करना।
Makes sense.
पर वहाँ पे जो है वो तो रहेगा ही।
I ordered food on Swiggy and Uber Eats since we had.
Uber Eats India?
Like इधर का accounting था ना?
अच्छा।
Uninterrupted gaming with
I wish
free delivery every day.
बॉडी भाई बताओ ना क्या रोल था? मैं असिस्टेंट कोच था अभी गेमिंग। पर ठीक है, I have also made my peace with it.
Yeah, that's pretty. I mean,
जो होगा होगा, क्या कर सकता हूँ मैं?
all we can say is skibidi pop. Yes, 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 yes.
अभी गेमिंग दोनों हुआ और दोनों नहीं भी हुआ। बहुत ही कॉम्प्लेक्स चीज है जो हुआ। अब मैं बता चुका हूँ आई थिंक तो मेरी स्ट्रीम पे।
Yeah, I don't think I was listening then.
क्या?
Following along with you, spoken about it.
What are you talking about?
Honestly, wasn't the team we thought.
You said you wanted to work with 2 people, right?
Oh, वो नहीं। I was talking to Abhi Gaming Zone.
Oh, lol.
He's asking about Bleed कि मैंने छोड़ा है उन्होंने निकाला। मतलब मैं already अपनी स्ट्रीम से बहुत बार बोल चुका हूँ।
But they've always had international representation in VCT so far.
Let's talk about some of the Xerxa guys.
एक जन लिख रहा है म्यूट करके बात करो ये please, it's very tempting.
Just had some great
मतलब यार, honestly, I do want to work with those people.
Yeah. I mean, you mentioned it very, very publicly, right?
Yeah.
the way that this team functions, they might swap roles around depending on the map. First of all, second of all, Zissi
am I
had one
supposed
of
to
the
mention
highest
it
clutches in
anymore?
the
Like,
entire Challenges Thailand group stage.
I'm really
Yeah.
looking forward to
My
Zershon
ground is
playing
called.
on home ground. I think it's going to be insane.
Wish I could leave now.
I want to talk about Japan, a region that has definitely been growing, has had explosive support for Valorant, and it would mean
Bro,
so
still
much
can't
for
digest
them
the fact
to
that
have
I'm
an extra
21.
team represent
Like, it
their
just feels
region,
so weird.
and this time it's going to be Scars who has that shot.
It's really interesting because they're one of the other teams that plays a double duelist composition. And think about how they play off of that aggression. 𝘼𝐽𝐿 is one of those players who has so many first kills and incredibly high
But let's see what
in that
happens.
grand finals alone against 𝘼𝐽𝐿.
जो होना है होगा अभी उसे होने दीजिए
While, like you mentioned, a lot of people suspected maybe it would be 𝘼𝐽𝐿, maybe even household names like 𝘼𝐍𝐿𝐒 or Veto that would represent Japan. Still, I think it's maybe good news for the region that a somewhat aggressive team is now trying to evolve, Valorant in
उनका
Japan.
जो बंदा है
Extra representation of VCT Pacific. There's
वो
a lot
और भी जगहों से
of
ऑफर्स आएंगे.
competition going on in Challengers Japan. So if you missed it, definitely check out the grand finals
But
to get ready for Ascension.
हमारे region से कि बाहर के regions और
हमारे region से.
I mean, not surprising, right? But from what we know,
Yeah.
अभी तक जितने moves announced हैं,
हाँ.
और हमें जितना पता है,
हाँ.
तो कोई नया ही उठा सकता है उनको.
Not necessary.
So you're saying unless plans change for orgs.
See, I'll be very honest.
हाँ.
बहुत ऐसे लोग हैं जो लोग के पास अभी कोई नहीं है और जो है उनसे वो खुश नहीं.
हाँ, but वो तो खाली दो ही है ना. Can only be 2 orgs. Basically.
कौन?
Wait, I'll go.
हाँ.
Can only be these 2. Right. And one of the latter has already confirmed their moves. Right.
हाँ.
So
But
it can only be the first.
No, but the latter वाला is still in doubt.
अच्छा ऐसा है क्या?
Because I was approached.
But when I spoke to someone, they said it's confirmed.
When did you speak?
When they announced their current roster का news.
I spoke to them around that time only.
And I was told it's confirmed.
But then why are they asking me then?
No idea.
Weird. I think off season देखेंगे लोग.
हाँ. I think off season. I think bigger than off season is going to be how OG perform. If OG perform well and that ignites certain hope in the region कि बाहर जाके हम लोग कुछ कर सकते हैं, so maybe orgs start looking at us more seriously and think about it more seriously.
Maybe.
BRB 1 second.
Abhi gaming. Yeah, Malav is there.
I could leave you,
So what were you saying? OG wala na?
If OG actually perform well, right, and that actually leads to certain hope in the region, about the region, not only by organizations that are not investing, but also by organizations that are currently investing, I think that goes a big way.
See, I'll be very honest. I think regardless, people should, because 2024 VCL is going to be 10 times better.
Yeah, for sure. But it's also that OG are kind of your, as much as I hate to say it, OG are India's best chance in the last 3 years. They, on paper, are better than our roster at its peak, I would say. Just by a little bit. And that too pure on its mechanical scale. The fact that
Bas wahi hai. That is the problem.
The fact that players in the team will always possess the ability to pull out rabbits out of their hats, and that will help them a lot in APAC if your mental goes out of the window, or your game plan doesn't work as well as you want it to.
But they don't have any. That's the problem.
Let's say even if they come up with an idea that, hey, we're going to approach this team in this way, and that doesn't work out for them, they're still going to win a lot of their gunfights and pull out rounds one by one.
I think next year is going to be SS time, honestly.
Yeah.
Most likely OGs.
Yeah.
OG will learn from this season. They'll know that only firepower is enough for SA, but not outside. Which we've been saying from a long time. Which was my aim as well, right? Which is why we were playing that way in Split 1. Then whatever happened in Split 2.
Yeah.
Because people realize that for SA we cannot rely on that. But OG will realize that, and I think so OG can do serious damage next year. Once OG start realizing that and playing that way, I think SA will become a one-team region. Especially with what you know is going to happen after Ascension. You know, right?
I am not sure I know.
भाई क्या हो रहा है भाई?
आप बताओ क्या हो रहा है?
हम तो वहाँ हैं भी नहीं.
मैं एक सेकंड. Well,
19 मिनट में मैच कहाँ से चालू होने वाला है? चलो तब तक डेथ मैच ही खेल लेते हैं. क्या लगता है भाविन भाई थर्ड गेम? अरे पहले ये गेम चालू हो जाए.
Tech issue.
आ रहे कोई डेथ मैच खेलने, टीम डेथ मैच खेलते, आ जाओ।
आ जाओ, चलो भाविन भाई, आप बुला रहे हो तो आ जाओ।
टीम डेथ मैच।
आ जाओ।
Okay.
Bhavin should have come for UICS. You were at LAN that day, ना?
AYCS?
हाँ।
ये क्या है?
तेरे को तुझे बोला ना मैंने कॉल पे उस दिन, you're like CDC चले जाता है, ये क्या कर रहा है सब?
अच्छा ओके, हाँ।
मस्त
कैसा था? अच्छा था?
मस्त
खरीदा?
Yes.
कितना पैसा चलाया?
मैं ज़्यादा नहीं चलाया।
कोहली ने ज़्यादा चलाया मतलब।
Oh, triple. Oh, what I spent. I got a T-shirt and a pair of cargos.
For 10,000 rupees.
No.
More?
60% of that.
अच्छा 6,000. कोहली भाई अभी एस्टर आर्मी से पैसा छाप के आए बोलो।
But he actually got like great stuff. हाँ मेरा गेम नोट हो रहा है।
भाई दोनों में से कोई ऑनलाइन नहीं है तुम लोग में से?
मैं ऑनलाइन हूँ।
मुझे पसंद ही नहीं है, आप इतना झूठ बोलो ही मत।
मैं ऑनलाइन हूँ, मैं एडिट नहीं होऊंगा।
अच्छा हाँ तो आईडी
मैं हूँ ना भाविन भाई, मैं हूँ ना आपके लिए।
हाँ इनवाइट कर ले।
कर दिया बस कर आपने बोला उसके पहले कर दिया मैंने।
अरे
भाविन ले ले नया बटन।
Watchparty has left the party?
Lost connectivity.
वाह देखो इनको।
कनेक्शन बहुत वीक है।
Move to Mumbai, I don't even know what you're doing.
वापस चालू कर रहा हूँ। दर्द
दिलहारा
दुख दर्द पीड़ा।
ये शेरिफ खरीदनी है यार।
मस्त है बंडल।
बंडल नहीं चाहिए शेरिफ।
अरे बंडल ले ले तू, बोल रहा हूँ।
पागल है, इतना पैसा भगवान ने दिया।
ये मलब के पास है, पैसा छाप रहा भाई।
Bro, Godspeed's salary as a coach was double of what mine was, or more than double of what mine was. और लोग मुझे बोल रहे कि मैं छाप रहा हूँ।
Still lesser than what I used to earn, and still 1/3, even less than 1/3 of what I was offered.
ओ भाई म्यूजिक का बजा है।
Invite please.
एक सेकंड में मेरे को खाली अपडेट करना था।
मिनी किसी तो पीसी में लॉग्ड इन होगा, अवे दिखा रहा है।
Time to get back into the action.
Oh, time to get back into the action बोल रहे हो। रुको।
Pacific for 2023. We're currently underway with map 2. We're on Pearl. We're only a few rounds deep between NAOS, between Fancy United. Fancy United still up one map over the top of NAOS, and it's their map pick here in Pearl as well. So who knows what's going to be going down?
Yeah, it's a one-round gap. It's getting closer and closer, courtesy of Fancy United. I'm gonna miss those wave sounds though while we've been waiting.
Oh, yeah.
It's been so relaxing, but we know it's gonna get even more intense from here because now they need to make sure that they don't get that scoreline tied on up by Fancy United yet again, or else all their hard work is gonna fall apart just like what happened in Fracture a while ago.
Yeah, well look, you know, those waters are gonna get a little bit more rough over here in the Pacific, but that's what we want. We want entertainment. We want barrels. I want to be sitting in those barrels. I'm gonna be sitting in the audience watching those barrels form, watching the waves go crazy, and watching exactly what we get formed out of this game between NAOS and Fancy United.
Well, over here, we kind of prefer those muddy waters. We like those lines a bit blurred, and where and who should be the favorites in these type of situations to prevail. And I like what Fancy have brought us on here. I know a lot of you guys, especially you guys, have predicted Fancy and so far. It's turning many, I think, into a believer.
Yeah, HellrangeR doesn't want to watch a
There's always
team
that uniqueness that is a factor, but also the aggression. Their mechanics have been absolutely to the next level, and it's why they made it through the Ascension stage in the first place.
I've got good news. I've got a game for you guys, and it's called Valorant. It's called Fancy. It's called NAOS. Let's see where this one ends up.
And we are back in game. Thank you there to Mac yet again. We go back to the start of round number 10. And you keep an eye out. Papichulo, of course, ready with that Viper Spit. There's still so much utility available for Fancy United on the other side here, Black and Blue. That dimensional drift, it's something we've been keeping an eye out for so long.
Yeah, I want to see that come out here for Fancy and how to use
like
that. Do they use it to initiate an aggressive play on the defense, or is it more of a retake type thing here? So now, so far, really loving to play this slow default on the round, see if they get to find the pick. Wukong confirms their presence the old-fashioned way. And now Fancy, they should be ready for this take.
Yeah, spots out immediately the presence here of NAOS.
Bhavin?
On the other hand, though, Setup is still looking strong here. The Viper wall into play. Fancy United keeping an eye out towards the HellrangeR as well. But this time around, this can be a strong opening here from NAOS. R is waiting for the flash here. The dash on in instead happens courtesy of Wukong. Finds a small angle to work with. The Trailblazer gets the bite, and NAOS will punish him playing on site.
Yeah, they just forced their way on through. It settles as in a 5v4 here, coming on in. Now so far, they at least have that player count in their handle. Lockdown being placed on here from the NAOS side, and so does the Viper's Pit to gain them even more control.
Yeah, NAOS just heavily fortifying themselves and making sure that they have a bit more time to work with so far. No one detained though. It's still safe haven here created by 𝘼𝘽𝙊𝐒. As we do see FCY having that operator in hand, Nizzy sending that to lead charge. Yes, I can. Also pushing forward from Secret. Gets that takedown Syndercar with the trade, but FCY, Fancy United fighting on back. Time ticking though. It doesn't seem like the defense can stand a chance anymore. They have to evacuate low to try and save that operator for the next round.
So now at least come back with a stop to the bleeding.
They're caught. That's the operator gone, and a big investment that Fancy United has used to try and dissuade any kind of push towards that B side. It's now out of the equation.
I mean, it worked out for NAOS, but I don't think it was a convincing round for them at all. They just waited till the last 45 seconds, executed
Do you think the map changes are enough to solve the point issue?
Smokes, and just happened to get the opening pick, but that's not going to be the most consistent way, I think, for them to hear. I would like to see them spread themselves throughout the map, not thin, but give multiple points of presence.
But it's step in the right direction.
Yeah, they're just grouping up by this point.
But it looks like a very
if Wukong wasn't found by the Trailblazer.
Temporary fix, because till they don't fix the binary
team alive and towards the middle right now.
Breeze,
they do have to deal
they have to do something to make the map more bearable.
Trailblazer one more time.
So it's
providing cover here for Ja. The gravity well also to keep him centered. Well done by NAOS to get that initial catch.
Yeah, nice combo here to enable Ja to get that opening pick. Veto in a precarious spot, gets the one, but Wits isn't ready for the trade. He gets it eventually, but now it's a 3v2 with Wits low.
Yeah, and look at Wukong go over towards A main, preventing NAOS rotating that way.
So now when Fancy played this comp
towards that B side, where Nizzy awaits.
The Euro's forced to play in such an isolated manner, because
at the very least find
an opportunity to reset
themselves. That's what he's gonna do. Wait for reinforcements before they strike.
Yeah, he's got the gate crash. Cosmic Divide as well on either side for the pulse plant. Here comes
there's no
NAOS'
breach
Cosmic Divide, courtesy of Senior Carl, to try and go for that long plant.
अरे भाई ult use कर लो
playing long though, because that dimensional drift can be a problem.
Yeah, smoke setup is there. Senior Carl looking for the plant, and he actually gets the takedown onto Nizzy instead. Yes, I can though. Trying to use those newer angles to his own safety. 3v2, do NAOS cross? That's the question. Now the wall's down, and immediately the frags come NAOS way.
अरे भाई निजी भाई ult use कर लो भाई, भगवान से डरो भाई.
I think Fancy just kind of assumed that the entirety of the brunt of the push from NAOS would be coming in from B main, but that they were wrong in. One has to wonder how the momentum shifts after that pause, if Fancy, if they were affected by it, but it's the same standard that both teams play on.
NAOS is finding a bit of recovery though. They're making their way towards the site. It's a bit safer now with some of the ultimates that they can utilize. And in the end, Fancy United down by 3 after trying to go for their own kind of comeback. 3 ultimates still available to Fancy. That dimensional drift has been in the clutches of Nizzy for quite a while already.
ट्रिगरिंग है भाई.
Look to make that play towards
अब सोचो ना, अभी ये क्लियर कर देता, पिंग भी कर देता और पिलर पे जाके खोल भी देता खुद को. कैसे उन्होंने प्लान करते, पूरा ये हो जाते.
ये फैंसी का सेटअप बहुत weird नहीं लग रहा है यार. The turret plus the alarm bot is useless. Wouldn't you much rather have the alarm bot inside the Viper?
The gates here, the second gate swinging into the second map. The defensive hold, look at this. They expect yes I can. He gets the one, the second, and Nizzy chimes on.
What is the point of the alarm bot plus
stopping the bleeding?
When the killjoy was jiggling there for half the game.
Numbers in favor
early round. Now he go.
ये क्या wall हो गया वाइपर का बीच में गैप कैसे?
And with the flash, this is Wade's the push of NAOS Esports. Not only that, Jin with the takedown. It's Wits now versus all alone, trying to cross towards the side. Look at where Fishu's station. Isolates the angle. But Jin can't get the confirmed kill. Seeker now to search for that final target as Wits rotates.
फिर भी throw तो किया ही है.
The opposite way, he's very lucky that Jin Wasn't able to get timing on that, but he's low HP right now, and Jin has the timing on this rotation for Wits as he took the long route.
Wits here
moving towards Phoenix में अल्टी ज़्यादा मार दिया इसलिए नहीं मार रहा भाई Phoenix लेके भी नहीं मार रहा
him doubling back, going towards that A side. Here's no audio cues as of yet. Wits now gets the plant, and this will confirm that B is where they have to go to.
Yeah, now Swarm pops now, and oh, this is actually smart for Wits. Might not expect this Jin because it is planted for that back hole potentially for long, but he might not expect Wits to actually play here in an off position.
अंदर की duelist की आत्मा पक्का check करेगी.
And Wits, was he spotted? No.
He does have the turret.
Don't need planet for Wits. If he puts turret here,
into the corner. Now Esports looking to build up an even bigger lead. Turret now station, and Wits peaks at the right time. Timing is everything, and that goes to NAOS now.
पूरा होता है फैंसी
You
की
heard
तरफ
it
से
right. Timing
आधा
beats
अधूरा
power,
काम नहीं
precision
करते
beats speed.
वो
And that's what Wits delivers here with NAOS. We've seen them gain advantageous halves
बच्चा जैसा
early
एकदम
on in the map.
Is it
Don't let that
37 or
slip away as well when they go
No,
for the
31
side.
something
And
is
that is true
37.
here for Pearl. They're now
As old as
37 तो वो है ना.
Fancy,
wash भी
much
नहीं है भाई,
akin to what we
37.
saw in Fracture, does have that benefit.
Basically as
We
old
know
as
just
you.
in general,
35
Fancy
है.
displays better in the attack.
Once on the attack, that's where they do ignite themselves. But then again, I go back to
Dubstep
some of their older
31 है,
stats. It's a
Dubstep
different
31 या
composition.
30 है.
Perhaps maybe those are where the changes will be. But it's usually the defense where Fancy
35
United has
ही
been
है,
more
याद नहीं
comfortable when they ran that.
पूरे
pick.
half
Now with the
नहीं
Yoru,
use किया ना,
will
alt
it get
नहीं
more
बोला.
value from what we've seen so far though? While Fancy United
मैं
has
देख
been
के
a bit
tilt
more
हो रहा हूँ.
creative, sure, trying to show a different
तुम
hand
एजेंट
here on
लेते हो
Pearl.
और
It
एजेंट का
hasn't
अल्ट
been
नहीं यूज
the
करते
most
और
effective
टीपी आउट में
compared
तो
to
एक
their
भी
other
बार
maps
टीपी
where
आउट
they
हुआ
get
नहीं
variation.
एक बार छोड़ के
हर बार मर गया.
हर
I
बार
think
मर
on
जाता
the
है
attacking side is really where they're banking on this yard to be a problem right in the first place. They
Flash से खुद
want
flash
to
हो जाता है.
use that game crash plus a blind side to get themselves in. Of course, anytime you're on the attacking side as well, you're going to have to second guess yourself anytime you see a Yoru walking on up because it might just be a fake out. And then everything on else just really benefits that attacking side when you have a Yoru. So I would wager that this attacking second half is a lot of what they bank on here to make work out in the first place. It might be 4-8, but you've seen bigger lopsided races.
Yeah, what, 3-9 a while ago, 2-9 even, suddenly turning into a no score line whatsoever from NAOS from that point on. Do Fancy United, do they recover? Can they get back into it? We're going to be finding out as we get now into the second half. And my eye again is on what Wukong can do in these regards while Fancy's just dancing along with one another. His setup
मैं
with
जानना
Sky
चाहता हूँ
Utility
कौन सा
will make
स्ट्रीमर है
him
जिसने
that
सुबह
second
11:30
one
बजे
in.
चालू किया है
From that
और
point
जो अभी
on,
भी कर रहा है
is it
और
going to be
जो
enough of
थर्ड
a
गेम
dynamic duo between him and
भी
Nizzy
करेगा.
to open up these sites?
You can see the players warming up their hands.
भाविन भाई आप आपने 4:30 बजे नहीं चालू किया, बट आप थर्ड गेम भी करोगे अभी.
It's actually pretty cold.
It's getting late, that's for sure.
Yep. So,
Hello,
of
Bhavin bhai,
course, they want
कैसे
to
हो?
keep their APM up, keep
ओमकार
the
भाई
blood
जिंदा
flowing,
हो.
keep the juices pumping, and keep this game going. NAOS here, they have a lead. This time around,
आप
let's see if
third
they can
game
hold it
करोगे?
in the second half.
Yeah, is it going to
देखो
be a
ये थर्ड मैप
possibility
गया
as
फिर तो
Moju's the
डेफिनेटली नहीं
one
करूंगा.
anchored down towards that
ये
A side.
2-0 होता है फिर
All the
तुम्हारे
utility,
भाई को उम्मीद
he
है.
has stationed the nano swarms to prevent the cross also from a main. But while this happens, NAOS actually on the flank instead. Aggression there towards Club, over onto the shops as well. Now NAOS knows Fancy United knocking on their doorstep. There you have the gate crash as well. Trailblazer looking for a target. And you can see where Nizzy wants to play from. Inside the Poison Cloud, denied though by Mojo on the exit. Another one perhaps, holding still towards Secret. The double swing not enough. Papi Chulo is there. 4 reinforcements. And now it's Esports just keeping Fancy United contained. It's all now so far. Wukong will fight, sure. But now will still take the pistol.
You see how Mojo was so prepared for that? This man, let's not forget, how did they pick up Mojo now? Ranked. They saw the highest rated player at the time. They opened the leaderboard rank, they looked at the leaderboard, number 1, and in rank you would end up against yours, right?
काम कर रहा था तो Watchparty भी नहीं थी. तो बचा लिया भगवान ने.
They had the utility on the site, especially the nano
मैं तो
swarms were
स्ट्रीम पे
completely
सोया हुआ हूँ. मैं
encapsulating the
सोच रहा
entirety of the
था.
brunt push. And you can see him play that anti-flash, expecting the game crash to come. And the Yoru right behind him.
He's playing all the way by
Remember
Secret.
now.
He's the one who will detect if the gate crash does cross his way. And NAOS right now, they're just playing this defense, or rather these past few rounds to absolute perfection. It's just been them figuring out exactly what can work out versus Fancy United. And while it did come down to Wits in the clutch a while ago, this time around, it's a bit more perfect.
You can see that veteran experience of
मैंने तो सुना था मंगाल के घर में बहुत कुछ होता है.
One of the few handful of players we actually have here in Ascension who has had
Marwadi.
experience going to a Masters or a Champions International event, and that really comes in big, I think, in these type of rounds.
Abhishek Bajaj.
For now so far. Can they continue on though? It's Plaza now.
अच्छा तो बंगाली टीम को कोच करता
Fancy United.
Yeah.
Keep in mind, this is a 4-spot
वो तो
here.
पुराना
Fancy
रिश्ता है ना.
United. They're looking to take the fight towards
उनको बंगाल
NAOS,
से.
clear out these links, and give themselves opportunities to cross.
देख रहा मैसेज आया
Make
होगा.
this force happen here, Fancy. Time is
वहाँ पे
being
कितना
played not in their
मैंने सुना
favor
तुम
for
जो टीम
sure.
कोच करते थे उसमें
Defensive
कुछ लोग नहाते
push
नहीं थे
here
हफ्ता
on
हफ्ता.
that B-long site does
कौन
confirm
सा?
that, you know, for the most
अभी
part,
वाला
it is
या
going to be
पुराना
safe.
वाला?
So
पुराना
we
वाला,
can
अभी
expect
वाला
this
नहीं.
defense
हाँ
to
पुराना वाला में तो बिल्कुल.
anticipate the A push, but I'm not too sure if
कैसे?
now anticipate the B-link push into the B site.
Yeah, they're expecting though the push from
वो टीम बहुत अजीब
small little
थी.
cubby there. Moving into
No words
defender's spawn
for a
instead.
lack of
That's
better
what
words.
Major's keeping tabs of. But you mentioned it, B-Link instead. The pressure point here, the lurk courtesy of Yes I Can, looking to get the catch on the timing itself. And now with Preston's made, Fancy United getting onside. Jado mixing in with the opposition. Eventually Nizzy will spot him over there on the opposite end. Plant goes down. Yes I Can times this right as well. And now surprise of what is coming out of the woodwork. Fancy United take it back.
I am one with the force. The
अपनी
force is one
society
with
में
me.
अपने
Fancy
घर से.
say.
हाँ.
Now,
और आपने
as
फेंका
you
हो.
said, unexpecting of the force buy there, and of that push
किसी के
coming from
टकले
the
पे
B,
गिरा.
they gave up the connector control
ऐसे किया लोगों
entirely,
ने?
and they should have been aware of that more. I mean, you can see
हुआ
Ja
है.
marking that position, but
Talent
it
है वो
didn't
करने
seem
के
like
लिए.
they were
जबकि
none the
society
wiser
में
of
banned
anything
है
else
वो.
happening.
Yeah, they felt
Acha.
like it was going to be a factor. They felt like it was going to be happen eventually, but they just could not find the timing when FCY decided
सीधा
to
निकाल
bust
दिया
through
रहेगा
from
building
Blink
से.
instead. Well done though for Fancy United, causing such a stellar distraction. We get
Yeah,
a
I'm
big
assuming
contest
नए
up
वाले
here
team
from
में हुआ
NAOS.
होगा.
They're on the
नहीं,
pistols
नहीं.
here. Senior
नहीं,
Carl with the
पुराने.
first takedown, courtesy of the Sheriff.
नए
And that's
वाले
good
में
enough
ऐसी
for
कोई
NAOS to
दिक्कत
actually
नहीं थी
back
क्योंकि
away.
Yeah, you get the one, you
सब
get back off, you have that man advantage
पता था
now.
रेस्पेक्टफुल है सब
You're
कि
saying
अगर
there's a
नहीं
chance
अलाउड
that
है
they
तो नहीं
still
अलाउड
keep their numbers up alive.
क्योंकि
Ja,
सोसाइटी
he
में
did
सब
big
रहते हैं
because
ना
he still
सब
had that
इंसान
dash, but
हाँ.
they need to
इंसानों की
commit to it,
तरह.
and rightfully so, he knows. Jin here off the lurk gets a kill.
Yeah, great timing there from Jin. Isolates Ja along the way. And now, the push from NAOS, mitigated by Fancy United. They have the gun advantage here so far. Bulldogs at the ready.
I found a bug with
after
Deadlock's
making
ultimate.
the
Can you
force
find
buy
more?
work. But in the end, they can go for the
I later
re-engage. They
found out
that
that it is
opening
not a
towards
bug.
Art.
अब
It
डाल दिया
has
तो डाल
pulled
दिया.
NAOS to try and
Schedule करके
reinforce the
रखा था क्या
fight
पहले से?
instead.
Yeah, this time is definitely
नहीं,
going to favor
डालने के
yes,
बाद
and
मालूम
you can see
पड़ा.
Senior Carl
अभी डाला तूने just?
timing there, catching him off guard.
मेरे को तो
Once
notice
again,
just आया.
another connector B-Link push for Fancy. And NAOS as well continuing that on forward. This time around, I don't think they're going to be ready.
पापा भाई का
even
वो
though
अमाउंट सुनने के
they have more than
बाद
but
नहीं
they
आया.
just don't have the weapons to do so.
okay.
They used B-Link a while ago. Can they get
Hill
it
गया
done
अंदर
yet
coach.
again? Now, Trio moving towards the site.
पापा भाई लगता
Yeah,
सूत्रों के
Bishop
हवाले
here
से
leading
कंफर्म
the
कर
charge.
गए.
Flash comes in to try and clear out back hall, but
नहीं,
instead it's Jin who
मैंने भी
finds
फोन पे
Vulture
कंफर्म किया.
out there in the open. This is looking tough here for NAOS. They don't even have the guns to begin
अब
with.
तक confirmation
Fancy
आई नहीं, आएगी
United
तो बताता हूँ.
making their rally heard.
Yeah, 6-9.
मतलब मैंने डायरेक्ट सोर्स से किया है
Should
कंफर्म
be for
कोशिश.
sure. And Wits, all you can save here is a Spectre in this case. That's about it. So just looking to do some damage economically, which could play in later into the
भाई
half.
ये
but in
मेरे
the
को तो
meantime,
डायरेक्ट
won't
उस
really
बंदे ने
affect
आके
us
बोला था कि
much.
मेरे को बोला
Fancy
गया है कि
been really
उसका
making
इतना
work
है.
of this connector position. They've been doing and putting
बंदे मतलब
emphasis
और
on it.
ओनर
In
ने
fact,
कि
yes,
बंदे
yes,
ने?
can't take the last kill of the round, but I wonder if
मतलब
now it's
जो
going to
बंदा
start
अभी
to put
मांग
more
रहा है,
emphasis on holding connector
उस
and
बंदे
fighting
ने
for it.
बोला.
They've had some smart
Achha.
rotations here, realizing that they can pull NAOS away as much as possible towards these sites itself, towards different kind of angles. And from that point on, these links will be the gateways to either
तो
B
उस हिसाब से फिर
or
वो अपना
towards
वैल्यू
A if
निकालने लग
Fancy
गया.
United chooses to do so. But rifles are out here for NAOS. Now they have the firepower. Can they actually stand toe-to-toe with Fancy?
They still don't have the economy to force up the operator here from Ja.
क्या पता
Something we
मिल
see
भी
a lot
जाए
of the NAOS defense kind of pivots itself on. So how they play now that they don't have that tool A site.
इतने का तो ऑफर था ना, आप बोल रहे हो कि
taken
इतने
early.
उन्होंने मांगा.
Fancy United
नहीं नहीं
over on
ये
Along
इधर वाले का
is
बोल रहा हूँ
Veto,
मैं.
Papichulo
अच्छा.
getting in position,
ये
and the
जो मलम ने
lockdown
लिखा.
is there as well. Fancy United trying to create a safety
उधर
for
वाले का तो
them.
हाँ उतना
as
का
they
offer.
want to move towards the site.
They got the snake bite here, right on the cross.
Malav ने क्या
Get the
लिखा
plant
वो तो
down,
मैं
and he
देखा
can
ही
bail out of it as well because he's got the gatecraft. So you can see the entire post ban here from Fancy. That's
वो तो
required
उसके
to
बाद
play
मेन
from
चीजें तो आपने देखी नहीं
A-main indeed.
ग्रुप में
Just backing away so far. Witsto scouting for anyone playing close. There's the tap. The start is set. Gravity well now to slow down NAOS on this retake. They're trying to force the issue here. Flashes do come. Nizzy yet again trying to cause a little bit of chaos. The guy in the light, courtesy of NAOS though, keeping Fancy United at bay, but that snake bite is stellar from 𝘼𝐽𝐿. We've seen them play away with utility to save it for the post plant instead. And Fancy United getting again. This is another round that they take.
Fancy have had some crazy lineup post plant setups here.
नहीं मैं होता तो मैं एमएन स्मोक ही नहीं करता मैं स्पाइक स्मोक कर देता एक जन को मॉली तोड़ने रख देता बाकी लोग एमएन फाइट करना पड़ेगा तुम नहीं कर सकते ऐसा कि एमएन स्मोक कर दो तो उल्टा और आराम है
set off and put off those
उनके पास तो कवर मिल गया या तो वो हेवन में जैसे फनाटिक बैकस्टैब करता है 3 जन फ्लैंक पर
हां ये दो ही ऑप्शन है
effectively for free. It happened there on Fracture through drop.
वही हेवन का बी की तरह हो गया ना एक जन को बैठा दो और बाकी जन फ्लड कर जाओ
as much as they can towards it. The snake bites and now the swarms. It's just not popping time by now. From that point on, it's a 2-round gap now as Fancy rally.
Oh well.
और अगर हेवन का बी को देखे भी बाय डिजाइन तो आप स्पाइक पे करो या मुंह पे करो फर्क नहीं पड़ता और वो छोटा सा ही एरिया स्पैम करना पड़ता है
हां
It is an anti-eco, but it's impressive anyway.
But still, point ये है कि spam का point नहीं है. अगर आप मुंह पे करते हो तो you cannot take the fight freely.
They do solve the NAOS
जब वो spam कर रहा है तब आप fight नहीं ले सकते ना.
हाँ और आप flood करने जाओगे तो आपको फिर वो fog of war से जाना पड़ेगा.
Fancy United is figuring out the weaknesses here of the
चालू हो गया
setup.
comeback. Just
what can NAOS do?
ना उसके वापस 9 पे रुकने वाली है.
अगर ऐसा सही में हुआ
9 पे नैया रुक जाती है.
Once again the defense has proven to be a liability here for NAOS.
And the rotation here from Fancy United taking the relatively safer side, getting a few more orbs to build as well. And Fancy United, they love to maximize every single round that they have. Get those old orbs, try and get those kills, and make sure the economy of NAOS is struggling instead.
हाँ यहाँ पे कोशिश की थी बट टाइम कंस्ट्रेंट था तो नहीं कर सके हम. एक मैप पकड़ो 3 दिन तक वही मैप स्क्रीम होगा.
Still didn't work out. Seems like couldn't find a kill. But
एक मैप खेलो स्क्रीम का देखो वाटर व्यू करो एडजस्ट करो ऐसे करके 12 बार तुम वाटर व्यू कर सकते हो. 3 दिन में पूरा मैप प्रिपेयर कर लेते हैं
for luck in terms of what their options are.
He's been a sacrificial lamb. Many a time we've seen Ja just fall so early on, and look at Fancy United go. They were set up, they got the kills. Jin gets 4 even.
Plus अलग-अलग चीज हम टेस्ट भी कर सकते हैं ना भाविन भाई.
That's going to be a factor in the next round.
Just comfortable here, Fancy.
एक या दो मैप कुछ भी पकड़ सकते हो मेरे हिसाब से. हफ्ते में 2 मैप
दो भी पकड़ सकते हो.
हाँ लाइक कुछ प्लेयर्स का नहीं होता उतना फोकस एक मैप ही करने का तो you can pick 2 maps a week. And उसको मिक्स मैच करके
looking to be absolutely amazing here for Fancy United.
एशिया में क्या है लोगों को ऐसा है कि
एक
मैप का स्क्रीन जल्दी लेते नहीं.
From Fancy United, once they get on the attack, they're
नहीं अभी तो प्रैक आने के बाद से एक मैप का ही लेते
हैं. अच्छा. Exquisite. And not only that, they know how much utility.
The problem ये फिर वो हो जाता है कि अरे ये मैप खेल लिया
they can actually keep away from the main force.
Yeah, they have to be careful here, really lending themselves to what Fancy do.
हमारे यहाँ तो VCL ऐसे में तो टाइम कंस्ट्रेंट था ना इस बार. मतलब टीम बनी और मैचेस खेलने थे तो अफोर्ड नहीं कर सकते थे. पर नहीं तो वैसा ही है. Best.
You can see here that Fancy win or lose the round, they're generally on top of the situation. They generally know what NAOS are doing.
फिर दूसरा मैप खेला उसमें 12 राउंड डिफॉल्ट नंबर 2 प्रैक्टिस जैसे 12 राउंड.
Like that one round in the first half where they had that cosmic divide for the backside.
मजा आता है. पता भी चल जाता कि ओपोनेंट को समझ में आ गया तो वो कैसे रिएक्ट कर सकते हैं. ओपोनेंट रीड कर रहा है पर वो ओपोनेंट भी ठीक ठाक टीम रहेगी तो पता चल जाएगा 2 3 4 राउंड के बाद ये लोग क्लीन शीट कर रहे हैं तो लोग पुश करना चालू करेंगे ये करेंगे वो करेंगे. समझ में भी आ जाएगा कि कैसे रिएक्ट कर सकते हैं और उसके हिसाब से हमको कैसे काउंटर करना है.
NAOS dream yet again, or can we go for a decider towards Ascent? The contest now towards main with the flashes. Now it's actually not decided to go for the push. Instead, they're waiting out the smoke. They go for the Trailblazer. Do they dare peek? The operator can't hit the shot.
Actually gets a tag on a Physio, but that's about it. They get him healed back on up, and here comes into lockdown for Fancy once more.
Yeah, the gate crash though coming the way towards A. Here we go with the Yoru looking to go for the plant himself. Gate crash in. Gate crash out. No one none the wiser. And John can't find the timing whatsoever. Here we go now with the star being set on up. Fancy United, a bit of deja vu as they go for the post plant here. With denied of any kind of push. Senior Carl trying to work that flank work, but yes, I can. Yes, he will. 2 down already here for NAOS Esports. They're struggling to even make it towards the fight, and they concede they can't find a way to solve this puzzle.
9-9. And they're keeping it in place. NAOS have to put more effort in making sure that A main hold isn't going to be the way that it is. You see here that time and time on over, Fancy know they can win the round just by holding it in. Obviously, Senior Carl was a bit too hasty there. I think the pressure on him has made it so, but you would like to see kind of an anti-strat for that specifically made throughout this game. Maybe continuously have mid control so that it would be an easier option to take that A main back.
They also need to
हाँ उन्होंने प्लान तो बनाया था ना एग्रो खेलने का, but
हाँ पर प्लांट ही डिनाई कर दिया तो फिर उसके बाद एग्रो जाओ कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं।
प्लान डिले भी कर इनको समझ में आना चाहिए कि ये जो स्ट्रक्चर है इनका फैंसी का बार-बार फैनेटिक निकलता है, बट फैंसी का जो स्ट्रक्चर है उसमें अगर आप थोड़ा सा डिले डिनाई कुछ भी डाल दोगे ना तो खत्म है। और उनका टाइमिंग बेस्ड है, पूरा टाइमिंग बेस्ड
and wait it out and try and deny him off the plant.
Yeah, well, now Esports isn't taking that risk. And now they're getting hampered as Fancy United.
जब तक wall on है तब तक प्लान करके वो टीपी करेगा। आप जैसे बोले पुल कर दो हो गया, wall तब तक गिर जाएगा, अब उसको रिस्क उठाना पड़ेगा।
They know exactly how to play around these smokes.
ये फफल गए
खत्म। United now looking for a bit of the push to
fake out though. उठा के फेंके जा रहा है अलग-अलग जगह पे।
I just could not find the angle there. You can see NAOS. They're already pivoting to try and give up the site because they know trying to anchor things down against the execute against the post and Fancy.
ये भी एक चीज है जो हम इम्पैक्ट में बहुत कम देखते हैं। चेंबर के ट्रैप को वैसे यूज करना एरिया क्लियर करने के लिए।
To make it towards the site itself.
वो बाहर ज़्यादा देखते हैं। ट्रैप डाला, फिर उठा लिया।
Crossfire 2 down here. Fancy United effective hold from now
फिर
so
20 सेकंड बाद पुल डाउन हटेगा, फिर दूसरा एंगल क्लियर करेंगे।
Now the re-engage from Fancy United. They double back towards its A side. The flash connects onto Papichulo. Now Fancy knows there's still someone around here.
Well, they can't get the plant down, but they're trying to be more aware of where Papichulo is. The fight coming from Senior Carl, it finally connects, brings to a 3v2. Papichulo has to be careful. Oh, wait for his teammate! That spams through and finds a bit of fortune going his way! Papichulo gets a third, and now stop the bleeding.
The clutch king of NAOS Esports. All hail Papichulo in that regard. And as soon as he saw that Viper spit, trying to find more ways towards the site, he just spammed across, knew exactly where Physio wanted to reposition to help out his teammate, and the rest was history. But with that retreat from both Papichulo and Wits, it gave NAOS a fighting chance, plus the fact that they kept, or rather made sure Senior Carl's flank worked out this time.
You know, I doubt that affected the mental of Fancy at all because they were still playing super well. And now the operator to come out from Physio on that back line. The A site once more could be where
मेरे हिसाब से NAOS राउंड जीती है पर हारा हुआ राउंड जीती है। ये इस समय टाइम आउट लेके थोड़ा ब्रीदर लेना चाहिए था और समझाना चाहिए कोच को कि भाई डेस्परेट मत हो, यही टाइम है जहाँ पे तुमको इज्जत से खेलना है।
It's been the lineups here that have been their problem.
Yeah, it's been quite a commitment for Fancy United.
अरे निजी भाई कभी तो शर्म करके अल्ट यूज कर ले। 19 राउंड हो गए।
More opportunities towards mid, finding wherever they can bring Senior Carl, and it's really effective anyway.
नहीं एक बार करेगा।
NAOS needs to do.
फ्रैक्चर में एक बार यूज किया था। आ गया ना टाइम आउट? मैं बोला ना।
Let that star shine.
आना ही चाहिए था।
NAOS United in the track. So
बिल्कुल सही टाइम आउट है।
They have the lead.
टाइम आउट तो सही है, हमारा टाइम और आउट होता जा रहा है।
I mean,
क्या रोबोटिक्स है ये?
the game up. But that's still not enough here. For NAOS to feel comfortable.
भाई 1.5 लाख की चेयर में बैठे हैं लौंडे।
Still elated that they've made another
कौन सा है वो
comeback
सीक्रेट लैब
possible
चैंपियंस वाला?
in this case.
सीक्रेट लैब नहीं है,
Josh just
दूसरा कोई
hasn't
तो
been
है।
having himself the best game, and for one of their stars, NAOS really rely on that. The ever reliable Papichulo though comes in big for that round. And two of those vets
that
have been really
robotics
tugging the squad across the
overseas
finish line here, where you see NAOS, Wits, and Papi Chulo getting the rounds they needed.
Yeah. They've been putting in the effort. Fancy United, I believe, they're the ones actually calling that timeout instead. For Fancy, what they just need to do is find more ways to go for that overrun. We've seen how effective they can be with just the flash play from Wukong alone. What else can they do if Jin starts popping off? It just has been a lurk here from Fancy United. It's an opportunity, yes, for them to try and go for the double up instead. Two-prong attack towards these sites, and now they move towards B instead here.
Oja is back on that operator.
या तो 1 मिनट मुझे 2 मिनट की तरह लग रहा है.
But Poison Cloud on out to try and gain them that space. Ja, you can see him trying to boost on up angle, and he finds it, dashes away to safety.
Exactly what NAOS needs in these kind of situations. The first pick with the operator. Reset now towards Link, protected truly by his own teammates. Wits is there on the opposite end. Trailblazer now figure out the intentions of Fancy United. Cosmic Divide met by another one.
भाई चालू कर ले अल्ट भाई चालू कर ले मेरा पेशेंस खत्म हो रहा है अभी.
The pulse is there though, and the push comes from NAOS. Nojer getting on the board here. Fancy United fights back, but it's now a 1v3. Yes, I can. His optimism absolutely needed to try and clutch this. Senior Carl though with the tap, and Ja will find him and take him down. NAOS do get back into it.
Well, Ja gets the opening pick, yes, but you see how they're on the retake for the back call. They actually push it together. They actually just
ऐसे mid round pick क्या ये भाग के आ रहे उड़ा दिया.
On Fracture a while ago, when they would have these multiple fights where you'd see suddenly 3 NAOS players in your face, 2 NAOS players in your face, out of the blue. And that's what they need to do more. In isolated duels, NAOS have been losing, but when they play as a whole, NAOS' teamwork, that's what prevails.
Yeah, when they have that cover, right? When they feel that there is that security, especially for Ja, giving him that backup,
हाँ वो 1 बजे खेलना चालू करेंगे.
To just go for the peak later on.
1 बजे भी चालू नहीं होगा. ये मैच खत्म होते होते 12. फिर तीसरा मैच में टेक फोर्सेस तो आएंगे 2 मैच में.
Really does pivot around this, and so
नहीं उनको एक्चुअल में बोलना चाहिए कि हमको आज नहीं खेलना भाई.
बिल्कुल, I think so.
Fancy though, not
क्योंकि उनको लगा था उनका गेम होगा 7 बजे.
Even though knowing there's an operator on NAOS.
Yeah, Fancy.
अगर थर्ड मैप जाता है तो उनको बोल ही देना चाहिए.
Looking to find if NAOS will try to vie for
तो 7 बजे से मतलब वो लोग कम से कम आ गए होंगे वेन्यू पे 4 बजे.
हाँ 5 भी पकड़ो चलो.
हाँ 5 बजे आने के लिए वो लोग कैफे या कहीं पे वार्म अप करने गए होंगे 12 या 1 बजे. यहाँ पे भी उनका बूट कैंप में पीसी सेटअप है.
हाँ यहाँ तो वहाँ पे भी अगर प्रैक्टिस जोन भी हुआ फिर भी 12 से तो उठे ही रहेंगे. तो 12 घंटा तो हो गए.
And so Wits is going to have to keep mark of this
waterfall. और वो लोग तो उस हिसाब से वार्म अप करना चालू कर दिए होंगे ना कि भाई हमारा मैच होगा 7 बजे.
हाँ और एक टाइम के बाद बस हो जाता है. मेंटली ड्रेन हो जाएगा. उससे ज्यादा नहीं वार्म अप कर सकता है या खेल सकता है. फिर मैच के ऊपर ध्यान देना रहता है.
Fancy United. Now you see Wits keeping an eye out on defender spawn. Senior Carl inside the spawn.
भाई अल्ट कर दे भगवान. थैंक यू.
The dimensional drift to scout things over, and Fisho will get that takedown in your face. Fancy United playing a style wherein the Yoru spots it out and the rest of the team executes.
Yeah, that's a strength here.
Playing a style where the Yoru spots it out. पहली बार किया है उसने. दिल पे मेरे को इतना अच्छा लगा है ना.
They can get a mark. If NAOS don't get a pick here early, they're going to concede, and that they do. I think
ये एक फर्क है फैंसी और NAOS वालों में. 3-5 में चुपचाप रीटेक के लिए चले जाते हैं अपना सेव के लिए. यही इन लोग फैंसी वाले ट्राई कर रहे थे.
But beyond this, Fancy United, their post plant looking strong. They felt the presence of.
Will you be uploading agent guides? I can, but I don't find it.
From that point on, a single drift to keep the push safe. There was a scout, and there was the execute.
I don't find them entertaining to make. I find them entertaining to talk about. It's a difference. अगर हम मेरे से बैठ के बातें करेंगे लोग तो मैं बातें कर सकता हूँ. ये कर सकते हैं. I don't find them, you know, कि एजेंट गाइड में लोग क्या करते हैं ना कि रटे रटाए सेटअप रटा रटाए चीजें बताते हैं कि ये ऐसा होता है. मेरे को वो पसंद नहीं. मैं सिचुएशनल बातें करता हूँ.
Fancy United just keeping NAOS Esports' lead in check. They refuse to give this potential comeback.
अरे वुकोंग भाई बेशरम 6100 क्या छाती पे लेके जाएगा. फुल आर्मर ले.
Initial lead actually to keep them in the driver's seat here, but in the second half, only 3 rounds. Many of them so far in the
sir, will you be there at the watch party tomorrow? No, bro. I am hosting my own watch party.
That's online, one target of opportunity that Fancy United is looking to get rid of.
My goodness. Pushing on in here. Fancy have just been such a menace on some of these executions. Once more, the A site is what they're going to be attempting. Late lurk, I think, is the idea here for Jin. He's been pretty successful in that. You can see the ping come off on the minimap, so I think you're trying to be aware of where 𝘼𝘽 could be.
When is OG match? Tomorrow, 11:30 AM, bro.
Actually breaking the turret of
Hopefully.
in mid.
Hopefully.
So they know now there's a lurk happening here from Fancy United. It's a 4-man push, courtesy of main instead. And as soon as the smoke drops, they all look towards dugout so far. Papi Chulo, though, survives with a sliver of HP. That's fortunate here for NAOS Esports.
Yeah, I mean, so does Wukong and Izzy there, who got tagged through the spam of Wits. So good job by Wits.
नहीं पुष्पेंद्र tag ठीक है. That is
45 seconds
attention
left on
Pacific.
the clock. The defense kind of congregating here a bit more towards the A site. And that leaves the B site pretty wide open. Luckily, they do have that the alarm bot instead in the turret for this connector.
And while Fancy United has these strong executes, they do love to play it slow, especially in a pinch. The fake out, though, to lead the push towards Link. The Trailblazer is there too. And now as Nizzy goes for the flash, now it's Esports. They're trying to play it towards the secret angle instead. Wits though, with the hold. Nizzy and 𝘼𝘽 on the board though. They're trying to the shorty instead! No need to try, 𝘼𝘽 will deny.
Whoa.
1v1 though, Jin versus Senior Carl. The lockdown making E-Space.
क्या कर रहा है ये पागल?
But no, the detain is there, and it's Tondo time, courtesy of Senior Carl. Tonda Gaming brought by NAOS, 12-10 now. They're on match point.
Lockdown being the second player in that 1v2, I guess, gaining them the advantage just when Senior Carl needed it, the free kill in the end. But 𝘼𝘽 coming in big with that shorty as well. They nerfed it in this patch, by the way.
A single bullet for each of those targets. Yep. And 𝘼𝘽 saving grace there, a last hurrah before he was spelled. Just putting down that lockdown, giving NAOS the chance now to try and close out this map. It has been exhausting though here for these two teams. 21 takedowns for which Jin with 22 on the board though. His lurks, they have been impeccable so far. However, it's been spotted by NAOS more so than not in the last few rounds.
A pocket full of shells and Pearl so far.
They're not used to that pressure, you know, like
quite a testing battleground for both of these teams.
Game.
Close game, arguably even more so than that first map was. With Fancy running away with it, and Fancy still have the option here to bring this and end this 2-0. They still have economy for these next few rounds. Look at this one, aggressiveness from 𝘼𝘽 and Senior Carl.
It doesn't matter which Yoru you bring, he'll take both of them down. Now it's Fancy United. Try to vie for that mid take.
Map 3 जा रहा है.
Also from now, still
नहीं वुकोंग भाई 𝘼𝘽 को हील करो. टप देगे 𝘼𝘽 भाई. Alt करके.
Such a split decision here for Fancy.
You can see now this connector position once more is something Fancy have been taking a lot of importance into securing. Yes, I can destroys both of that. He got hit by that scan, so they should know he's here towards the dugout.
Yeah, he's spotted on out. Fancy United aware of his presence. Now the second flash for confirmation. They're waiting for the swing though, and look at Wits' timing there. Yes, I can. Versus the rest of NAOS. He's all alone now to try and give them the chance, but 𝘼𝘽 has been felled. Spike is retrieved. Time running out, but NAOS will stay alive in this set. 13-10 as we force a decider between these two titans.
You can see they're absolutely elated after that one. And Papi Chulo.
चलो टीम डेथमैच खेलते हैं अभी थर्ड मैप देखते हैं स्ट्रीम बंद करते हैं.
How many huge rounds did we see from the two old
veterans? आ जाओ Rex Dreams.
Chulo and Wits, iconic and legendary in their
Rex
own
Dreams
right.
तो गायब ही हो गए लग
And now
रहा
they're
है.
coming on in here, delivering them the win when they finally needed one.
Yeah, just the timing there from NAOS Esports, waiting for the cue of the push. Wits was just so patient.
टीम डेथमैच और नॉर्मल डेथमैच में क्या फर्क है मैं देखा नहीं.
And truthfully, NAOS Esports, they were willing to actually just allow Fancy United in to convert those kind of kills. In the end, though, the operator playing a big mark there for NAOS Esports. 𝘼𝘽 was just all around the map finding those kind of takedowns.
उसमें ability है.
At the very end of it too, you saw for Jin, he was shut down, he was caught out when he was lurking.
अभी guys देखो मेरे को 5 घंटे होने आए हैं स्ट्रीम चालू करके. उसमें 2 मैप हुए.
How this epic series concludes on map number 3 on Ascent.
होता है फर्स्ट डे होता है टेक इश्यूज.
Or do NAOS convert the reverse sweep? We'll see you guys after the break.
Hopefully कल तक सब सॉल्व हो जाएगा.
देखो जो जेन्युइन टेक इश्यूज है वो तो हर जगह होते हैं।
हाँ।
ये मैप रीस्टार्ट वाला एंड वाला ये नहीं समझ में आया मेरे को।
हाँ ये थोड़ा नया नशा था।
पापस वर्क ने फोटो अपलोड किया है, सब बंदे वहां पे स्टेज के पीछे बैकस्टेज सो गए हैं।
और क्या ही करेंगे। Yes, you get ability and guns are on the ground. First to 100. ओ भाई, इतना तो GXR लैन पे भी नहीं हुआ था। बात तो सही है। देखो गाइस, इंडियन टीम्स का 100% विन रिकॉर्ड है लैन पे ब्लीड के सामने। क्या कल ओजी इसको कंटिन्यू करेगा?
डिस्ट्रिक्ट ये तो स्प्लिट का पीछे वाला हिस्सा लग रहा है।
ये कौन सा मैप है भाई?
3 नए मैप्स आए हैं टीम डेथ मैच के लिए अलग से।
वो गन नहीं मिली तो चेंबर की शेरिफ से मारूंगा। अरे रेस लेना चाहिए था ना। क्या है यार, पहले बोलने का भी चेंज नहीं कर सकता। गन मिलता है, किसी ने बोला गन जमीन पे होती है। चेंबर सामने, अरे चेंबर का इच्छे गावात चेंबर डिफ करू। अरे चला साहेब, पाटील साहेब, बजाज साहेब, मारूया यांना।
यस
भाई गॉडस्पीड, आप मारवाड़ी हो तो अभी शादी भी जल्दी हो जाएगी फिर तो।
नहीं नहीं,
अरे ऐसे कैसे?
मैंने घर वालों को मस्त पट्टी बढ़ा के रखी है।
अच्छा, ये क्या है? स्टेज 1
मतलब इस स्टेज में इतना ही मिलेगा, यही गन्स बाय कर सकते हो, सब पिस्टल्स बाय कर सकते हो स्टेज 1 में।
ओह हाँ कर ले भाई, तो ब्लॉक कर ले। थोड़ा ज्यादा ही हीरो की दे गया।
That's not ready.
हाय हाय, हैप्पी नहीं समझ में आ रहा है। बजाज सर,
मेरे को स्टेज में धक्का दे दिया।
That one's dead.
अरे लगा मर गया वो।
That's not ready.
तो भाई अपन हार रहे, चलो चलो मारेंगे।
ओ भाई स्टेज 2 पे पहुंच गया।
Get out of my way.
I'm a good shot.
ओ भाई उसका अल्ट आ गया।
ये क्या है? अरे 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 अरे, इधर है।
2023, where we are going real deep right now. As NAOS, they have just enough left in the tank to make it all the way through. New stage it looks scary. That second half fancy was certainly important. We're talking about the fact that night is young, and so that's much more than Midnight Oil probably behind him for it, because we've finally got a new series on their hands. As long as it might have went, I'm expecting even longer battle here, potentially on Ascent.
भाई इनका जेट तो बहुत मार रहा है।
अरे आपका चेंबर भी कम नहीं मार रहा है।
Champions really kicks off here in Ascension Pacific, but I look back at
कर रहे
in their final.
पिकर
runs. You can see for Wits and 𝘼𝘽𝙊𝐒, they were just absolutely working with one another. And this is what we've always talked about now. To make those kind of calls. Try the real Fancy United. Take advantage of better positioning.
I can't.
Run the last 4 out of their 5 rounds there at the very end.
Well, Wits is calling, but he's also fragging. He's going off the back impact, especially in that first half. That win 8-4 in the half front. That was to me, I was like, okay, 8-4, that's a good but yeah, Wits
begins. Dominating.
Yeah, I think a lot about this one of the few players actually just turned this out from like a team like Boom, who has made their champions or masters of it, so that definitely gives you a bit more comfortability in this situation. Right? But he's not getting those frags out of between himself. Teammates didn't really get these double kills from it.
Now, whenever Senior Carl and 𝘼𝘽𝙊𝐒 set up, Wits is there to make an impact. It got very close to near the tail end, but I do feel here Fancy United on how they utilize it. So how incredible Easy was on that first map, given the opportunity. But now he's in the order.
You want to play? Let's play.
But to actually see now the important
Get out of my way!
then again, it just wasn't enough.
अरे बजाज भाई मारो उसको
गोली का
but in their lives on the line to get traded, they were so very low ACS overall. They were the ones that were
do better.
That is how you create that map control, that is how you create that pressure and get yourselves in the perfect situations. Your trade game from now is just way too strong.
The hunt begins.
But I don't know. Not so great.
3 kills remain.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a pretty equal talked about those duelists near the bottom of the scoreboard a while ago, and you can really see how the difference is. I was surprised actually they did run that same again.
Hi Phantom.
Comfortable positions like Nizzy, instead of kind of like that one for your gimmick, will it actually benefit them and will it help them close out the series?
Yeah, here towards Ascent, they run that double control, but double initiator with Nizzy playing something like the KO instead has been that adjustment though. Hasn't been playing duels as well. Do we get another competition for Fancy?
हमारा सेज और उनका ओमन दोनों बस है मजा आया भाई टाइम पास है
of the Ascent played, you know, one's got like 25, one's got over 50. Yeah, I think that goes back for a little while too, but and recently maybe not as much, but I can't wait to see how they play this. Also, it needs to be said,
third चालू होने वाला है कि नहीं मैप
going into the third map of the series, so they are going to be starting on the defense.
28 किल तो लिए मैंने
And as I was saying, especially in that first series, I still see Ascent as one of those maps that does look relatively defense-sided. So I feel like now, as you know, they set themselves up for victory on map 2 on Pearl, which we just saw, and it's probably going to be a similar story here on Ascent.
Well, maybe it'll help NAOS out this case, because we have seen that the biggest liability for NAOS is their defensive half. To be fair, they were playing on maps that do typically favor the attacking side anyways.
70 likes पे
have
करो
the, I guess, the
अपन
more
third
difficult
game भी
position
stream
of closing
करते हैं
out
ये
of the
game
second
के
half
अंत
on the less
पर
favored defensive side, but that's not going to be the case here, I think, on Ascent.
Yeah, but then you look at Fancy United on the other side. They do pick up the pace a lot more on Ascent compared to other maps because of their corner clear potential. When they run that fade, they run that KO, it makes it very difficult for you to try and go for that close contest. And then someone like Jin gets in there, he's able to just dash in, be the target of opportunity, and the rest of Fancy United follow suit. When we see Fancy United on the attacking side, no matter what the stats say, it's that synergy, it's that synchronicity that gives them that edge when they want to fight.
Oh, so they're playing a Sova and a Fade comp, whereas they're both also running Jet with the fade, which I get, you know, people have their preferences, but you mentioned it earlier in the earlier series too. You know, fade just synergizes so well with that Raze. I feel like Raze is still just such a crucial pick. But look, the verticality you bring in with the Jet, the maneuverability, especially if you know have these teams, you have these individuals that know the movement patterns. You can go for the updraft straight on B, go for the tailwind over the top lane straight in sight. And if someone's on stairs, if someone's sitting backside, they don't see you at all, and you're just up in their face.
Yeah, I'm still wondering if that Jet is going to stick, because we haven't seen Ja really have the type of performance that we've come accustomed to when you look at him locally and when you look at him from the past and what he's able to do. And a lot of that Jet is priority because that allows him to play the operator a lot more. That's really where they kind of center the defense around, no matter the map that they've got, as long as he's on the Jet or something like a Chamber. And will that change on here? They go for that double kind of information innie, where on the flip side, they've got a bit more of that suppress.
I mean, they still have that Sentinel anyway, therefore, now as esports, they still have that Killjoy, and we will see them on the defense. They can bring out that operator yet again, keep him tucked away, and try to go for those main holds or the middle itself. Ascent a little bit more straightforward and how to want to run that operator, and I feel like for now, they're going to be a bit more comfy if they still keep Ja on that duelist role.
Yeah, I'm seeing even recently now as they've brought some Gecko in there if they want to get a little bit creative. I don't know if we're going to see that. Most recently, they did go back to that KO. You get that suppression, very powerful, especially with the sites as small as they are on a map like Ascent. And here it is. This is going to be the agent select. And now, yeah, they're running that double initiator again. They got the fade, they got the sober, they got a whole bunch of, let's just call it wall hacks, you know, able to get that vision if you throw the utility in the right positions. And on the other side of things, it's, the last comp they ran as well.
Yeah, this is finally something tried and tested for Fancy United Esports. Jin back into the front line. He was a stellar on the Killjoy, making his own angles and making his own multi-kills. But now him playing that hard entry, it just gives opportunity for Fancy United to actually push in the way that they want. Nizzy's going to be also on that fade. You still have that Viper though for 𝘼𝑍𝑜. And this changes the dynamic of Fancy United with the extra speed that Jin provides on a more traditional duelist.
I just got baited by the stats page. I thought they weren't playing the Viper, but look,
They
this
always
double
do.
controller is something that is certainly going to work out for them here. Yes, that fade can synergize well with the Viper walls, but of course you have that refreshing dark cover coming through from the Omen. I feel like Omen definitely a necessity on Ascent. You see those one-way smokes just used so often to provide cover, but also hold angles for so long. It just completely can break up any of those hits that come through, depending on what kind of flash agents are here. And look, you're looking at flashes for Fancy United. You've got Yes I Can there on the KO, but over on the other side, you've got like the Paranoia, and that's about that. So it's not all about the flashes. They're just going to have to go in and use the haunts, use the recon bolts, kind of just as a distraction.
But what Fancy United, I think, here don't have, while they might both have, that Paranoia pressure, they don't have the passive information gathering a Sentinel gets you. There's active information gathering where you use a recon, a scan, a haunt, right, where you gain that actively, and passive where you just leave it there. And if it gets destroyed or shot on out, then you know somebody's there. And that's what at least NAOS have here. That leaves them be able to focus on the fight a bit more, knowing their back is checked by a
भाई भगवान से डरो, चालू करो, 12 बज गए उधर, इधर 9:30.
Want to do. They have that Sova to be a bit more active, as you mentioned. They're still gonna have that lead anyway, and given the fact that on the attacking and the defending side, they're gonna find out what the movement of Fancy United is all about. One thing NAOS Esports does so well.
Scars versus Bonker, 1 hour 24 minutes later.
And then they just clear out whatever is scanned because they know what the overlap is.
Now, for Fancy, of course, they're not playing with that Sentinel. We've gone over that. But, Viper, kind of a pseudo-Sentinel. We've gone over that as well. You throw that utility, it's stuck there for the most of the round unless you can get in the orb. And having that Viper, do you think it's as powerful as having a Killjoy locking down a site on their own? Because you do see teams very regularly, stacking a site, four on one site, one on the other, very high pressure on the solo individual to hold that down or play for the retake. And look, I guess we're just about to find anyway. It is now, it is Fancy United. We're in best of one territory, one map remaining, and we're jumping up to the heavens. We're jumping up to the skies, going into the final map of the series.
It's almost midnight here in Bangkok, but we still have so much more
almost
to come.
midnight के पार हो गया भाई.
Going to a decider, going into Ascent. And as we've seen from Fancy United, it's still that Viper for one
Feeling bad for OC folks. अच्छा मतलब जापान वाले इंसान नहीं है. कारजी वाले इंसान नहीं है, वो भी तो same time से लग रहे हैं.
With 𝘼𝐍𝑒 on that Omen, we'll find out because the double control is still the standard here for Fancy.
Well, Fancy this time around, trying to regain their control that we saw a while ago on Fracture.
मेरे को लग रहा है अब अगर वो मैच आज ही हुआ तो कुछ तो कांड देखने को मिलेगा हमको.
हाँ, सोशल मीडिया पे बहुत भरम-भरे हो जाएगी.
We've had an incredible matchup so far, and what a close game it's been. Fancy on the attack to start the game off.
Yeah, and especially Jin now in the front line. We mentioned on the panel a while ago, the pace will pick up immensely when Jin is there for execute the slow play that Fancy United usually ends back reeling over to. It's not going to happen here. Jindo denied by Senior Carl. Fancy with a quick take towards A side still.
Yeah, spam on through there connecting. And this is, I think, a big thing that will help now. That Prowler is going to be a big piece of utility. Job good for the one, but Wits, the trades here, they're working out in NAOS' favor.
It's 4v2. Yes, I can. Looking for the push. Flash through the poison cloud. It's perfect.
No way!
But he can't get the takedown whatsoever. They're blinded. Sure, but no frag comes his way. Here comes Senior Carl leaping with the knife open. But beyond that, NAOS had the numbers and had the angles for the region.
Senior Carl was just
11-7 हो रहा है उधर.
And trade off of my position. And that they did, opening things up.
Oh, हाँ रे, 1.5 घंटा ही आ गए बैंकॉक.
Lucky kill going his way, and the rest of it was history. So NAOS,
तो ठीक है 12 बजे से खेलना चालू हो जाएगा.
Perfect in starting off these pistol rounds, just open the map, but it's always been, you know,
इतना casually बोल दिया ना हम
लोग. Yeah, NAOS has had these good starts so far. It's a bit of a heartbreaker for Fancy United. Not only was Jin denied so very early on, but also that push, yes I can, could have been good.
भाई खेला है मैंने भी भाई.
In their favor. Look at that scan though, and this is what we were talking about too. Active intel gathering. If the dart doesn't find you, the haunt will. And what we see here is a force buy from Fancy.
They have so much information gathering, both passive and active, and I think that's a big thing that NAOS here are going to have to utilize, especially against a double controller, which blocks away a lot of the sidelines it otherwise would have.
I think so 15 साल का था. तब खेलने गए थे. बहुत दूर है मेरे घर से. सिर्फ लोकल ट्रेन जाती है वहाँ पे.
Just to go for the burst itself, and this is what the screen is all about.
1 बजे फाइनल हो रहा है. खेले जीते हम. अब मैं घर वापस कैसे जाऊँ?
But that's a big pick from Senior Carl, and it actually throws the plans awry here.
1000 रुपए सबके जेब में. उसमें से 700 रुपए मेरे से गाड़ी में चले
गए. 5v2 as best I can. Out of desperation puts that spike down.
At least जीते तो, और ना तो हार के तो और बुरा लगता.
हार के तो कुछ घर ही नहीं.
Yes I can, cannot fight back.
वो लोकल चालू होगी सुबह 5 बजे तब जाऊंगा.
At the very least one, and it just doesn't work out for them. The timing there seems like for Fancy at the very least a protocol immediately on these second rounds are forced by. In this case, it doesn't work on out. So now they're on the defense. We talked about them though, struggling here on the attacking, rather the second half when they're the less favored side.
पहले का एक जमाना था सुबह 6-6 बजे तक भी खेलता था. अभी वही लाइन गए ऐसे कैफे लाइन खेलने. फर्स्ट डे पे इतना थकान हो गई. आदत नहीं रही ना अभी.
अरे मैं खुद यहाँ पे जैसे काम करता हूँ सुबह से रात तक कोचिंग सेशन से हो गए. अब रात को 9:30 बजे मैं बैठा सोता रहता हूँ. वहाँ पे भी होता था बूट कैंप में. ये लोग आ रहे. मैं रूम में बैठा हूँ, बैठे सो चुका हूँ. बोर्ड देखते देखते
on this
data pull करते कुछ भी करते सो चुका हूँ बैठा.
Curious at Fancy still go for that option, considering the first round ended in a 3v1. They weren't able to get enough kills to, I think, justify the force that way. Chop loves playing this position no matter what weapon he's got.
He's happy to play a corner that contests the main immediately.
अच्छा है भाई, वैसे एडजस्ट करके खेल रहा है.
He's gonna find an angle even if it goes up, albeit barely. You can see for Fancy United, this is what they want to do with the Viper all the time. An aggressive angle to cut up that side. It's not enough though for A, they go for B instead.
And this is what's great about the composition of NAOS. You have an initiator per site that has so much information gathered. There's drones, there's the prowlers, there's the haunts, the recons, everything. Senior Carl starts things off, but Jin, that's a good trade for him.
Ooh, Senior Carl with a second, but Fancy United overrun the opposition anyway. It's a 2-for-2 that Fancy United can actually scrounge some guns along the path.
सब लोग भाग रहे गन के लिए.
Wits though, trying to find any kind of angle to lob those shock darts towards to.
वो टीपी गया, जब तक वो टीपी गया वो भाग के ले गया.
Towards the market instead. Wits will try to go for the clear. Visio caught out. Ja gets another one too, and NAOS Esports. You can feel their excitement now. Bonus made and won by NAOS.
Oh, what a way to do it too. So I like the
अभी रैंक गेम रहता मैं थ्रो कर रहा हूँ.
Take those fights and win them 3v3 on the initial push, finding those market picks, opening up shop, but NAOS least to keep it secure for their sake. I'm wondering at what point do Fancy start giving us that,
बोल मत
I
अभी
guess,
इतना जल्दी
look
टाइम आउट
that they've
लेगा
come
यार.
accustomed to.
I mean, Fancy United have made these rounds contentious. You see, all 3 rounds so far have gone to a spike.
I think so ये round देख के
After
लेगा.
NAOS Esports wipes them out, you can see that Fancy United.
तो
they
उधर
have
टाइम
the
आउट ही ना
mechanics
लेना,
just
हाफ
to
टाइम
try
का
and
पॉज
even
हो.
up the odds for at least open up the sights. So there is a fighting chance for Fancy. But NAOS, especially from what we saw towards Pearl, it's been smarter decision making, smarter covers. Paranoia is the play though. John now bothered by the haunt. Yes, I can. Actually, able to get a second of him. Get that takedown. And Fancy United will find the frag early on.
Well, Fancy as of the moment here, still yet to gain around. Yes, I can. Damage done early towards him. But they do have that null command, I think. So they can use it in this round and still just ignore the amount of the damage that he was able to take anyways if they get him back up afterwards. But NAOS, I'm not too sure how ahead of the curve they are here.
Yeah, the gamble there doesn't pan out for NAOS. At the very least, though, they still have some strong anchors here. Papi Chula and 𝘼𝐽𝐿 keeping an eye out on that B site together, looking likely to be hit. Not only that, the Nano Swarm in the way for both the switch as well as the main push itself. Fancy now coming closer and closer to go for the execute. Null commands begin with Fragment also to try and stem that Speedway hold. Look at the Paranoia connect. Fancy, stellar utility, but 𝘼𝐽𝐿 has no fear. Decides to step up back towards the platform. Get 2, but that one is rescinded as 𝘼𝐽𝐿 gets the resurrection on the KO. 4v2 for now.
That's what I was
ये
talking
किसने बोला
about.
SG server in land tournament?
Doesn't matter. Nullifies there with a null command. The amount of damage done early in that fight, in that opening bout. As now on their bonus.
तो offline servers हैं.
They're simply trying to do as much
VCT
economic
के
damage
Riot
as they
के
can
main
here.
event पे bro offline server
Flying
होते
coming
हैं.
in from Senior Carl. No positions on B main. The Recon actually buys him quite a bit of
ये
front
latest
side
news
space.
कहाँ से आई है
Just
आपको
looking
उज्जवल?
for a target, and NAOS can actually consider playing
Exits.
for the exits instead. Exactly. Oh, 𝘼𝐽𝐿 even spotted there. Just the trajectory from NAOS allows him to get that takedown. 2v3 though. And NAOS will give up the round, but will not give up the hold whatsoever. Fancy United, if they
But
want
they are
to survive,
having
they will
issues
have
with
to fight
offline servers.
for
They
it.
move to
𝘼𝐿
online.
makes the opening, but Senior Carl lets
Hey,
it rip. Not
hey.
enough though versus Yes I Can. And it's enough for Fancy to at least get 1.
Yeah, let's get damage done here, though, to the economy by NAOS on their bonus. Hit almost everybody else down, and at least the buy for Fancy still gains them the weapons that they need, but half armor against a team like NAOS who love to run those Phantoms. That could
The
be a
day
point of
went
contention.
by
Five
with
Phantoms
tech
all the way through.
position timeout. What the
United,
fuck?
though, so strong.
I serious are you still streaming? मैंने देखा आपने बहुत जल्दी चालू किया था. अभी तक आप
The fact that they're able to shut down
अंदर
that
ये है
jump
क्षमता
just
स्ट्रीम
with
करने
the
की.
hold
खत्म कर दिया
also
पहला
helping
मैच के
out
बाद.
in that paint.
अच्छा.
Then
चला
we
गया.
saw that position that 𝘼𝐿𝐿
मैं भी
had
इस मैच के
hit
बाद
by the
खत्म कर
fragment
दूंगा.
lineup. The null command was there.
Nordwind
to
के offline servers थे
limiting
नहीं.
the
Nordwind के
paranoia.
offline
It's
servers
just
नहीं
so
थे.
difficult
It is not
to try and
possible
go for
for
those
a
close
third
contests,
party
and Fancy
TO to
United
gain offline
trying
servers.
at the very least to condition NAOS to play a game of keep away.
Yeah, it's difficult to play that close angle when you know there's a null
I
command
mean,
on
it
the
is
opposing side,
possible. It
because
is just
the killjoy utility will simply be
not
denied from even being able to
given.
Right
top
देता
play.
नहीं है.
Now swarms will be kept in bay. Unlike a Cypher who might be
देने
able to play
वाला
away from
जब
it.
भी
They
देता
gotta keep close.
देता छप्पड़ फाड़ के.
Closer.
which I think is a
Fancy
good
now
thing मेरे हिसाब से.
moving towards the A side, trying to
Because
play
servers
these
अगर offline
as many
servers
angles
किसी
as
के हाथ में
possible.
नहीं लगेंगे
The
तो उनको
slower
पता
pace
नहीं है
this
कि
time
उसमें
around.
anti cheat का
Fancy have
सिस्टम क्या है
realized
वो
the faster
और
takes here versus
कैसे
NAOS
पकड़ते हैं या क्या
have
करते हैं.
been countered effectively. John Papi Chula though actually giving up
नहीं तो
so
किसी
far.
के अगर
Moving
वैसे
towards
के
three,
हाथ में लग
checking
गया
out
वो
𝘼𝐿𝐿
सर्वर्स
even.
वो अपना
It's a
पूरा
chance here
टेस्टिंग
for
बैठा
Fancy
देगा
United
और
if
वो
they
चीट
get the
निकाल
right
देगा जो
timing.
डिटेक्ट नहीं होता.
Now it's vying for mid
समझा.
instead.
Well,
सही
now
है
here,
फिर, वो
they got
objective
the
तो
Hunter's
सही है.
Fury and the Nightfall here, so the big initiator ultimates to be thrown on out. Jin dashing into the side. I think Ja kind of wants to dip into this if he has timing.
Yeah, there you have it. Ja, at the very least, looking for any kind of moment, especially if the smoke dissipates. But the doorway closed. Nizzy gets the plant going. We get a 5v5 retake, and NAOS letting rip the Nightfall instead. Papi Chula finds the first marker. The Prowler also seeking for a target. 𝘼𝐽𝐿 though hasn't been spotted as of yet. Can he actually get those takedowns in the cloud? Ja just dashing on through, and the rest of NAOS trying to go for the pursuit. Papi
Right
Chula
now
with
is
the
doing
kill.
to
It's
Fancy
Jin
what
now
Fancy
versus
does
the
to
world.
everyone
He's
else.
holding things down in hell. Can he just raise it to the next level? dashing across to the other side, trying to find another time, another angle, but 𝘼𝘽𝙊𝐿 is ready for it anyway. 4-1 now, as NAOS, it was a bloody retake, but they made it work.
It should have been cleaner though, I have to say. 1v3 there at the end, getting isolated.
Had to go 530 somewhere. I thought by then I'll do 2 series, but
try and make things happen. Luckily, they had much more time to deal with that. Otherwise, if Jin was able to, if at least the post plant was able to hold enough, then Jin would have been able to burn enough off of the clock and maybe make that force out to happen as the time was ticking. Still, look at NAOS here. A bit of a precarious position economically. Luckily, they got the blades, but that Nightfall just did so much work.
Another round though, and another defuse.
तो अगर एवरेज टाइम देखें तो ये भी 11 बजे के आसपास खत्म होगा.
Down below,
तो 12 घंटे में
but it
2
just wasn't enough. Too many targets. The clear there from NAOS was clean, and especially that they were able to pass through 𝘼𝘽𝙊, still get a foothold onto the site anyway. It allowed NAOS to just walk on in towards the site, even if they were getting picked apart one by one.
अगर एक और टेक पॉज हुआ ना गाइस, मैं स्ट्रीम बंद कर दूंगा.
We're in a pause.
Oh.
Again.
Another timeout. Another time to call the stories here. 4-1 though. NAOS, they're in familiar territory, but by this point, right, they shouldn't be relaxed about these kind of situations. Fancy has always answered back to fight for these maps.
Yeah, Jin's got the blades at least here to try and make some work with it, try and make something happen. But now, so far on the defense, I mean, it makes sense that they're doing better, right? It's typically around these, I guess, situations around 6, 7, 8, 9 forward in the first half. We do see Fancy gain some ground and at least cut that lead down, potentially top the game, or even take a small lead of their own based on the opening map number 1 and the map number 2 a while ago, especially there in Pearl. And if you're NAOS right now, if that happens once more, if Fancy are able to build up a lead here, catch up on the lead built up by NAOS, and build a few rounds in a row, how does that affect the mental of a team here who have just been trying so hard, but Fancy have just been always on the track?
I mean, they shrugged it off in the second map, though. It's up to Fancy, honestly, to make that catch-up a reality. There's always that chance. You have 3 ultimates now available. They've been relying on 𝘼𝘽𝙊 and his Viper for so many of these 8 takes. But if they move towards B, it's more of a responsibility on 𝘼𝐍𝐿𝐒 to set things up instead. We're getting back into the game, though.
You will never know if it was a tech or a tech.
One more test coming their way.
Tech होता तो कोचों को बात करते हुए दिखाता.
Well, let's get right
into it. उन्होंने उसकी भी उम्मीद छोड़ दी, लगता है जैसा चल रहा है चलने दो.
More than enough for Fancy to play with. Push on here towards that B site. They got the utility faced actually quite up front. And CCR Carl wanting to play off of it to the hot. He still gets it dealt with.
Oh, he's still alive and he still gets the takedown anyway. Jin couldn't hit his shots. And from that point on, now still stable onto the site. Big scan too. As Nizzy tries at the very least to anticipate the width push itself. Smoke though gone, and it's Nizzy who does get that takedown. A struggle still here for Fancy United though. They only have 1 rifle to work with, and they're trying to actually exit away towards the defender spawn with a spike in hand.
𝘼𝘽𝙊𝐿, he's going to have a big round here. Let's see, will they check him up close? Gets a 1. Second to follow up, but no, yes I can does.
The firepower still in the clutches here of Fancy United, giving them a fighting chance. Now it's trying to go for a pinch itself. I do wonder what the plan for 𝘼𝘽𝙊 is on that A side, but 𝘼𝘽𝙊 instead, it's just immense collateral damage, sprays them down, takes them both down, and it's another round for NAOS.
But if you want to talk about damage, I think economically Fancy did pretty well there, considering what they brought.
Wow, Momos कैसे थे? Godspeed से पूछो. भाई Godspeed कैसे थे?
And they still get 3 of it down, and you look at the economy here of NAOS, it's
मेरे को
really not fortunate just yet.
ये नहीं लग रहा है, convincing नहीं लग रहा है.
Perilous state here for NAOS. A single tip of momentum.
अरे VCL ऐसे में कैमरे में पकड़ा गया था मैं. मोमोस खाते हुए.
अच्छा, हाँ देखा था वो मैंने.
You can see for Fancy United, no matter what situation.
अचानक से टाइम आउट ले लिया था क्या?
ना टाइम आउट का 40 सेकंड मैंने यूज किया, ठीक है?
अच्छा.
फिर मैंने बोला जाओ तुम लोग बात करो, मेरा काम हो गया.
हाँ.
मोमोस खाने लगा और क्या करूँगा?
Pivot off of that position, right?
मेरा काम हो गया, मैं क्या करूँ?
The more unorthodox decision making that Fancy have.
Hello,
not
Fox. How are you, bro?
concerning factor
Hold
here
on,
for
now.
NAOS in this series.
Yeah, bit by bit,
Bhai,
Fancy
maa
United has gotten
kasam,
more
bhai.
topography of the map. You've seen them go even deeper than expected. You've seen them actually make their way towards NAOS' spawn itself. And I do wonder, moving forward,
मोमोस
will
आए
we
हुए
get
पड़े
more
हैं
of a
भाई,
split
आदमी को
approach
भूख
here from
लगेगा ही
Fancy
यार.
United, given the fact that even with lesser guns, they can find the entry.
I'm curious as well, knowing that as
फिर एक टाइम
how
आउट में
NAOS like to play a lot of times.
पहले
the
10
fans
सेकंड
start to adjust
पहले 10
in the
सेकंड
way
में
that they
सिर्फ भगवान का
condition
नाम ले रहा हूँ ऊपर देख के.
NAOS to be in the position
हाँ.
they want to be. You talked about, like, for example,
कि बचा दे
Johnny
भगवान,
being
तू ही
there
बचा
on
सकता है.
top,
वही बचा भाई.
on towards that A side at the very far corner.
You Karan, all
And
good.
then
How are
with
you?
to try and circumvent, right, the Viper wall that goes typically across the site that cuts it in half. And if they know now that they
तेरी जो
can
journey
condition
थी
John to play in a
नास्तिक से
place like
आस्तिक
that,
की,
then maybe they can have a combo to take him out
Split one to
before
split
they
two
execute things
The
like
game
that.
does
is where
that to
I
you.
wonder, will
अरे
Fancy give us more of that sophistication we saw in map 1 and 2?
Yeah, it's been telegraphed though for Fancy United, and I feel like that's their biggest problem so far. Compared to the first two maps, this has
होता है ना,
been more
लोग
studied
बोलते
by
हैं भगवान
NAOS. This is
भरोसे.
more akin
हाँ.
to the
मैं
Fancy
literally भगवान
United style.
भरोसे
And
चल
yes,
रहा
they
था,
get success
तो कैसे
because of their
ऐसा हो
absolute
गया था
strength
मेरा.
in finding those
भाई,
openings as you're just swatting away whatever
एक
fights
हुई
you
है अब
have
सहारा.
there. It is still a bit more known to NAOS Esports, and they've done really well dealing with whatever
तो
wall
legit
setup the
इमोशनल
Viper
ब्लैकमेल
has.
करने
They're
लगा था भगवान
effective
को.
also
भगवान
at
आज तक
catching
मैंने जब भी
Jin in
पूजा
the
की
app.
आपसे कुछ
And with
मांगा
that
नहीं,
shift from
आपको बस
Fancy
यही बोला है
United
कि
to a more
थैंक यू
faster
जो भी
style,
दिया है उसके लिए
truthfully
पहली
now
बार
it's
कुछ
feeling a bit
मांग
more
रहा
comfy
हूँ.
against it.
मदद
I'm
कर.
curious to see how Fancy use this Viper's Pit coming into the round, if they even use it in this round specifically. That's meant to make that post line more difficult. We see a lot of teams try and take deep tree or CT control, if it's on the B site in that case, with that Viper's Pit in that post. But now they've played quite a bit far up forward here towards this B site, and you really want to make sure that they don't give up ground for free, and they're marking this A main.
Yeah, they're tossing some smokes as well, trying to scare off NAOS Esports. Fake out some intentions now. Rotation here to mobilize towards A main itself. And Papi Chulo yet again. Fancy United denied any confidence actually to push forward. They're feeling the pressure, fearing any wine hold so far.
Yeah.
Eventually though, you know that Fancy is a team that will still execute anyway. No fear here, Fancy United is coming. Paranoia though, primed and ready by Papi Chulo. The Nightfell responds here courtesy of Nizzy. And in the sea of green, it's NAOS who gets two so far. Fisher though on the board, Papi Chulo still holding things down. He's made great plays here on Ascent on this site. It's not going to happen this time around. Nizzy making it 2v2.
Yeah, 2v2. They got the lockdown here in place. Spike flying down. All they have to do is wait for this to gain the control of the site, and then they can assume therefore, that wine is where they're going to be.
Yeah, just stuck into the corner here. NAOS Esports now suppressing Fancy United over onto the corner. Mojo already sticking towards halfway. Actually just going to commit onto it. It's up to Senior Card to play Protector, and that he does for NAOS especially. 6-1 as NAOS just decides to defuse and call it a day.
You know, if they just knew about that Fancy were in wine, I mean, you could have inferred in that case. He literally could have just run up to the A main, threw a season wine, then stuck the defuse the entire way through. Because they would have had enough time, but
OG and Bleed are undefeated in the region. क्या लगता है मजा आएगा या one side
still
होगा?
Senior Carl kept them in check, so it all works
One
out
of the regions had a lot of
Fancy,
competition.
Though, having trouble dealing with a lot of the anchor positions now have set up for themselves within the sites, and we saw Papi Chulo just be a big menace to their plans.
This is the intel inference. You always talk about the active presence of the initiators. The passive intel also provided by the Killjoy. And you've seen from NAOS, all of these rounds, I'd have to say, that they come with intention, that they know where Fancy United is stationed, and their calls have been pretty much right so far.
I mean, they're making good decisions, I think, in terms of their early game and where they decide to push. It's just been the execution of those decisions that have been
at this point
a bit miss on the mark as compared to what we were seeing, you know, throughout map number 1 and 2. It's a bit of a tech here, actually. I thought it was going to be a timeout, but in this case, when it comes into these rounds where you see them in these 2v2s, for the most part, at least from just based on the eye test on the top of my head, I've been seeing NAOS make better decisions as long as there isn't some crazy post-plant lineup that Fancy have got in store. Players like Witz, players like Papi Chulo, especially delivering on those fronts. And that's what I think has been a big wrench in the plans of Fancy, where in their local region, they may expect to win those clutches, but not against these guys who are so used to those positions.
Yeah, they're just so prepared anyway, right? And what else can Fancy United bring now to this table? They have decided to try and go for those utility takes. They've released the Nightfall in that last round, but it's still not enough. NAOS just always has the answer, and it's because of the distance that they're able to play. Not only that though, stellar anchor play also so far. Mojo on one side, Papi Chulo on the other. Equalize odds
literally
have been
5 घंटे से
effectively
live हूँ मैं.
guaranteed by NAOS
More than
despite
5
the
hours.
tougher odds against them.
Well, it doesn't matter what the odds are. I bet. I'm sure Fancy would still try as much as they can to try and get this one going still. Your attacking side, though, just has been lacking that ferocity and, I guess, sophistication that we've come accustomed to against this Fancy United squad. At least they're what we saw in Pearl and Fracture, where they had just some crazy setups to win these rounds, and they need those because on these retakes, if it just comes down to a straight vanilla brawl, a lot of times NAOS are just more prepared for that, they're more structured for that, and it does throw Fancy for a loop. So if they don't have a specific set post-plan play planned, a lot of their post-plans I think will fall to here.
You know, I have a point for you that you might be
अगर live नहीं हुआ है
exhaustion.
तो
Do you think
GG करते guys.
either of these two teams are
बस
feeling
हो गया
really the
ये.
pressure of how long the first series took for them to get ready for this one, now into this one as well with all the issues so far?
I mean, yes.
And it has hampered Fancy United though more so.
Yeah, yes, but like at the same time, they're both playing, they both went through the same thing, so you can't never really use it as an excuse. One may wonder how eventually will turn on out, right, and how it really affected each individual team. But I think at the end of things, it comes down to also the mental of the players and how they're able to deal with those things. That speaks volumes.
ऐसे हिम्मत ऐसे हंस के ये सब साइन वाइन बनाने का मैं होता तो मैं वहाँ पे पड़ा हुआ रहता सर नीचे
you can hear them sometimes over our microphones. They're very loud.
अगर खेल रहे हैं ना तब तक ठीक है, तब तक उतना फर्क नहीं होता है. जब बाहर बैठे हो ना,
heads off more so than anyone else. They're able to build that kind of confidence, and it's just been some good energy that NAOS has been able to feed off. Yes, it got very quiet once Fracture was done and over. But moving into Pearl, now moving here in Ascent, it's some spirits high here for NAOS Esports that I feel like is playing a bit of a factor on the mental game itself.
Well, to your point on that, on those, you know, pauses affecting them, let's see if anything changes after this tech. You know, Ja has a crazy setup. I mean, just is wider in the way things are placed. Quite akin to Kang reminds me of. It's like horizontal. But I mean, we're gonna see here how we'll get this game moving on forward with obviously
आया है क्या कुछ update Twitter पे?
Leader for the paddle is right here.
He's back.
Bang bang.
He's returned.
Bang bang. I'm full of energy. I'm full of energy. Had a green tea. I'm feeling ecstatic. But look, this game so far looking really good for NAOS. Solid on the defense, coming out, winning that bonus, winning the first 3 rounds. Looking really, really solid. And that's exactly what you want to see moving into the third and final map of the series. I'm sure you guys are both very happy about that.
Yeah, I'm glad we're almost done for the second series, but we still got a third, man.
Okay, thank you guys for tuning in, guys. बाकी stream आप देख लो, उनके stream पे मेरे से ना हो पाई. कल मिलते हैं 11 बजे. OG versus 11:11 को चालू करूँगा. OG versus Bleed का game. अगर game 11:30 को चालू होने वाला हुआ तो, वरना तो देखते हैं. Thank you guys for tuning in. Love you all. Bye bye. Take care.